To the naked eye, this young man seemed like an ordinary civilian. Yet, beneath the surface, lay a madness profound enough to drive him to the unthinkable, injecting pure zombie blood directly into his own veins. The agony crashed into him with the force of a freight train, crushing his very soul. But this torture was no accident. It was the catalyst for a transformation that would become legend. Through the pain, he awakened an S-Class innate ability, a power the entire world would kill to possess. Remember his name, Chen Bai. In his previous life, he reigned as the White Demon Saint, but one failure on a critical quest led him to face the ultimate punishment, total erasure. Chen Bai never believed she would actually pull the trigger. Desperation clawed at his throat as he pleaded, "Wait, Lady Hecate, I demand the right to redeem myself. Let me and the White Demon City fall into darkness on my own terms." But his cries fell on deaf ears. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she unleashed a cataclysmic spell, shattering his fortress into dust. Chen Bai fought against the binding magic, his aura flaring wildly, but it was hopeless. A mortal cannot wrestle with a god. As his castle crumbled around him, he plummeted into the abyss of eternal darkness. Disbelief ravaged his mind. He had risked his life completing over 100 hellish missions for her sake. Yet, a single failure meant death. Is it just because I am a lowly human? He thought bitterly. I refuse to accept this. I will not bow down to this fate. His body was already half destroyed, dissolved by the void. Yet fear was entirely absent from his eyes. Chen Bai let out a maniacal laugh. You wretched Goddess Hecate, I swear I will crawl back from hell itself to kill you. The goddess did not deign to speak. She simply stomped him down into the river of shadows. Just as his consciousness was about to fade forever, the hourglass hanging from his neck erupted with blinding light. A mysterious voice echoed, "Time reversal!" Chen Bai bolted upright, a string of curses still flying from his lips. But as his breath steadied, the reality of his surroundings slammed into it. Wait, I am not dead? He looked around frantically. This is my university dorm room. Didn't that witch obliterate me just seconds ago? His hand flew to his chest. The hourglass remained. In his previous life, Chen Bai obtained this artifact after 20 years of brutal trials. It was a unique item with 0 stats, yet completely indestructible, so he kept it as a lucky charm. Chen Bai frowned. Hold on. The sand always sat at the bottom. No matter how much I shook it, it never moved. But now, the sand is flowing from the top? His eyes went wide. Reverse sand flow. Time regression. What is the date? He scrambled for his phone. The screen glared back. June 1st, 2032. Exactly 10 days before the great trial begins. In 10 days, the will of the universe will descend upon Earth. It is a System Mana scenario come to life, where 90% of humanity will be wiped out instantly. Those who fall will rise again as zombies and abominations. Guns, missiles, tanks, all modern weaponry will become utterly useless scrap metal. Chen Bai clenched his fist. In this life, I won't rely on anyone. I will become a one-man army, strong enough to trample gods beneath my feet. A plan formed instantly. He grabbed a mask, heading straight for the Jiangzheng hospital. As he moved, memories from the future guided him. 10 years into the apocalypse, a survivor discovered the only secret method to upgrade one's innate talent. The theory was simple, but deadly. Innate talents actually awaken 10 days before the system arrives. If you can discover and stimulate your specific talent early, it can evolve. Stalking the hospital corridors, Chen Bai hunted for a specific patient. His talent in his past life was a trash tier ability, E-rank virus immunity. If I want to evolve this trash skill into a god tier power, I need to infect myself with the virus to trigger the body's defense mechanism. It was madness, but it was his only shot. He pressed against the wall, eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between a doctor and a nurse. "These symptoms are unprecedented," the doctor whispered. "It's like something out of a horror movie." Seeing his chance, Chen Bai slipped into the quarantine room. There lay a man completely paralyzed, bound to the bed by unseen forces. The patient's face was a roadmap of pulsating purple veins, the mark of the infection. Chen Bai approached, a syringe in hand, his eyes gleaming with a twisted excitement. "Found you." Without hesitation, he plunged the needle into the patient's arm. "Sorry, buddy," he smirked, "but my path to becoming the strongest in this leveling world starts with your blood." He watched intently as the syringe filled with the thick, horrific purple fluid. Staring at the deadly cocktail, his heart raced. This should be enough to force an awakening. Cutting back to his dorm, he found the room empty. Perfect. The guys are out pulling an all-nighter. He held the needle over his arm, a moment of hesitation flickering in his eyes. One wrong calculation, and this wouldn't be a power-up. It would be suicide. If the future intel is wrong, I'd die right here. He looked at the purple death in his hand, but the fear was quickly incinerated by his burning ambition. With a savage motion, Chen Bai slammed the needle into his own vein. "I don't care." In his past life, that trash E-rank talent made him a slave to survival for decades. Never again. He depressed the plunger, forcing every drop of the corrupted blood into his system. The reaction was instantaneous. His veins bulged and blackened as the viral agent rampaged through his bloodstream. If I awaken an E-rank talent again, even with my future knowledge, I will remain nothing but fodder for the monsters. Agony exploded through every cell in his body. The purple corruption snaked up his neck and across his face, tearing a guttural roar of pain from his throat. I would rather die right here than live as a weakling for 1 second longer. Chen Bai collapsed to the floor, his raspy breathing filling the suffocating silence of the room. But in his delirium, a vision manifested before him. It was Hecate, the so-called goddess, opening her arms in a mocking display of salvation. Her voice dripped with sweet poison. "Come to me." "Give up," the vision whispered. "As a lowly human, becoming fuel for the darkness is your only true purpose." But Chen Bai forced his trembling body off the ground, defying the hallucination. His eyes burned with unadulterated rage as he stared the goddess down. "Hecate, I will conquer you. I will tear you from your throne. I will not fall here." Suddenly, reality snapped back into focus. Standing on the balcony, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, he looked like a monster. Suddenly, the dorm door creaked open. Chen Bai turned, his face a horrifying mask of purple veins. His roommates, Jiang Xiaomu and Lu Fang, froze in terror before screaming in unison. Zhang stumbled back, his voice trembling violently. "What the hell is wrong with you?" The three of them stammered, paralyzed by fear. Hearing their voices, the red haze lifted from Chen Bai's mind, and sanity slowly returned to his eyes. Seeing their sheer terror, Chen Bai realized how he must look. He managed a strange, strained smile. "Oh, you guys are back." He quickly ducked into the bathroom, calling back over his shoulder. "Just going to wash my face." Zhang stood there, eyes wide, unable to process the horror he had just witnessed. Alone in the bathroom, Chen Bai braced himself against the sink. He looked into the mirror, and a grin of pure ecstasy split his face. It worked. The theory was absolute truth. Chen Bai stood deep in thought, wondering what kind of legendary talent fate had in store for him. Suddenly, a mechanical chime shattered his concentration, just as he pondered his awakening. "Chen Bai, congratulations on being selected as a pioneer." He instantly recognized that voice. It was the supreme universal will itself, speaking directly to his soul. A massive surge of adrenaline hit him. If he was truly awake, it was time to check his stats. With a commanding gesture, he ordered the title panel to open. The holographic interface materialized instantly. Title: The Pathfinder. A legendary honor reserved only for those who dared to master their powers before the trial even began. All attributes increased by 5%. Experience gain boosted by 10%. Chen Bai grinned as he scanned the magnificent stat bonuses of his early awakening. 100% return rate. That title is absolute perfection. Overcome with raw excitement, his grip tightened, crushing the steel sink like it was made of paper. Next up, the talent panel. The screen flashed with blinding intensity, revealing a power that defied all logic. Talent grade, Triple S, the Virus Monarch. The power of the Virus Monarch was catastrophic. It was the apex ability of the viral class, granting him the power to absorb, control, modify, and even create plagues at will. Chen Bai activated his newfound strength, and an ominous violet aura began to swirl in the palm of his hand. However, he realized the limitation. Right now, he could only absorb. To level up this god-tier ability, he needed fuel. His eyes narrowed. The hospital was the perfect hunting ground. In a blink, Chen Bai arrived at the first city hospital, but the scene that greeted him was a living nightmare of total chaos. Panic swept through the crowd like a tidal wave. People scattered in every direction, fleeing from the ravenous monster snapping at their heels. Desperate screams of "Save me!" and "Run!" filled the air. One voice pierced the noise. "It is actual zombies!" Chen Bai's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Zombies?" he whispered. A thrill shot through his veins. It was all coming back to him now. While everyone else ran for their lives, Chen Bai stood like an immovable mountain in the storm. He recalled the rumors from his past life. Before the trials officially began, Jiang City suffered 3 supernatural events. The first was the lockdown of the hospital. Chen Bai gritted his teeth, his expression shifting from curiosity to predatory hunger. There was no mistake. This was the legendary starting zone. A terrified man shouted, "Hey kid, are you crazy? Don't go in there!" But Chen Bai ignored the NPC's warning, his eyes locked on the prize as he prepared to charge. "Looks like I am right on time," he muttered. Without a shred of fear, he dashed straight into the jaws of death. Bam! He slammed his palm onto a zombie skull, driving it back into the hospital lobby. It was time to test the Virus Monarch's might. He triggered his innate skill, virus absorption. The undead monstrosity didn't stand a chance. Its very essence was drained in an instant, converting the foul infection into pure, unadulterated power points for Chen Bai. The magnificent Chen Bai threw his head back and laughed, the exhilaration of the hunt coursing through his veins. He glared at the horde with a predator's gaze. "None of you are leaving here alive today." Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, a nightmare was unfolding within the restrooms. The Legion of the Dead had them completely surrounded. "We are done for." "The door won't hold." The doctor trembled violently, his sanity fracturing under the crushing weight of inevitable death. Suddenly, a twisted, manic cackle ripped from his throat. The nurse remained frozen on the floor, her mind haunted by the images of her fallen colleagues, the head nurse, and Director Li. All gone. She looked up, confused by his erratic, gasping breath. "Lu Fang, what is wrong with you?" she asked, her voice trembling with fear. His expression warped into a mask of grotesque desire as he lunged at her. "I have been chasing you for years. Since we are dying anyway, let me have a taste before we rot in hell." She screamed, kicking out at him in sheer horror. "Lu Fang, have you lost your mind? Get away from me." Crash! The barricade shattered into splinters. The zombie swarm poured inside. Lu Fang's lust instantly curdled into cowardly terror. "No! I do not want to die!" In a vile act of betrayal, he seized the nurse and shoved her towards the horde. "Take her!" he shrieked, using her as human bait to buy himself mere seconds. He bolted for the window, screaming, "4th floor!" at the top of his lungs. His face was a portrait of madness as he grasped at his only lifeline. He gambled that a fall was better than being eaten alive. But as a zombie tumbled out after him, Lu Fang found himself dangling, suspended between life and a gruesome demise. Moments later, a deathly silence fell over the hospital corridor. The monsters had been annihilated. The camera panned back to the restroom entrance, where Chen Bai stood over a fallen zombie, tossing it aside like trash. His cold eyes landed on the infected nurse. "Perfect," he noted with clinical detachment. "She is staff, and the infection is fresh. I can still save this one." He didn't hesitate. placing his hand on her and activating the monarch's absorption skill once more. A strategic calculation flashed through his mind. The military would lock this sector down soon. He needed a local guide to navigate this complex labyrinth before they arrived. Energy crackled as he drained the zombie virus from her bloodstream, attempting a daring reversal of the transformation process. Slowly, the milky white haze faded from her eyes, replaced by a human gaze. Color rushed back to her pale cheeks. She gasped. "Huh?" Completely bewildered. It worked, Chen Bai thought, a satisfied smirk touching his lips. She turned to him, stuttering in disbelief. Thank you." He pulled her to her feet. Her consciousness was fully intact. "I know what happened," she whispered, still trembling in shock. Chen Bai cut straight to the chase. "Good. Then I need a favor." Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at her savior. "Anything, but can I please change my clothes first?" Chen Bai ignored her modesty, dragging her down the hall with an iron grip. "No time. Take me to the location with the highest concentration of viruses." They arrived at the pathology department. A corpse marked the entrance. "This is it," the nurse stammered. "All clinical samples are processed here. It is the most dangerous room in the building." Chen Bai's eyes gleamed with greed. Jackpot! He immediately began snatching up vials, mixing deadly cocktails together like a mad chemist. The nurse watched in absolute horror. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Chen Bai silenced her with a sharp look. "Quiet!" In this intense, leveling Manhwa, hesitation meant death. As he absorbed the lethal mixture, the system chimed with sweet rewards. Notification: Hepatitis B virus absorbed. 10 virus points acquired. System alert: Hepatitis virus absorbed. First assimilation bonus, 0.7 points. System alert: Herpes zoster virus assimilated. First time, bonus 9 points. System alert: S virus. First assimilation complete. Point yield 10. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with the insatiable hunger of the system. Absorption complete. The power was ready to be unleashed. Everything was proceeding exactly according to Chen Bai's calculations. He would burn every single point to supercharge the zombie virus foundation. Closing his eyes, he scanned his internal status like a true player. Primitive virus, black light loss virus, T virus, and the K virus. His mind raced. The path to the greatest power spike clearly lay with the black light virus. It was the darkest path, but the one with the highest evolutionary potential. Evolution complete. Zombie virus has ascended to black light virus. All attributes increased by 10. Self-healing boosted by 200%. Congratulations, you have unlocked the core ability of a System Manhwa protagonist, Devouring Evolution. Chen Bai analyzed the data. Blacklight, a virus designed for pure predation and infinite evolution. But his train of thought was shattered by a terrified scream. Zombies were at the door. Instinct took over. "Stay put. Don't move," he commanded. In a blur of motion, his hands snapped around the lead zombie's throat. The nurse watched, eyes wide, paralyzed by his sudden violence. Chen Bai smirked. Faster, stronger. He estimated the creature weighed about 165 pounds. He stared into the rotting face with a predator's grin. "Perfect timing. You will make an excellent test subject for my new gift." He didn't hesitate. Skill activated. Obsidian tendrils exploded from his arm like a living nightmare, coiling tight around the undead flesh. The creature thrashed in despair, choking on its own screams. But struggle was useless against absolute power. In mere seconds, the monster was compressed, crushed, and vanished into a dark void within Chen Bai's grasp. This was the terrifying might of devouring evolution. Drained dry. Not a scrap remained. Chen Bai turned back, the cold satisfaction of an apex predator carved on his face. Excellent. Absorption speed is god tier, and my stamina is refilling instantly. However, Su Shan was trembling violently. She had just witnessed a human devour a monster, whole. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed, stammering words that refused to form. Noting her pale complexion, Chen Bai softened his aura. "What is wrong?" Su Shan took a ragged breath, forcing herself to stand. The fear in her eyes was replaced by steel resolve as she met his gaze. "You saved my life. I trust you won't hurt me," she said firmly. "And I will take your secret to the grave." Chen Bai extended a hand, pulling her up. "Deal! I am Chen Bai." She dusted herself off, composure returning. "Su Shan." Suddenly, a cacophony of chaos erupted from outside. Chen Bai froze. His instinct screamed a warning. He glanced toward the exit. The military and police. They have locked down the zone and started the purge. "We need to move. Now." He grabbed Su Shan's wrist, dragging her into the hospital corridor. "To the roof!" he shouted over the noise. "We are extracting via the terrace." Su Shan struggled to keep up. "Why the roof? Can't we just use the main exit? We aren't infected." "Think about it," Chen Bai shot back. "I don't have time for quarantine and endless interrogations." But as they sprinted, a grotesque shadow crawled along the ceiling, stalking them from the darkness. Chen Bai continued explaining the plan, completely unaware of the predator looming directly above. Before he could finish, the creature lunged. Its head dangled down in a horrific display. Chen Bai shoved Su Shan aside instantly. Stepping into the danger zone, Su Shan screamed, her face draining of color. She couldn't process the horror descending upon them. What is that?" the mutated zombie roared, bearing a maw of razor-sharp fangs that dripped with insatiable hunger. Chen Bai clutched his injured arm, but instead of fear, a manic excitement burned in his eyes. Blood trickled down his fingers. A mutated variant this early? Even he hadn't predicted this twist in the new timeline. He gritted his teeth, grinning like a madman. "Interesting. A mutation where others see death, I see a golden opportunity." His gaze grew feral, a violent aura exploding around him. "I wonder," he growled, "what kind of evolution will the blacklight virus grant me if I devour you?" The beast didn't wait for a monologue. It launched itself like a meat-seeking missile. With that size and momentum, a single hit would turn Chen Bai into paste. But he was ready. He planted his feet and exploded into motion. Pushing his agility to the absolute limit, he executed a flawless aerial flip, dodging death by a single inch. Counterattack! He drove a heavy, reinforced kick straight into the beast's midsection. The zombie flew back, eyes clouded with rage, but it recovered instantly, bouncing off the floor to strike again. "Too slow!" Chen Bai rolled, evading the lethal swipe. He flowed into his next stance, unleashing a barrage of strikes designed to dismantle the enemy piece by piece. The creature shrieked in agony as the blows rained down. Its movements became erratic. Chen Bai analyzed the pattern instantly. "It is strong, but its overall stats are lower than mine. Time to end this." Chen Bai concentrated all his power into his right fist. He launched a devastating punch, aimed straight at the creature's vital point. Impact! The zombie slammed into the wall. Spiderweb cracks spread through the concrete, but the monster didn't fall. Chen Bai frowned, his hand throbbing. "Damn it! Its defense is insane!" The recoil sent him skidding backward across the floor. The wall crawler detached itself, screaming a war cry as it refused to stay down. Chen Bai stood tall, his rapid regeneration already erasing his wounds, but his mind was calculating. No good. Blunt force isn't enough. At this rate, the fight will drag on too long. Crash! Su Shan shattered the emergency glass with her elbow. She grabbed the fire axe, her hands trembling, but her grip firm. "Chen Bai!" she screamed. He turned just in time to see the weapon spinning through the air. Behind him, the beast lunged. Chen Bai ducked, feeling the wind of its claws slice above him. 1 second later, and he would have been headless. His hand snapped out, snatching the axe handle from the air. "Nice assist, Su Shan." The weight of the steel felt perfect in his hand. He leaped, landing squarely on the zombie's shoulders. "Let's speedrun this boss fight." Steel sang against bone. A few flashes of the axe, and then a horizontal slash tore through the creature's torso. It howled, finally feeling the fear of true death. Chen Bai grinned the smile of a reaper. He danced around its desperate flailing. Leaping high into the air, he raised the axe above his head. "Go to hell!" But the monster adapted. It surged forward, knocking Chen Bai out of the air mid-strike. The axe clattered away across the floor. Both fighter and monster collapsed to their knees, staring each other down. Exhausted, Chen Bai wiped blood from his lip, a dark chuckle escaping him. "Still breathing, huh?" He gripped the axe handle again, stomping his boot violently onto the zombie's skull. Rule number 1. Always double tap low HP trash, or you'll be the one waiting to respawn. The taunt only fueled its rage. With a final burst of adrenaline, the beast drove its claws forward, slamming Chen Bai into the concrete wall. Agony exploded in his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson lifeblood. Su Xin screamed in pure horror. His axe lay on the floor just inches out of reach, and death was staring him directly in the face. Chen Bai looked down at his stomach, but instead of fear, a dark smirk curled his lips. Death was knocking, yet he refused to answer. This is actually perfect. The zombie's claws were buried deep in his gut, yet his skin refused to tear any further. Chen Bai laughed with arrogant disdain. "You think you can rip me apart?" The zombie roared furiously, but inside Chen Bai, the blacklight virus was screaming to be unleashed. Like a hellish kraken, viral biomass erupted from his body, latching violently onto the undead monstrosity. He activated his evolution skill, Devour. Pitch-black tentacles wrapped around the monster's face, silencing its helpless screams forever. A victor's grin spread across Chen Bai's face. "Now you know fear." His eyes burned like demon fire as he watched the creature wither into nothingness. It was too late for regrets. Su Xin watched the nightmare unfold before her trembling eyes. Terror warred with relief in her heart as she managed a shaky smile. "Thank God you're alive, Chen Bai." System alert. Devour complete. Target level 2 sharp claw zombie. Chen Bai landed softly as the blue screen flashed again. This was the peak of a mana leveling experience. The blacklight virus was evolving. His very biology began to rewrite itself at a cellular level. He inherited the monster's lethal traits. Bones shifted, flesh hardened, and his fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws. Chen Bai inspected his new weapons with satisfaction. Devour, then evolve. The blacklight virus he absorbed was truly a god-tier cheat code. He mentally thanked his past self for the gamble. Choosing the blacklight virus was the single best decision of his life. Suddenly, the heavy echo of combat boots filled the hospital corridor. A military squad appeared, weapons raised and ready to purge survivors. One soldier shouted, "Attention!" The command exploded in the heavy air. Hands in the air, Chen Bai turned slowly, completely unfazed. Seeing no fear, the soldier's finger tightened on the trigger. Count of 3. Move or we fire. 3, 2. Before the final count, Chen Bai scooped Su Xin into his arms with godlike speed. "Time to go. They aren't here to talk." The commander screamed, "Fire!" A hail of bullets shredded the air where Chen Bai stood, but he was already a blur, moving faster than human eyes could track. Su Xin guided him urgently. "Roof! Turn right for the balcony!" Chen Bai sprinted like a demon, ignoring the bullets slamming into his back like angry hornets. Su Xin cried out in panic, "Chen Bai, you're hit!" His face remained stone cold. "I know." "Stay quiet. Don't move." He kicked the rooftop door off its hinges. The open sky awaited. "Where do you live?" he demanded. Stunned, she stammered, "RGF District, North Road." He glanced at her, looking like a tragic hero straight out of a novel. "Copy that." Without hesitation, he leaped off the skyscraper into the abyss. Su Xin screamed as gravity took hold, but Chen Bai landed and kept running, an unstoppable force of nature carrying his princess. Back at the safety of her apartment in Rangfeng District, Su Xin ushered him inside. The bathroom is there. Let me treat your wounds. He shook his head, dismissing the pain. The bullets passed through. I heal fast. Don't worry about it. But Su Shen was stubborn. No, I have to check. Seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, he sighed. Fine, all right. In the bathroom, clothes lay discarded on the floor. Su Shen blushed crimson. Look, the marks remain. She traced the bullet holes on his skin. Her eyes lingered on his abs, shyly avoiding his gaze. Stomach and chest. They haven't fully healed yet. Chen Bai smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. If I eat you, I'd recover instantly. His gaze turned predatory. Well, want to offer yourself up? She didn't flinch, meeting his eyes. You won't eat me. If you wanted to, you would have done it ages ago. He leaned in, lips brushing her ear, voice dropping to a seductive whisper. You're mistaken. I didn't eat before, only because the timing was wrong. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Suddenly he pulled her close, his hand shredding her dress in one fluid motion. But now, the mood is perfect. Passion darkened his eyes as he asked, So, will you let me feast to restore my power? Her resistance melted away. Softly, she whispered, At least let me shower first. He didn't wait, capturing her lips in a domineering kiss. Deal. Steam and passion filled the bathroom instantly. The chaotic world outside was forgotten. Meanwhile, his phone buzzed relentlessly with desperate messages. Xiaomu here? Chen Bai, where are you? San is looking for you. Hey, are you dead? Roommate said you went to the hospital. Hundreds of texts piled up, ignored. Later, walking the streets, Chen Bai pieced together the chaos of this newly awakened mana timeline. Strange events had plagued Jiang City before the trial began. It was time to connect the dots. The hospital lockdown, the explosion in the suburbs, the monster slaughterhouse. But the third event was a blank void in his memory. Intel on the pre-apocalypse era was scarce. Nobody took the rumors seriously, treating them as idle gossip. Until hell finally broke loose. What a headache, Chen Bai muttered, rubbing his throbbing temples. Suddenly, his phone shattered the silence. He answered, Chen Bai, I got breakfast. Su Shan's voice trembled violently on the line. 2 men are here. They say Song Zichong wants to see you. He paused, surprised. Su Shan peered through the peephole. They look dangerous. Chen Bai, isn't that a trap? That woman is the queen of Jiang City. Panic rose in her voice. What should I do? He calmed her down with a steady voice. They aren't lying. Tell them to wait outside. Hearing his absolute confidence, she finally exhaled. Okay, I understand. He hung up and checked Songji's chat. Thousands of missed calls. Hey, are you dead yet? My roommate said you're at the hospital. Are you okay? Answer me. What's happening over there? I haven't even made you my boyfriend yet. You better not be dead. I'm actually worried, you idiot. Song Zichong, Songji's mother. A smirk played on his lips. The little princess called Mommy for help. Interesting. If the queen found Su Shan, she already knew something vital. He made up his mind. Looks like I have a date with the boss. A car sped toward the frozen warehouse in the suburbs. Song Zichong, a self-made legend, the wealthiest tycoon in Jiang City, and ruler of both the light and dark worlds. The black sedan glided to a halt. Mr. Chen, this way, please. As Chen Bai stepped out, his mind drifted to the future he once knew. After the great trial descended, this woman awakened an A-rank talent, rapidly building a faction that bowed only to her. She eventually crushed all opposition in the three-way war, becoming the true Iron Queen of Jiang City. He slowly pieced together memories of his past life. Back then, she was an existence so high above him, he could only gaze up in awe. A calculated smirk played on Chen Bai's lips. But things were different now. If he could tame this queen and bring her under his banner, he could achieve miracles in the precious time remaining before the apocalypse fully hit. Footsteps echoed on the concrete. A woman emerged in the corridor of the suburban cold storage facility. Seeing her, the bodyguards bowed with absolute reverence. President Song, Chen Bai has arrived. There she was, the queen of Jiang City, Song Ziqiang. Her sharp gaze landed on him as she spoke. Student Chen, apologies for bringing you to such a grim place, but I have business here that simply cannot wait. Chen Bai cut straight through the pleasantries. Let us skip the small talk. Why did you seek me out? Song Ziqiang stepped closer, her presence overwhelming. I looked for you because Little Song ran home in a panic, saying you vanished from Jiang City's top hospital. She begged me to intervene. She locked eyes with him, analyzing every micro-expression. I brought you here because I wanted to see for myself. What kind of young man could make my daughter worry so much? Just how much charisma do you actually possess? Chen Bai realized she was playing games. He held her gaze and replied coolly, I have no patience for riddles. What is your true objective, Auntie Song? Seeing his unyielding attitude, she smiled in approval. Refreshing. Very well, I will be blunt. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. How about becoming my man? If you truly like Little Song, I wouldn't object to having you as a son-in-law either. Chen Bai didn't flinch. I see no reason why I should accept your solicitation. Song Ziqiang turned away, letting out a soft laugh. After seeing Student Chen's heroic performance at the hospital, anyone would fall for you, wouldn't they? Her words struck a chord. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. Suspicion clouded his features. I distinctly remember destroying the hospital's surveillance system and cutting the power. How could you possibly know what happened, let alone find me so quickly? Song Ziqiang pressed the button for the elevator. Do not underestimate me. As the doors opened, she added, My people recovered the footage from the lobby to the blind spots. It was child's play. She pulled out her phone, a triumphant glint in her eyes. Furthermore, fate was on my side. One of my operatives happened to be inside the hospital at that exact moment. She tapped the screen. A message exchanged with her operative, Ali, was visible. Negative. I am blocked at the ward entrance. There are too many zombies. Song Ziqiang had replied, Hold your position. Reinforcements are coming. Ali sent her coordinates. I'm in Ward 523 on the 5th floor. Song acknowledged. Understood. Moments later, Ali messaged again. Sister, I am safe. A mysterious expert just slaughtered all the zombies. Song Ziqiang had asked. You are joking, right? Ali's voice dropped to a grave whisper. No, this was a slaughter. He immediately displayed the footage of Chen Bai and Su Shen cutting a bloody path to freedom. Song Ziqiang watched the carnage on the screen, her lips curling into the smile of a predator who had finally cornered her prey. Fortune truly favors the bold, she purred. Among the survivors pulled from the military quarantine zone this morning, I discovered a man with close ties to your little nurse, Su Shin. His name is Lu Fang. The moment those syllables hit the air, Chen Bai's heart skipped a beat. Lu Fang. His mind violently recoiled to the previous night in Su Shin's apartment. Lying amidst tangled sheets, he had asked about the incident. Back then, there was a man hiding in the restroom named Lu Fang. Su Shin had not held back the ugly truth. That coward had not only intended to assault her, but he planned to push her into the jaws of the undead to save his own skin. He shoved me toward the zombies and tried to climb out the window, she had whispered, trembling. But he panicked, crashed into the glass, and stopped moving. Chen Bai had dismissed the body hanging on the wall as a mere corpse at the time, but Su Shin's eyes had turned icy at the memory. I hope he is dead. I hate him with every fiber of my being. Chen Bai had simply hummed a cold acknowledgement. Then Su Shin had smiled shyly, the heavy mood shifting instantly. I feel much better now. Shall we continue? Chen Bai had chuckled, teasing her. Forget it. I truly did not expect it to be your first time. You were screaming quite tragically just now. Su Shin buried her face in embarrassment. I am sorry. Chen Bai let it slide, his voice softening. It is fine. We have plenty of time in the future. But Su Shin suddenly flipped over, pinning him down with fierce determination. No, today I must make sure my savior is fully satisfied. The memory faded as the elevator chimed, arriving at the F1 cargo corridor. Chen Bai's voice dropped, dangerous and low. Tell me where the quarantine survivors are being held. But Song Zicheng was a merchant of power first and foremost. She needed leverage. Pledge your loyalty to me as my subordinate, she countered immediately, and I will tell you everything. How about it? Chen Bai smiled, a mysterious aura flaring around him like a dark cloak. Auntie Song, you truly are underestimating me. She looked at him with arrogant amusement. Perhaps information is not enough to buy a talent like yours, but I can offer much more. Before she could finish her sales pitch, Chen Bai cut her off. No, you misunderstand. My point is, you think you know me. If you knew the truth, you would realize something important. Chen Bai turned slowly. I can never be your subordinate. He raised his hand, flesh warping and twisting until it transformed into a terrifying, razor-sharp claw. Instead, you should be the one submitting to me. Ali and Song Zicheng both stumbled back in shock. Is that a mutation? The zombie virus? Ali rushed forward to shield his boss. Chen Bai flexed his power, giving them a terrifying glimpse of what a true awakened warrior looked like. Now, he dictated the terms. Become my woman, and I will share the secrets of this new world with you. Deal? Ali watched nervously as her boss stepped forward. President Song! But Song Zicheng stood her ground, fearless before the monster. You are looking down on me too, Student Chen. A simple claw trick is not enough to make me surrender. Besides, you already have that beautiful young nurse. Why would you be interested in an older woman like me? Chen Bai stepped into her personal space, the proximity making her breath hitch. Who wouldn't be moved by such a beautiful woman? Everything has its pros and cons, but at least in these chaotic times before the apocalypse fully descends, you can be of much more use to me than Su Xin. The apocalypse? You mean these zombies? Song asked. Chen Bai scoffed. Zombies? Those rotting sacks of meat are nothing but trash. Song pressed him, eyes narrowing. Trash? You seem to know a great deal. His voice was filled with absolute certainty, carrying the weight of a man who had seen hell. Far more than you could ever imagine. This was the advantage of a returner. Song Zicheng extended her hand. We are both people who refuse to bow down. Let us cooperate then. My resources for your information. Chen Bai took her hand. Agreed. It seemed that conquering the queen of Jiang City would not be a simple task. She smiled, her confidence blazing back to life. Naturally, she looked deep into his eyes. But I truly look forward to the day a man appears who can actually conquer me. Do your best, Student Chen. Bang! A gunshot shattered the atmosphere, interrupting their fragile alliance. Chen Bai turned sharply. A gunshot! What is happening? Song Zicheng stepped in front of him, brows knitting together as her voice dropped to a whisper. Last night, Commander Huang of the Jiang City Military District sent Zhao Lianchang to negotiate with me. They requisitioned a section of the cold storage to freeze live zombies and quarantine the survivors rescued from the hospital. Her face paled. The situation just got complicated. She scanned the chaotic scene, anxiety spiking as she analyzed the tactical situation. Those gunshots. It has to be them. But how? There were only 30 zombies trapped in the deep freeze. They should be frozen stiff. We have half a company stationed here. Chen Bai stood like a shadow behind her, his silence heavy as he calculated their next move. Cold usually slows the undead, but they found us too quickly. Fools! They fail to grasp the truth of this awakened world. / Extreme environments are merely fuel that accelerates the mutation. / A variant zombie has appeared. He mentally cataloged every anomaly in an instant. / His mind processed the battlefield data with the cold precision of a supercomputer. Suddenly, the truth struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could this be ground zero for the suburban explosion? Chen Bai grinned, a predator finally sensing its prey. He turned to his squad, eyes burning with intensity. Let's move. We are going in. His inner thoughts raced, trembling with anticipation. Perfect. I wonder what kind of twisted evolution awaits me in the darkness. Time to feed. Outside, the squad fought a hopeless battle against a colossus. The commander roared over the deafening cacophony of battle. "Grenades! Where are the damn grenades?" "Throw them down its throat." Slash. A soldier obeyed, hurling the explosive, but the beast possessed a terrifying, human-like intelligence. It turned directly into the blast. Smoke erupted, swallowing the giant figure in a suffocating gray haze. A second later, the Titan emerged from the ash, completely unscathed. Its massive hand crushed the grenadier like an insect. Its roar shook the very earth, vibrating through their bones. Commander Shao watched in horror as his men were slaughtered. "Fall back! Standard ballistics are useless! We can't even scratch that thing!" "Form fire teams. Rotate the aggro and keep it distracted. We just need to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Don't let it focus on a single target. Is that clear?" Slash. Suddenly, Song Zichong materialized next to him. Slash. Her smile failed to reach her sharp, calculating eyes. "Commander Shao, tell your men to holster the explosives and retreat." Shao frowned, confused by her sudden authority in this hellscape. "Boss Song, what is the meaning of this?" Slash. "Your toys can't scratch that mountain of flesh. Stop throwing your men into a meat grinder. It is suicide." Slash. Her voice dropped to an icy, absolute command. "Order them to secure my staff from the freezer and the quarantine survivors. Evacuate immediately. Leave the killing to the professionals." Xiao stared at the monstrosity, cold sweat drenching his forehead. "Impossible. That thing is too fast. If we don't draw its aggro, nobody leaves this place alive." Slash. The beast raised a massive fist, ready to pulverize a soldier into paste. Yet Zichong remained perfectly calm, as if watching a theater performance. She glanced at Zhao, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. "Just do as I say, Commander. Don't worry about the monster. The real heavy hitter is already here." In a flash of cold steel, Chen Bai appeared like a summoned blade. He blocked the crushing blow with impossible strength. "Just passing through," he grunted. "Damn, that impact nearly shattered my arm. Can't tank this brute force head on." Chen Bai didn't hesitate. He unleashed the virus claw. Slash. Dark energy manifested, slashing viciously at the creature's arm, and finally drawing first blood. Confused by the sudden pain, the monster lashed out in a blind rage. It smashed the adjacent building to rubble, ignoring Chen Bai entirely. Commander Shao's jaw dropped as he witnessed the supernatural clash. He turned to Boss Song, his voice trembling with fear. "What on earth is that thing? Did you breed a monster?" Zichong clicked her tongue, shaking her head at his ignorance. "What are you saying, Commander? He is human, just ascended." "Then who is he?" She raised an elegant eyebrow. "My business partner." Slash. Meanwhile, Chen Bai realized the Titan was ignoring him to get to the fresh meat supply. He vaulted onto the stockpile of frozen beef. He grinned down at the charging beast. "No snacks for you, ugly. Wasting high-grade protein on you is a crime." Slash. Black tendrils erupted from his body, wrapping around the cargo to shield the precious loot from the monster's reach. He wasn't about to lose his resources to this glutton. Denied its meal, the monster roared in frustration and pulverized the warehouse wall. Its hunger drove it into a frenzy. As Chen Bai dodged, the system interface chimed in his mind. Absorption complete. High-grade frozen beef consumed. Blacklight virus evolving. Strength and endurance parameters increasing. He smirked, feeling the raw energy surge through his veins. Premium beef really is the best. Stamina restored, stats boosted. He glanced at the beast. It's trying to regenerate. It must be exhausted. Chen Bai waited like a viper hiding in the grass. The moment the monster's guard dropped, he resumed his blade form. Slash! He launched a devastating sneak attack. The strike connected squarely with the beast's face. The giant crashed to the ground, shaking the foundations and leaving the spectators stunned in silence. He dove down, raining punches on the fallen Titan. While it was still twitching, he grinned maniacally. Perfect. Slash tendrils exploded from his back, binding the creature in a suffocating grip of death. Commander Zhao watched in sheer terror, stuttering as his worldview shattered. That is absolutely not a human being. Chen Bai stood over his prey, whispering one single word: evolve. Zhao felt his sanity slipping away. He's a monster, just like them. Sudden clarity hit the commander. Right. While both monsters were occupied, he grabbed his radio. This is Zhao. Where is that air support? Requesting immediate missile strike at my coordinates. I want this entire grid wiped out. Before he could confirm, a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned to find Ziqiang smiling. It was a look that sent shivers down his spine. Cool your head, Commander. Think carefully. That man is currently the only reason you are still breathing. Her voice was colder than death. Pull a stunt like that again, and we all die. 10 minutes later, the tables had turned. Her elite squad had the commander trapped. Static hissed from Xiao's radio. Target locked. Missiles ready. Boss Zhang leaned in, her whisper carrying the weight of a death sentence. Commander Zhao, weigh your next move carefully. One slip, and you're history. Zhao forced a laugh, but the cold sweat drenching his back betrayed his terror. Stand down, he barked into the comms. As long as he doesn't attack, hold fire. I repeat, hold your fire. Meanwhile, Chen Bai heard the sweetest melody in the world. The system notification. First kill acquired. Roseanne zombie. Strength variant. Virus points extracted. Unlocking talent. Virus King. By devouring this rare variant, his blacklight virus didn't just level up, it evolved. Host reconstruction complete. New ability unlocked. Hammer Fist. Chen Bai flexed his hand, feeling the density change. He was itching to test this new weapon of mass destruction. Incredible. He stared at his own hands, marveling at the surging energy. This leveling mana cheat wasn't just strong, it was game-breaking. The Hammer Fist felt capable of crushing steel like paper. It was a shame there was nothing left alive in the vicinity to pulverize. A satisfied smirk curled his lips as he felt the heavy firepower now at his fingertips. He quickly stored the weapon into his inventory, whispering to himself, Perfect. This is definitely the jackpot of the day. He reached into his pocket, retrieving the true prize of the battle. Chen Bai chuckled as he inspected the loot. The Roseanne core. He studied the pulsating nucleus, his mind racing with wild possibilities. The Roseanne core, he mused, analyzing the item data. An ultra-rare material essential for crafting legendary tier equipment. If I can figure out how to control this energy, I wouldn't just build a base. I could create a fortress of infinite growth. Suddenly, a lunatic idea sparked in Chen Bai's mind. Wait, what if I feed it? Could I cultivate an entire army of Rosan monsters? Shuddering at his own terrifying genius, he quietly slipped the volatile core back into his pocket for safekeeping. Just then, Boss Zhang called out from behind. Chen Bai! She gestured to the stunning young woman standing beside her, who was beaming a bright smile. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Li. Chen Bai turned, crossing his arms as he appraised the girl with a cool, detached gaze. Lu Li, I know you. You're that internet celebrity famous in Jiang City, he said, his tone sharpening like a blade. You were the one sneaking photos in the hospital, weren't you? Lu Li smiled nervously, nodding fast. That was me. Thank you. You've saved my life twice now. Chen Bai shrugged with utter indifference. Just passing by. By the way, did you record me killing that Roseanne beast? Lu Li looked apologetic. Sorry, occupational hazard. I can delete the footage right now. Chen Bai cut her off, his eyes narrowing. No, since you saved it, don't leak it. Keep it safe. I have a specific use for that footage later. Lu Li nodded obediently, like a junior receiving orders from a senior. Understood. Captain Zhao suddenly interrupted the moment, stepping into their space with rigid military stiffness. So this kid is Chen Bai? Commander Huang from the military district expects a full report on everything you know. Chen Bai frowned, his expression darkening as he fell into a deep, abyss-like contemplation. Commander Huang Xiangchu. That was a name carved into his memory with blood and hatred. In his past life, after the apocalypse fully descended, awakeners were exploited like livestock. They were treated worse than dogs or pigs. At first, they used patriotism to manipulate them. Later, it became pure abuse and slavery. Chen Bai had been there, starving, desperate, and broken. Anyone who tried to leave was branded a traitor and hunted down. That tyrant was the reason he was forced to flee Jiang City just to survive. Snapping back to reality from those grim memories, he walked over to Boss Zhang and whispered, "Boss, do I need to go handle this handover?" Zhang shook her head firmly. "Absolutely not. I don't even know what they're talking about, and neither do you." Chen Bai lowered his head, muttering. But before he could finish, Zhang interrupted, already reading his mind. "I know. Let me handle this trash." Zhang marched straight up to Captain Zhao, cutting off his attempt to protest. "Mr. Chen, Boss Zhang, I hope you both fulfill your duties as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom." Zhang stopped him, her voice dripping with venom. "Duty my ass. Zhao, don't use that tone with me. You aren't even worthy of being a captain. Tell Huang Xiangchu that if he wants something, he can come find me himself." Her ferocious aura exploded, completely terrifying Captain Zhao. He stammered, sweating profusely, unable to form a coherent sentence. I... Suddenly, a soldier ran up with an urgent report. "Captain Zhao, the quarantined civilians have arrived!" Hearing this, Chen Bai's eyes lit up with cold, murderous intent. "Is there anyone named Lu Fang in quarantine?" Captain Zhao turned to his subordinate. "Is there?" The soldier nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir. He's the one making the most noise back there." Chen Bai glanced at Captain Zhao, his voice dropping to a commanding growl. "Captain, I want to see this Lu Fang immediately." Thoroughly intimidated, Zhao quickly ordered his men. "Bring him here." The soldier saluted. "Yes, sir." Moments later, Lu Fang was dragged in. He walked with sickening arrogance, laughing wildly. "Captain Zhao, did my dad call you? I knew it! My father is Liu Hunong, the vice director of the #1 hospital." As he gloated, oblivious to the danger, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder like the grip of death itself. He spun around in confusion, locking eyes with Chen Bai. In that split second of contact, Chen Bai silently injected a lethal virus into the young master's veins. A chilling smile played on Chen Bai's lips, one that never reached his cold eyes. "I am the one looking for you." "Someone asked me to deliver a message." Lu Fang frowned, bewilderment etched across his face. "Huh? Who are you?" Chen Bai's voice dropped to a guttural growl. "Last night, Su Yin sent her regards for pushing her into the zombie horde back then. She wants you to rot in hell." Terror washed over Lu Fang, and he began to tremble violently. "How do you know that? She cannot be alive." Suddenly, Chen Bai leaped back, his voice booming over the crowd. "Everyone, retreat! He is turning into a zombie!" Lu Fang screamed in a mix of pure rage and denial. "You are the damn zombie! You are messing with me, aren't you? You bastard! How dare you play cheap tricks? Su Yin was nothing but a burden. How could she possibly be with you? Go die!" He tried to lunge at Chen Bai, but his body seized up midair. The virus consumed him in an instant. Lu Fang lost all control, transforming into a ravenous, undead beast right before their eyes. Chen Bai, however, had anticipated this very moment. He unleashed a devastating punch, blasting the creature backward with explosive impact. Lowering his fist, he thought calmly to himself, "Not bad. The kinetic force is far greater than I calculated." He turned to Song Zichang, casually dusting off his hands. "Let us go, boss. Your performance was acceptable. We can discuss other matters tonight." Song Zichang followed him, her voice teasing and playful. "From now on, you can simply call me Ziqiang or Sister Song." Chen Bai raised an eyebrow in indifference. "Oh?" She grabbed his hand, beaming with a radiant smile. "Being your business partner is profitable, but I think becoming your woman sounds even more enticing. Is it too late to apply for the position?" Chen Bai glanced at her, a slight frown marring his face. That depends entirely on your value and your future performance. The two quickly departed the chaotic scene. Inside the car, Song Zicheng turned to test the waters. Perfect timing, Mr. Chen. Let me treat you to dinner at my place. Chen Bai replied coldly, closing his eyes to rest. Do not disturb me until we arrive. Song Zicheng complied with a knowing smile. All right. Chen Bai rummaged through his mental interface, thinking, it is time for the lottery draw. Let us see what loot the boss Rosen dropped. In the system menu, this was the moment of truth. Chen Bai opened his inventory. 2 skill books. My luck is not terrible. He reviewed the information with a critical eye. Active skill, Bloodlust. Increases all attributes significantly upon activation. The buff lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown is 1 day, but during the cooldown, all stats drop by 50%. Chen Bai clicked his tongue in annoyance. Trash. This is useless to me. The cost far outweighs the benefit. He checked the next notification. Passive skill, Muscle Growth. Massively increases muscle density, doubling strength and stamina growth rates. Chen Bai shook his head, rejecting it instantly. This one is garbage as well. I need speed, not bulk. From my past life's knowledge, equipping this item is a trap for novices. It transforms the user into a hulking, muscle-bound monstrosity, permanently sacrificing agility for brute strength. They are the perfect tools for buying loyalty or establishing a powerhouse faction. Chen Bai's eyes narrowed as a memory from his past life surfaced. Speaking of building a faction, the time is ripe. He quickly tallied his assets. 6 gold coins, 35 silver, and 6 copper. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. The reward for slaughtering Rosen was exactly 6 gold coins. Just enough to establish a system chat group. Through this channel, I can gather the awakened pioneers and guide them to secure a solid foundation before the chaos of the trial truly begins. He hit confirm without hesitation, watching 5 gold coins vanish from his balance. In the later stages of this system, reality and faction politics become a nightmare. Forging alliances now was a critical tactical move. A holographic notification materialized before his eyes. You are creating chat group 001. Please enter a name. Selecting cancel will generate a default designation. Chen Bai did not waste a second on vanity. He casually tapped cancel. The system chimed. Group created. Chat group number 001. His eyes gleamed with a cold, predatory light. Heroes. Just you wait. I will rebuild White Emperor City into a divine kingdom. And you? You will be reduced to nothing more than whimpering curs, groveling at my feet. 3 hours later, inside Song Zicheng's luxurious villa, the elegance of the room contrasted sharply with the heavy tension as she studied him, her fingers tracing her chin in deep thought. In the universal trial, over 90% of humanity will mutate into monsters or become evolvers. Firearms will jam, circuits will fry. Modern technology is about to become obsolete debris. Chen Bai leaned back into the sofa, radiating an aura of absolute control. That is all the intel I am willing to share. Surely, that is enough for a woman of your caliber to seize the advantage. Song Zicheng shook her head slowly. No, it is not enough. Chen Bai, let us cut the games. What does it take to become one of your people? Chen Bai's answer was as sharp as a blade. First, capability. I have no use for dead weight. Second, loyalty. I require the absolute, unquestioning obedience of a faithful hound. Zicheng paused, weighing her soul against survival. Loyalty? That I can offer. Her tone shifted, hardening into the steel of a queen. But capability? I am peerless. Money, influence, power. In all of Jiang City, I stand at the apex. No one looks down on me. Chen Bai silenced her with a glare colder than the grave. The old world is already a corpse. In the coming trial, your billions and titles are nothing but dust in the wind. Those assets only make you a luxury item, a high-value slave for the strong. I can practically see the auction listing written in blood. The Queen and Princess of Jiang City, sold to the highest bidder. Isn't that the twisted fantasy every man dreams of before the apocalypse consumes us all? Zicheng frowned, her sharp gaze narrowing. Chen Bai leaned in. Do you want to know the difference between being my loyal hound and becoming another man's plaything? Chen Bai shrugged, his face a mask of indifference. A hound is granted claws to hunt and serves a master who never fears the bite. I won't leash your potential out of insecurity. Why? Because no matter how strong you become, I will always be stronger. I will remain above you, eternally. That was the absolute power she craved. Zicheng waved a hand, a dazzling smile shattering the room's tension like glass. My instincts scream one thing. If I hesitate now, I miss the only ark sailing through the coming hell. With elegance, she lowered herself. One knee hit the floor. Her eyes didn't waver. They burned with the fire of resolve. I pledge my life, my city, and my soul to you, Master. Chen Bai observed her submission with a cold amusement. A heavy silence filled the air before he broke it. I must admit, seeing the untouchable queen of Jiang City kneeling at my feet, it brings a rather exquisite sense of satisfaction. He stepped closer, lifting her chin with a single finger. Show me that ambition once more. He pulled back abruptly. But enough games. I have a mission for you. Inside chat group 001, Zicheng instantly shifted into command. Lang Chong, order Lu Li to forward Chen Bai's combat footage to me immediately. Then, escort her home. That poor girl has been living in terror for 2 days. Let her rest. Next, mobilize the cyber team. I want Chen Bai's website pinned to the top of every major forum. Stick the title to The Pathfinders. Author ID, White Emperor. Lang Chang acknowledged the order and turned to the trembling Lu Li. Director Zi Chang needs the video file. After that, clock out. You're going home. Lu Li blinked, processed the words, and froze. Home? Is there nothing else? The director knows you're at your limit. She wants you to rest and recover your spirit. Relief crashed over Lu Li like a wave. Thank you, Sister Lang. Truly. Today was... She shuddered, the gruesome memories clawing at her mind. I haven't fully accepted that zombies might eat me, but seeing Chen Bai's overwhelming power, it's the only thing that makes me feel safe. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Zhu Chang's phone buzzed violently on the table. The screen flashed. Daughter. Chen Bai glanced at it, a smirk touching his lips, and coolly answered, Oh, Songjia. On the other end, Songjia's voice chirped, bright and unaware. Hello, Mom? Sister Lang said you needed me back for something urgent? Chen Bai chuckled darkly. It's me, Chen Bai. Songjia's voice spiked with shock, then exploded into instant fury. Chen Bai? Why the hell do you have my mother's phone? Where is she? Chen Bai replied, his voice maddeningly calm. Your mother is currently occupied. Just get back here. It's critical. Songjia let out a frustrated sigh through the speaker. Fine. You better stay right there. And Chen Bai, I sent you 12 messages and you ignored every single one. You... Silence met her ears. She pulled the phone away. The call had ended. She stared at the screen, jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. He actually hung up on me? Her face flushed crimson, body trembling with indignation. That arrogant jerk! Chen Bai, I swear, one day I'll make you crawl at my feet. Back at the villa, Zicheng asked softly, a rare vulnerability cracking her voice. Master, will you extend your protection to my daughter as well? Chen Bai patted her head, treating the queen like a favored pet. Her aptitude is mediocre, and she's spoiled rotten. However, serve me well, and I guarantee she won't degenerate into a mindless zombie when the awakening begins. Zicheng blushed, bowing deep. Thank you, Master. Later, at a covert warehouse on the outskirts, Songjia confronted her mother. Mom, tell me you aren't being scammed by that Chen Bai, Songjia demanded, stomping her foot. You actually believe this apocalypse nonsense? Zicheng sat down gracefully, crossing her legs with an air of absolute, regal composure. "This arrogance is why I forbade you from seeing him. Listen, do not speak. Just observe him. Honestly." Songjia pouted, but reluctantly nodded. "Oh, fine." Nearby, Lang Chang approached Chen Bai with a grim report. "Mr. Chen, I've investigated every location in the city rumored to harbor monsters. This is the only site that matches your specific description." She scanned the perimeter. The underground casino had become a tomb. Dealers and gamblers alike were now nothing more than piles of rotting flesh. 160 hostiles. No elites or mutants like the Roshan type detected. Chen Bai nodded, his expression unreadable. Understood. His mind raced, calculating the variables. A zombie slaughterhouse? Impossible. In an enclosed space, a Roshan type is a nightmare to kill. No one farms them this easily. However, this location is isolated, he muttered. He turned to Lang Chang, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. "You cleared every high-threat zone rumored on the network? Is this truly the last one?" Ling Chang nodded sharply. "Affirmative." Chen Bai let out a sharp breath as reality set in. They were not alone. Someone else was out there hunting. Someone was actively harvesting the undead. The military only quarantined a few dozen at a time, but this unknown entity, they were sweeping the map clean, hoarding every monster and zombie in sight like a glutton. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. A curious warrior. Or perhaps a pioneer who finally understands the truth of this world. This story is finally getting interesting. Mana surged violently around Chen Bai. "Open it." The survivors obeyed instantly, straining against the heavy sealed doors to reveal the suffocating darkness within. The moment the seal broke, a horde of walking dead lunged forward like starving beasts. Panic seized the guard, but Chen Bai didn't even flinch. Boom! His power detonated, turning the entire front line into a grotesque rain of gore. One straggler tried to crawl forward, its instincts refusing to accept death. Chen Bai stepped in, crushing its skull beneath his boot with cold indifference. Su Xin watched through her screen, paralyzed, while San gagged at the overwhelming stench. Chen Bai placed a hand on a corpse, draining the viral essence instantly. Ding! The system interface materialized in midair.
Over 300 zombies eliminated. Title acquired, Zombie Hunter.
All attributes +5. Damage against zombies increased by 5%. As he walked, the prompts continued to cascade. 500 virus points collected. Unlock zombie virus serum formula in the virus talent tree. His eyes narrowed in intrigue. A serum formula. In this apocalyptic wasteland, that recipe was worth more than liquid gold. Unlock formula. Cost 300 points. Do it. He didn't hesitate for a second. This was a game changer. Even those who had triggered an awakening could still fall to the infection. In this cruel new reality, immunity was a lie. He signaled the group. "Song Ziqing, bring them in. Do you recall the iron rule I gave you before we departed?" Song Ziqing stepped forward, her aura sharp and disciplined. "We remember." Beside her, San looked ready to faint. Ziqing recited the doctrine. Use cold weapons to cull the herd. It significantly reduces the probability of mutation. Correct, Chen Bai nodded. But bare hands? That ensures absolute purity. He dragged a crippled zombie forward. "Show me your worth. 1 target each. Who wants to step up?" "I'll go." Ling Chang prepped her gear. Her voice was icy calm. As Chen Bai released the beast, she became a blur of motion. She slammed the creature into the concrete with devastating force. Her dominance was absolute. Crack! With a precise twist, she snapped its neck, sending dark fluid spraying across the floor. Fast. Lethal. Good. Chen Bai approved, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Song Ziqing, you're next." She swung her staff with grim determination, battering the zombie's skull relentlessly until she delivered the final, crushing blow. "Your strength is lacking," he critiqued cold-bloodedly. "It went down, but you wasted 10 moves when one would suffice. Then came Su Shen, who fought desperately for her life. Weak, Chen Bai observed as she panted over the corpse. You were overpowered, but you used leverage to survive. Barely passable. That left only San, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. Song Ziqing urged her, voice tight. It's your turn. Move. But fear had already claimed her soul. A dark stain spread across her trousers as she collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't do it. Defeated before the battle even began. Disgust flashed in Chen Bai's eyes. Failure. He turned away immediately. Ziqing, with me. As they walked, he lowered his voice. Ling Chang found nothing in the rumored zones. That is statistically impossible. Someone clean them out. Investigate it. Understood, she replied, though her eyes darted back to the sobbing girl left behind. But Chen Bai, what about San? She's dead weight, he said ruthlessly. I don't have time to train cowards. That's your problem to manage now. Panic flickered in Ziqing's gaze. But without you, how do we fight the virus? We can't survive alone. He didn't answer, simply handing her a folded piece of paper. Take this. Her eyes widened as she scanned the contents. The serum formula? This complexity is insane. Follow the sequence exactly, he instructed. With the right materials, you can synthesize the cure. This paper holds the difference between life and total extinction. Clutching the paper like a holy relic, Song Ziqing bowed deep. Thank you for this trust. I will guard it with my life and complete the mission. Just get to work, he said, dismissing her. Have Xiao drive me back. She bowed again, humbled by his generosity. Yes, sir. As he settled into the car, Chen Bai checked his phone. It seemed his forum post had finally started to trend. Let's see if anyone worthy has taken the bait. The comment section was a total war zone. One user, Madman, challenged him. Hey, White Emperor, try solving the S-rank slaughter Taoist test if you're so tough. Others warned him sternly against leaking secrets to civilians. Which mental asylum did you escape from? Another mocked. Are you trying to write a bad Manhwa script or something? Chen Bai chuckled dryly as he scrolled. Ignorant fools. They have no idea what's coming. Then a notification pinged. A direct message that froze his thumb. Sender. User not greedy for money. Big brother, I know the truth. I'm a pathfinder. Tell me, what do you know? Why the silence? Did you witness the horror? Chen Bai's eyes gleamed with interest. Finally, this wasn't a troll, but a genuine player. He wasn't here for games. He knew the secrets of this world. The user, not greedy, was persistently amusing. / Chen Bai's fingers hovered over the keyboard. / It was time to engage. The stranger pushed again, proving money wasn't his goal. / I possess an S-rank mental talent. / That single sentence sealed the deal. Chen Bai typed his command. / I require an assistant number 1. / Keep your eyes on the leaderboards. / We will speak soon. Suddenly, an intruder breached the private chat. / A jolt of shock ran through him. / Welcome, Han Sha. / But this newcomer spoke only in twisted riddles. He claimed Zhuan only sought him out after the White Emperor went silent. A clever ploy, playing the fool to protect the ultimate secret. The conversation ended on a bombshell. Xuan's sudden appearance changed everything. A twist even Chen Bai hadn't foreseen. That pathfinder, Xuan / Chen Bai's instincts screamed the truth. / He was not mistaken. In a heartbeat, he recognized the aura of a top-tier powerhouse. / A rival to the White Emperor himself. / The legendary figure known as the Admiral. Without hesitation, Chen Bai fired back a command. Good. If you sense other pathfinders, bring them all into the fold. Message sent. / Chen Bai grinned in the glow of the screen. / His perfect scheme was falling into place. The system chimed instantly. / welcome to the Alliance. / meanwhile, as the clock struck 7:30. / Song Ziqing dialed Liu Li with desperate urgency. Liu Li, the investigation. Do you have the results? / It was the Lord of Jiang City, she confessed, her voice shaking. They have transported every captured zombie / to the Manhwa container yard, right by the harbor. The report grew darker. / I deployed scouts to gather intel, Liu Li continued, trembling. We were scheduled to meet, but no one has returned. / Time is running out, she whispered helplessly. / We cannot wait any longer. Suddenly, a sickening thud cut her off. The sound of bodies hitting the pavement. 2 of her men, thrown from the heights. Terror seized her heart like a vice. Seeing her paralyzed by fear, it only fed the monster's sadistic delight. Chang Meng's voice dripped with malice as he called out. A sound that froze the very blood in her veins. Liu Li looked up, staring death in the face. I have been compromised, she screamed into the phone. Return to Song Ziqing's villa, now! Back on Chen Bai's screen, a notification popped up. It was Lu Huai. White Emperor, I have joined the ranks. The archives provided a wealth of knowledge, / yet one mystery remains, / my innate talent is complex. Could you analyze it for me? / The transfer began immediately. / The system flashed the results. / Yin wood body, rank SS, pure yin energy, boundless vitality, / soul possession, and true immortality. However, activating the wood drains spirit. The yin soul consumes constitution. A true SS rank talent. Chen Bai's eyes widened in shock. Even he hadn't anticipated stumbling upon a diamond of this caliber. In this awakening era, caution was key. He typed a grave warning to Lu Huai. The price for awakening this power is steep. An average human only possesses base stats between 3 and 5. That is why I hesitated. If your spirit exceeds 3, the wood body will devour your mind. Listen closely. Constitution is the foundation of life. Do not gamble your existence on a reckless evolution. Lu Huai replied, My spirit is already at 5. / Thank you, White Emperor. Just then, Song Ziqing burst into the room. Panic was written all over her face. She skidded to a halt in front of Chen Bai. Why the frantic entrance? He asked, his voice steady. Breathless, she poured out the horror. Liu Li tracked the zombie horde to the Manhwa container yard. / But she has been captured, she gasped. / They demand I go there to negotiate. Chen Bai stood up so abruptly, it made Ziqing flinch. They contacted you directly? His next question struck like a blade. Did Liu Li betray you? / His cold gaze bore into her soul. / Terrified, she fell to her knees. / Master, please, I raised Liu Li myself. I would bet my life on her loyalty. She was only commanding from the rear. The leak must have come from her scouts. Chen Bai considered this, then nodded. Very well, I will retrieve her. Relief washed over Ziqing like a tidal wave. Thank you, Master. Meanwhile, amidst the steel maze of the Manhwa yard, a shadow approached the captive. Miss Liu Li, Cheng Meng sneered, his eyes predatory. You seem to be under a misconception. The only reason you are still untouched is out of respect for Song Ziqing's face. If she submits to me, you become my servant. If she refuses, you all become my playthings. / He shattered his wineglass near her face. / The shards exploded like his patience. He leaned in, offering a fresh glass with a sinister grin. Come now, surely you won't refuse a toast. Spitting it out again would be unwise. Choose the carrot or get the stick. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Calm, mocking. A figure sat nearby, casually slicing a steak. Such poor manners. Has it occurred to you, / that perhaps the lady simply dislikes the vintage? / Chang Meng spun around, teeth grinding in fury. When did this insect get in here? Ignoring the rage, Chen Bai steps forward, radiating the overwhelming aura of a true protagonist. Hungry? Chen Bai asks nonchalantly. I have tested the steak. It is actually quite passable. The villain hesitates, sensing a dangerous aura. You are Chen Bai. Chen Bai ignores him, gently feeding Lu Li a bite. I am just here to take her home. Even knowing the intruder's identity, Xing Meng does not flinch. He pours another drink. So, Song Xiang sent you? Impressive. No, truly. You are the first to breach my perimeter without triggering a single alarm. Chen Bai wastes no breath on banter. With a flick of his wrist, he severs the ropes binding Lu Li. He offers her a warm, reassuring smile. Go on. Zhu Chong is waiting for you in the car. Blushing at her savior's strength, she whispers, Yes. Watching this, the gears in Xing Meng's head turn. He muses aloud. So, Song Xiang belongs to you, does she? Chen Bai meets his gaze, eyes burning with dominance. She does. The villain steps forward, clapping slowly. Interesting. Very interesting. Xing Meng extends a glass, his tone shifting to business. The Queen of Jiang City is no easy steed to break. You must possess incredible techniques. He pours the wine, eyes gleaming with greed. Why don't we exchange some trade secrets? I have a hunger for such power, he boasts. Of the 3 great factions in Jiang City, I have leashed the city lord. You have tamed the queen. Only the commander remains free. He raises his glass high. Help me claim the throne as king of Jiang City. I will make you the right-hand man of our empire. Cheers. Chen Bai does not even blink. I refuse. The rejection hits Xing Meng like a physical slap, freezing him in place. The glass slips from his fingers, shattering on the floor. The facade of politeness vanishes. You fool, he hisses, unleashing his aura. I possess an S-rank talent, the pinnacle of power. Do you truly wish to drink the wine of death? Chen Bai steps closer, his pressure mounting. I surveyed your little kingdom before I entered. You aren't just scavenging corpses. You are harvesting the living to create abominations. That dark power you wield brings only corruption. Honestly, you should do the world a favor and die early. Chen Bai drops the veil, letting his true, terrifying aura flood the room. And one more thing. You are not fit to tie my shoelaces. My talent is triple S rank. Xing Meng roars, activating his ability. His arm twists into a grotesque weapon. My talent is the Star Plunderer. I can drain the attributes of any target and evolve infinitely. He laughs maniacally, drunk on his own strength. You call yourself a god? You think your rank means anything before this absolute power? A triple S rank would be akin to a deity, he sneers. Chen Bai's eyes glow with cold amusement as he prepares to strike. You are almost right, but dead men do not need to know the details. Chen Bai analyzes his opponent with a tactical gaze. A pure combat talent that evolves. And those claws, definitely high-tier gear. The enemy lunges, cutting the chatter. You arrogant trash! I hope your death boosts my stats. Don't let me down. But Chen Bai is no easy prey. He weaves through the strike. Xing Meng's claws shred the door instead of his flesh. The miss only fuels Xing Meng's bloodlust. So, a transformation talent. Interesting, but too weak. Chen Bai slides aside, eyes narrowing. That was a skill. He is hiding his true power. I need to tread carefully. Xing Meng launches himself into the air, fist cocked back like a meteor. Go to hell! Chen Bai does not back down. He throws a counterpunch. Boom! Their fists collide in a shockwave of raw power. At the nearby container port, shipping crates explode from the sheer impact. Chen Bai skids forward while Xing Meng stumbles back. Xing Meng stomps his foot, stabilizing instantly. He laughs maniacally, blocking the next strike with his bare hand like it is nothing. You okay there? Xing Meng sneers. looking a bit tired. Green flames erupt from his arms as he taunts him. Aren't you an SSS ranked talent? Show me what you got. Chen Bai stands silent, his body trembling slightly. Then, a cold smirk curls his lips. My talent has been active for a while. You just didn't notice. Confusion flashes in Xing Meng's eyes, but he swipes his claws, sending Chen Bai flying like garbage. Your strength, agility, everything is below mine. Stop bluffing. Xing Meng flexes his dark claws, convinced of his victory. In the face of absolute power, your tricks are useless. Only the strong, sir. Rough blood sprays from his mouth. What? What is this? This truly is a brutal system twist. System alert. Virus exceeds immunity limit. Strength -2. Spirit -4. The nightmare continues. Negative buff applied. Photophobia. Hydrophobia. Abnormal body temperature. Cognitive function slowed. Stamina drain increased. Xing Meng freezes in terror. What is happening to me? Chen Bai walks closer. Your physique is impressive. It took this long for the virus to kick in? So, how does it feel? You despicable rat! Xing Meng roars. But he is finished. Chen Bai dashes in, burying his fist into Xing Meng's gut. Despicable Chen Bai scoffed. I told you my ability wasn't normal, but you chose to play blind. Dark violet tendrils exploded from his body, entrapping his prey in a suffocating grip. Let's hope your stats are worth the effort. Suddenly, the system chimed. Human evolver absorbed. In this awakening era, mercy is death. Only the ruthless survive. The notification flashed. The Blacklight virus has completed its preliminary awakening. His Devour ability had evolved. Not only could he plunder skills now, but he could also peer into the shattered memory fragments of his victims. Chen Bai swiped through the cascading holographic screens. A predatory grin curled his lips. The virus buffs were no longer fleeting active skills. They had fused into his very core as permanent base stats. Now, let's see the raw numbers. Before, it was merely +30 to strength and agility, with 20 spirit and double recovery. Analyzing the evolution data, Chen Bai nodded. The jump was massive. 20 points added to every single stat, permanently. He snatched up the dropped claw weapon. I can't just swing my blade carelessly before the true apocalypse begins. Ordinary humans are like glass to me now. Too fragile. He turned his attention to Xing Meng's loot drop. Equipment blueprints and rare consumables. This guy's luck was absurd. He must have slaughtered countless mutated zombies to amass this kind of strength. Chen Bai sighed. Only a C-rank blueprint. Better than nothing. The enemy's luck stat was high, but now that fortune belonged solely to him. Night had fallen over the ruined container yard. Since his regression, his potential had defied logic, rocketing from a trash-tier E-rank to a godlike triple S. This was the ultimate leveling fantasy made manifest. He had even recruited Song Zichang, the man destined to become the future city lord of Jiangchang. A sleek luxury car pulled up to the curb, the window rolling down smoothly. Master, please, get in. Hunting scattered trash mobs before the trial started was beneath him now. A waste of time. Violet energy pulsed ominously around his form. In these final fleeting days, preparation was key for the chaos to come. At the Song Villa, Chen Bai stood on the balcony, gazing down at the unsuspecting city lights. The trial is almost here. A knock echoed from the heavy door. Enter. Songji Chang and his intel team marched in with military precision. Master, we have not failed you. All tasks are complete. Fu Yi stepped forward, clutching a thick stack of classified documents. The zone is marked. The hilltop villa acts as the core. Topography and population data are confirmed 100% accurate. Once the apocalypse strikes, we purge the area and seize total dominion. Susan reviewed her papers, eyes sharp. Supplies are fully stocked. The inventory list is in your inbox. Chen Bai nodded. He had already verified it. We have coordinated everything. Song looked up, his expression grave. Time is running out. Any final orders? Chen Bai glanced at his phone screen. Good work. Leave the files on the desk. His heart began to race. He typed a message to the group. 10 minutes until the trial begins. Don't get cocky just because you hold rare talents. The coming danger is beyond your wildest imagination. I demand a perfect head count in 10 minutes. No exceptions. Lin Chuan received the signal, crossing his legs with effortless grace. Gratitude to the monarch for the reminder. Lu Hai was still out on the streets, casually sweeping back his hair. Thanks, White Emperor. 9 minutes on the clock. The moment he spoke, his fingers flew across the screen. 8 minutes. My patience is wearing thin. Deep in the ruins of an abandoned district, Wu Ya continued the countdown. 7 minutes. Stay calm, tyrant. But unlike the veterans, Meng Meng couldn't hide her trembling fear. 6 minutes. My lord, I can't breathe. The chat group immediately erupted with reassurance. 5 minutes left. Don't panic, little sister. Just wait. The show is about to start. At that precise moment, Chen Bai offered a solemn suggestion. You should all take a look outside. In these final 10 seconds, he needed them to witness it. This peaceful scenery was about to become nothing but a distant memory. This world stood at the precipice of the apocalypse. Time marched on, merciless and cold. 7, 6. Brother Song, frail by nature, shook violently at the sight. 5 seconds. Sister Shang, I'm terrified. Stepping up as the protector, she whispered, Don't be afraid. Silence swallowed the room. No one dared to speak another word. Lu Li clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his lips pressed into a grim, bloodless line. 1. June 15th, midnight. The trial descended. The entire city crumbled into ruin as the moon was stained a blood-curdling red. The nightmare had officially manifested. The Blue Star apocalyptic trial had begun. The city skyline was reduced to rubble. Humanity lost its soul, tearing each other apart in a primal frenzy. To survive, humanity had no choice but to evolve. It was exactly like the brutal logic of a leveling Manhwa. Unlock talents, slaughter enemies, and hoard experience to ascend. Alien races awakened by the chaos would soon join this cosmic battle royale. The Blue Star was no longer home. It was a testing ground, a hellscape filled with dungeons and otherworldly artifacts. Was this a catastrophe or a divine opportunity? That answer depended entirely on one's own power. Watching a plane nosedive into the earth, Chen Bai declared his creed. Use every ounce of strength to grow, evolve, or die. Suddenly, the trial offered him an unexpected gift. Temporal hourglass integration complete. Initiating connection. A blinding brilliance erupted, leaving him stunned. The hourglass of time had recognized its master. But his survival instincts screamed a single warning. Danger. Not good. The enemy is still here. No soul can know about this artifact. He roared, his voice tearing through the chaos. Everyone, get out, now! Chen Bai prepared to bury this secret with his life, but then he froze. The 3 figures before him stood rigid, their color drained like stone statues. Chen Bai scanned his surroundings, his eyes widening in absolute disbelief. The crashing plane hung suspended in midair, mocking gravity itself. The impossible had manifested right before his eyes. He gasped as the realization struck him. Time had stopped. The hourglass necklace floated weightlessly, pulling Chen Bai into a pocket dimension outside of reality. In a flash, the artifact dissolved into particles of pure, golden energy, surging violently into his body. A system notification chimed in his mind. Temporal hourglass connection successful. As he read the wall of holographic text, the truth hit Chen Bai like a sledgehammer. He had returned to the past. It was real. The hourglass hadn't just stopped time, it had granted him a regression. But the rewards didn't end there. This state could be saved and loaded. The stats on this artifact were god tier. Chen Bai had just won the ultimate lottery of apocalyptic skills. A confident smirk played on his lips. A life-saving cheat code of this magnitude? And the cooldown is only 1 hour? As he exited the private dimension, reality snapped back into motion. Zichong's voice broke the silence immediately. I felt like you just called out to us, Master. Did you have orders, or was I hearing things? It was the perfect alibi. Chen Bai nodded calmly. You weren't mistaken. Everyone, secure the villa immediately. The night is full of terrors. Tell everyone to stay on high alert. We begin the Great Purge at first light. With the boss giving the command, Ziqiang and Liu responded in perfect unison. Yes, sir! By the next day, skyscrapers burned and black smoke choked the heavens above the Songyang Villa. Corpses of the undead littered the grounds in a gruesome display. Big Sister was fired up and ready for war. She wielded her blade, activating her S-rank ability, the Amethyst Art. She could convert objects into crystal or transform herself for absolute offense and defense. Her power scaled directly with her spiritual strength. This was the terrifying potential of the Crystal Ocular Jutsu. The ability allowed her to inspect target attributes and exploit weaknesses. Target, common zombie. Agility, 3. Physique, 4. Spirit, 0. Status, adult male infected by Z-virus. Weakness, the head. In a blink, Zichong delivered a strike so fast it severed the head cleanly from the neck. Amidst the ocean of zombies, a shadowy silhouette moved, his hair fluttering in the blood-soaked wind. Lengshang crouched, activating the way of the assassin. Breath concealed, presence erased, sensitivity increased, darkness agility boosted by 30%. First strike, attack speed increased by 100%. Meanwhile, Wu unleashed a devastating blow that sent smoke billowing into the air. He used a massive butcher's cleaver to decapitate the undead hordes, sending broken bodies flying with a single tyrannical swing. While one side handled the slaughter with surgical precision, chaos erupted in the main hall. A bodyguard in glasses rushed in, panic wild in his eyes, carrying a victim. Survivor wounded! Su Xin! The healer reacted instantly, her hands glowing with light. Inject the antivirus serum. I'll stabilize him now. She activated her skill, Hyper Regeneration. It drastically boosted recovery speed for wounds and stamina, a lifeline that could be cast on allies. Night fell, and a rare silence descended upon their stronghold. Chen Bai pushed open the door, his sharp gaze assessing the situation. Looks like we're holding up better than expected, Liu responded with deep respect. Indeed. Thanks to your foresight, we hold all the tactical advantages. No accidents so far. We can rest easy. Chen Bai nodded, a weight lifting off his shoulders. Good. I leave this place in your hands. I have unfinished business. Without wasting a second, he vanished, leaving behind a trail of deep blue energy. Liu stood there, bewildered but loyal. Yes, understood. On the mountain roads of Shandong, Chen Bai moved at supersonic speeds. In the early stages of the apocalypse, technology like cars and guns were useless scrap metal. But with my current agility, I should make it in time. On the first day the sky fell, before his regression, I saw that thing. A divine symbol appeared above Jiang City University. It took me a long time to understand what it meant back then. I lived with the regret of missing it every single day. Chen Bai's expression hardened with resolve. This time, I will not let destiny slip through my fingers. His target was locked. Jiang City University. Standing in the center of the campus, he raised his hand, siphoning the life force from the surrounding corpses to fuel his strength. Everything was proceeding according to plan. I'm here. This is the place. Every awakened human would kill to see this sigil, the mark that signaled the descent of a god's avatar. He sprinted toward the light. It was close. It was right in front of him. Just as he was about to step into the circle, footsteps echoed, blocking his path. Hold on there, awakened one. It's rare to see a kid this powerful in the tutorial phase. I am a humble merchant. Are you interested in making a trade? Hearing this, Chen Bai's eyes lit up with recognition. Absolutely. It would be my honor to trade with a legend like you. I am truly humbled. The mysterious figure spread his arms wide, a grand gesture of welcome. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be a simple merchant, yet the very air around him hummed with terrifying power. This was a rare encounter indeed. Chen Bai's voice trembled with feigned excitement. I have heard the legends of your renown, gazed upon your symbols, and waited lifetimes for this very moment. Kind, fair, generous, wealthy, and all-powerful. Chen Bai placed a hand over his heart, bowing with the utmost respect. The figure's eyes sharpened, a dangerous smile playing on his lips as he prepared to unveil his true identity. I am the god of trade, Leo. The scene shifted, revealing the crumbling ruins of Jiangcheng University around them. Leo pulled a gleaming green card from thin air, clearly pleased by the flattery. You flatter me, young man. You flatter me too much. But I feel a strange destiny between us. Take this as a greeting gift. He explained the card's function. It was a staple in any high-tier system. This is the golden member card of the Goblin Merchant Guild. Internally, Chen Bai masked his cunning grin. Purchasing items at the Goblin Guild will grant me exclusive discounts. I met him in my previous life, Chen Bai thought, his mind racing. I know exactly how to play this game. This god was immune to standard praise, but he had a weakness. He absolutely loved a smart investment. Knowing Leo's personality to perfection, Chen Bai accepted the card with both hands, feigning overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, Lord. You are truly as benevolent as the rumors say. With the pleasantries finished, the real business could finally begin. Very well. Since you have agreed to trade, let me show you my collection. A holographic system window materialized instantly. First, the S-rank item, Thunder Scepter, a weapon capable of summoning lightning to incinerate enemies while possessing devastating melee power. Exchange price, 500 gold coins. Next, the S-rank Death Rifle, a legendary sniper weapon that only a master marksman could hope to wield. These were masterpieces, forged by the legendary goblin craftsman and Leo himself. Chen Bai gasped, his eyes widening in theatrical shock. That Thunder Scepter! It was the signature weapon of the Lightning Walker in my past life. So this is where he obtained it. It was a treasure trove typical of a high-tier leveling dungeon. But suddenly, Chen Bai's expression darkened with practiced regret. My apologies, Lord Leo. These treasures call to my very soul. But I cannot afford them right now. Leo nodded, anticipating this outcome. I know. The trial has only just begun. You evolutionaries are currently destitute. However, my merchandise is not trash to be given away for free. Work hard, gather wealth, and trade with me in the future. Hearing this dismissal, Chen Bai's gaze turned sharp. He had to make his move now. He tested the waters. Lord Leo, although I cannot buy your goods, I know the rules. A god cannot directly participate in the trials. You need to invest in an evolutionary to reap the profits of this apocalypse. A confident smirk finally curled onto Chen Bai's face. You came here looking for an investment opportunity, didn't you? Hearing this, Leo burst into raucous laughter, his eyes gleaming with sudden interest. You smart little brat. You know quite a bit, don't you? You want me to invest in you? Chen Bai launched into his pitch. I know you possess a treasure praised by the gods themselves, a holy grail that no awakened could refuse. Invest in me, and I promise you will not regret it. Leo remained skeptical, his voice dropping to a low, vibrating growl. Investment requires a return. That item is something every deity desires. What makes you think you can generate a profit for me? He stared directly into Chen Bai's soul, his spiritual pressure weighing down the entire room. Even if you are a fan of mine, I do not do business that loses money. Words were not enough. To prove he was worth the risk, Chen Bai activated his skill. His arm transformed, twisting into a monstrous, terrifying limb. Pulsating with raw, violent power, he stood tall before the god, radiating confidence. Please, take a look. This is my proof." Witnessing the transformation, Leo clapped his hands in genuine delight. "Marvelous! An SSS rank talent. This is unique, far superior to the common talents I have seen." The god tilted his head, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "This trial is indeed interesting, truly seductive potential. However, I did not plan to release that treasure so early in the game." Leo stood up slowly, his tone half joking, yet laced with threat. "Decided. Listen well, brat. I will give you one chance. You must cherish this opportunity. If I hadn't seen that talent, and if your body didn't carry that faint aura of divinity, I would never have agreed." Unable to believe his luck, Chen Bai cheered internally. "I secured the investment!" But Leo raised a hand, silencing the celebration instantly. "No, it is still not enough. Talent does not guarantee a future. Among the gods, there are many who started with merely A-rank talents, yet ascended to greatness." Leo laid down his ultimate condition. "To receive my highest investment, you must prove your value through absolute strength and growth." The system chimed instantly. A new quest appeared in the air. "Mission alert. The goblin god of trade, Leo, has issued the final investment quest. Round 1. Difficulty, SSS rank. Do you accept?" Chen Bai didn't hesitate for a single second. His voice was steady, an unshakable will of iron. "Accepted." Leo materialized a single gold coin. "When the task is complete, use this token to summon my projection." He flicked the coin toward Chen Bai with casual grace. "I hope you won't keep me waiting too long, kid." Chen Bai snatched the coin from the air with 2 fingers, a sharp glint of ambition in his eyes. He made one final request. "Lord Leo, could you at least show me the treasure that even the gods covet?" Leo did not refuse. He unfurled a magnificent golden scroll, and a blinding light instantly flooded the space. Naturally, the system window materialized before him. SSS rank, special item, dual class scroll. It granted the user the god-defying ability to hold 2 full classes simultaneously. Double the attribute growth, double the stats. 2 complete sets of skills active at the same time. Chen Bai stared in absolute awe, whispering the words like a prayer. 2 classes. That was enough. Leo snapped the scroll shut, concealing the ultimate prize. "All right, brat. The transaction is concluded. I must be going." Leo turned to leave, a mysterious, knowing smile playing on his lips. "Today's harvest was unexpectedly delightful. I hope you survived the trial." As soon as Leo vanished into thin air, the mission panel expanded with a chime. This was the classic setup for an epic Manhwa recap. SSS rank final investment quest details were revealed. If you desire the most valuable investment from the wisest and greatest god of trade, you must present sufficient credentials. Talent is merely a stepping stone. Capability is the true capital for investment. The objective finally appeared. Locate a hidden dungeon within the special zone, Jiang City University. Defeat the creature that has caught Leo's interest. Harvest a specific part of its body and deliver it to him. Reward content and interpretation rights of the reward belong solely to the goblin god of trade, Leo. Chen Bai chuckled dryly. Interpretation rights belong to him, huh? Truly, the god of trade. Chen Bai fell silent, recalling the legends. In his past life, Leo's reputation was sterling and absolute. If he completed this SSS rank mission, the gods surely wouldn't mistreat him. The scene shifted. Chen Bai walked down the ruined university corridor, his sharp eyes scanning the area. "Strange," he muttered. "Jiang City University has a hidden dungeon in the early apocalypse? It must be concealed deep within the shadows. I never heard of this before." He paused, hand on his chin, his mind racing to solve the puzzle before the real danger began. Chen Bai landed on the asphalt, hesitating for a split second on where to begin his conquest. The scene shifted to the Jiang City University Gymnasium, where a living nightmare was currently unfolding. The female students had been spared the physical torture, for now. But the male students were being pulverized into bloody pulps by the oppressors. Tom crushed a student in a white shirt beneath his heavy boot. A twisted grin distorted his face as he commanded, "Strip down, all of you. Put on a show that entertains me and beg to become my slaves." His sneer deepened as he delivered his ultimatum. "Refuse, and I will grant you death. Do you understand, you low-level trash?" But one student had a spark of defiance left, screaming, "Keep dreaming, you bastard!" The air grew heavy with killing intent. Tom clenched his fist, his eyes glowing with a blood-red light like a demon hungry for a kill. His voice dropped to a terrifying growl. "If you have a death wish, let me grant it. Don't worry, I'll make sure your end is comfortable." Sensing the impending slaughter, a brunette stepped forward, trembling as she tried to intervene. "Tom, stop! You've gone too far!" Tom didn't hesitate for a second. He backhanded the delicate girl with brutal force. "Get lost, you bitch!" But suddenly, boom! The gym doors exploded inward, creating a massive cloud of dust that froze everyone in place. Chen Bai stepped through the smoke like a god of war, his gaze colder than absolute zero. "Hey, foreign trash! Are you the one beating on these weaklings?" Oblivious to the Reaper standing before him, Tom smirked arrogantly. "That's right. You got a problem with that?" In the blink of an eye, Chen Bai vanished. He reappeared instantly in front of Tom, delivering a devastating blow to his core. "Then perish!" A lackey with curly hair charged in to help, only to explode in a mist of red blood upon impact. Hot blood splattered across the girl's face, freezing her in absolute terror and shock. Chen Bai crushed the attacker's skull with his bare hand, then casually turned to the crowd like nothing had happened. "Listen up. Any of you study medicine? I need to find something." He needed a guide familiar with the medical labs. The students murmured amongst themselves. "Medicine? Who here studies medicine? I'm engineering. I'm languages." Suddenly, a finger pointed at a blonde girl. "She does." "She's a med student." Panic seized her as she stammered, "No, please don't kill me. I didn't hurt anyone." She tried desperately to save her own skin, babbling, "I actually love the people of Dragon Country. Look, I'm white and blonde. I'm very friendly to you guys." Her pathetic pleading made the crowd snicker, while a dark-haired girl looked away in second-hand embarrassment. She dropped to her knees, whispering, "Please spare me. I'll do whatever you want." The dark-haired girl finally spoke up, her voice firm. "She's telling the truth. Only those two guys were the monsters." Chen Bai let out a faint, amused chuckle. "I know." Outside the gym, the sky burned with the golden light of a new era. Or perhaps, the dawn of the apocalypse. He pointed a sharp finger at the blonde woman. "You stay. The rest of you, get out." He ordered them to follow the trail of carnage he had left behind, heading toward the East Mountain Villa. "Tell the people there that Chen Bai sent you. They will offer you sanctuary." A student in a blue shirt hesitated. "Go now? But the campus is crawling with zombies." A girl in pink chimed in, voice trembling, "And the villa is miles away." Even the dark-haired girl looked uncertain. Chen Bai pointed confidently at the bloody path he had carved. "I have already slaughtered most of the undead on that route. If you survive the journey, you might just awaken as an evolved human." His expression darkened, his aura becoming heavy and oppressive. He delivered a warning that sounded far more like a death threat. "If you are too cowardly to face a few zombies now, just wait until they evolve on a massive scale. You will be nothing but dead meat." Terror washed over the group, but the girl in the blue shirt found resolve in his cold logic. She nodded, eyes filled with determination. "I understand. Thank you." As the group fled, the blonde med student lingered behind, trembling. "Can't I go with them? Why keep me here?" Suddenly, a strange thought crossed her mind. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she mumbled, "Wait, could it be?" She stepped closer, fear replaced by vanity. "I see. You Dragon Country boys have a thing for beautiful foreign girls, right? That is why you kept me. You didn't have to be so rough, but I accept." Chen Bai scoffed. "Don't flatter yourself. I have zero interest in your body. I told you, I need a guide to the medical school to retrieve something. She wanted to crawl into a hole and die of shame. Oh, sorry. I was just panicking. My ears were ringing. Desperate to regain some dignity, she shouted, "But don't insult my virtue! I am not that kind of girl! No one has ever touched me. I can prove it." He gave a dismissive smirk. Sure, that's great. Scene shift. Zhang City University Gymnasium. After scaling endless flights of stairs, she gasped for air. Hey, I can't take another step. Let's rest. Chen Bai's answer was instant. No. He grabbed her waist and launched into the air. The sudden acceleration tore her jacket loose. My coat! Scene shift. The medical research building. Upon landing, she glared at him. You jerk! If I hadn't clamped my legs shut, I would have lost more than just a jacket. Ignoring her whining, Chen Bai looked up at the looming structure. Is this the research facility? She pouted but nodded, slightly annoyed. Yes, the third floor is restricted to professors. Rumor has it that it is packed with virus samples and hazardous materials. Entering the dark hallway, she clutched the hem of his shirt in fear. And that path downstairs? It doesn't lead to a garage. It leads to the crematorium. If you want mysterious, that is the place. Chen Bai didn't blink. Understood. Follow me. Inside, the room was filled with colorful test tubes and high-tech machinery humming in the silence. Standing in the heart of the virus lab at Zhang City University, Chen Bai's eyes lit up. This isn't just a lab. It is a treasure trove. He reached out his hand, absorbing the liquid from the vials like a vacuum. Makes sense to have this much flu virus. It is a university, after all. Then, the system notifications began to cascade. Mutated influenza D acquired. Heat sensitivity detected. Virus points +5. Influenza B acquired. Points +0.3. Influenza A acquired. The interface flashed. A new alert. Sufficient viral load collected. Use points to upgrade the plague skill. This was the classic power fantasy of a system manhwa, where even disease becomes strength. Reading the notification, a spark of interest lit up his eyes. Upgrade the common flu into a combat skill? Now this is interesting. He didn't hesitate. System, activate upgrade. A golden notification flashed. Upgrade successful. He unlocked the influenza skill. Chen Bai scanned the new data. I can release viral loads to infect targets within range. This was the beginning of a true leveling manhwa legend. Infected targets suffer stat reduction and debuffs. Even a simple sneeze can interrupt spellcasting or charge attacks. The crowd control potential was insane. Effectiveness scales with the target's biology. Chen Bai let out a dark chuckle. Magnificent. Who knew a sneeze could be a weapon of mass destruction? He mentally cataloged known pathogens. I ignored biological warfare in my past life. His eyes narrowed. I need to focus on viral evolution to break through my limits. The realization hit him. This is the terrifying potential of an SSS-ranked talent. He recalled Li Duo's warning. The Earth Spirit trial is a death trap. I can't save points now. He made his choice. I need raw power to survive this nightmare. He opened the Blacklight Virus skill tree. Unlock passive, Wall Walk. Now he could defy gravity, clinging to surfaces like a spider with god-tier balance. Unlock passive, Combat Focus. His dynamic vision sharpened instantly. The world seemed to slow down around him. Muscle control increased to 100%. Chen Bai tested his new vessel, throwing a casual punch into the empty air. Complete muscle manipulation, he muttered, savoring the power. But behind him, the girl froze, paralyzed by pure terror. That single casual swing had sent a shock wave that pulverized the concrete wall. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. That wasn't just strength. How did he do that? The terrifying realization hit her. If that strike had connected with me, I would be nothing but a mist of blood. Meanwhile, a revelation struck Chen Bai like lightning. I see now. True power isn't just about brute force. With perfect muscle control, I can channel lethal energy through a single finger at point-blank range. He turned to his companion, noticing her face flushed a deep crimson. "Are you sick?" he asked, his voice calm. She turned away, flustered and hiding her expression. "No, it's nothing." Chen Bai shrugged off her awkwardness. "The item isn't here. Let's head to the anatomy lab." They descended into the pitch-black abyss of the underground archives. The girl trembled in the suffocating darkness. "Chen, there's no power down here. It's heavy." "Halt!" Chen Bai froze, his senses sharpening. "We are not alone." Blinded by the shadows, she slammed right into his back. "Found it!" He stood before a heavy iron door. Inside, strange symbols glowed like an ancient alchemy furnace. "Stay here," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This is dangerous." "Chen, please," she whispered, her voice trembling with fear. "I'm afraid." But he ignored her pleas, stepping into the darkness, alone. System alert. Enter dungeon. Cooling incinerator. Level requirement 5 to 10. Chen Bai didn't even blink. "Confirm." He placed his hand on the cold metal. "Welcome to the hidden dungeon. Clearing this cooling incinerator will grant you permanent ownership. Time limit 2 days. Failure results in the dungeon vanishing forever." No wonder this place was a secret, Chen Bai mused. It is a one-time opportunity to seize power. Suddenly, the corpses on the steel slabs twitched. Dead eyes snapped open, glowing with malice. Chen Bai's aura flared to life. Showtime. The undead horde lunged at him like starving beasts. Chen Bai didn't retreat. He became a blur of motion, striking before they could even scream. Boom! 1 hit, 1 kill. System, level 5 undead slain. 400 experience points gained. But a shadow lunged from the ceiling. A sneak attack! He took the hit, but simply smirked, unfazed. "You should have all attacked at once." His eyes scanned the enemy. A ceiling ambusher. "Too bad your wind-up is too slow." Chen Bai launched himself upwards, slamming the creature into the concrete ceiling with bone-shattering force. System, level 7, Chimera Spider slain. 1,000 experience points gained. Incredible! Chen Bai grinned, the thrill of the hunt taking over. This dungeon is an experience point gold mine. The room crawled with twisted abominations. Fear? No. Chen Bai felt only excitement. Yes, more! Come at me! It was a massacre. He tore through the horde like a god of war. The system notifications rained down like a digital waterfall. Experience gained. Experience gained. A brilliant golden light enveloped him. Congratulations. Level up. 2 free attribute points acquired. He stared at the final sealed door. Your minions are dead. Stop hiding. Silence answered him. Fine, I'll drag you out myself. Suddenly, the metal groaned. A grotesque mountain of flesh oozed into the room. For the first time, Chen Bai's instincts screamed. Danger! What is that abomination? My instincts are never wrong. That thing is lethal. He couldn't let it evolve. I need to end this now. Chen Bai launched a devastating strike. The beast blocked his attack with terrifying speed. Take this! He unleashed the virus skill. System alert. Target immune. What? The creature countered, a heavy blow slamming into Chen Bai and sending him flying. Critical hit. The flesh pile mutated, towering over him, a true biological weapon. It charged! Chen Bai activated hyper-regeneration and barely danced out of death's path. A manic grin spread across his face. Finally! Since my reincarnation, nothing has pushed me to my limits. He cracked his neck, battle lust burning in his eyes. Don't die on me too quickly. I need a warm-up. 1 hour later. Blood dripped from Chen Bai's face, but his spirit burned brighter than ever. Interesting, he panted. Infinite regeneration versus infinite regeneration. Let's see whose limit breaks first. Playtime is over. Chen Bai's aura shifted as he activated Venomous Touch. Power surged through his veins like liquid fire. He lunged back into the fray. Let's test that immortality. Another hour later, Chen Bai stood over the battered creature, untouched by fatigue. What's wrong? Why are you slowing down? Don't tell me you're exhausted. By the third hour, the massive beast collapsed, shivering on the floor, its regeneration failing. Chen Bai kicked the creature. Get up! I'm not satisfied yet. Finally, the monster surrendered, shrinking back into a pathetic lump of flesh. Looks like you're out of juice, Chen Bai sighed, the thrill fading into disappointment. That was a good workout. He raised his foot. Rest in peace. Squelch. He crushed the core beneath his heel. System alert. Congratulations on slaughtering the level 8 biological monster boss. 10,000 experience points acquired. Level up. Current status, level 5. 2 free attribute points granted. Dungeon clearance successful. You may now exit the instance at will. The cooling incinerator instance has been converted into a permanent dungeon. Respawn cooldown is 3 days. Would you like to upload your clear footage as a paid strategy guide? All revenue belongs to the uploader. Options available. Hide face, hide ID. Set your own price. He hits upload without hesitation. Slash, a ghost in the machine, choosing to remain a phantom in the dark. Meanwhile, deep in the Dongshan Villa district at the Song family residence, Slash Su Shen is focused on healing Zi Chong when a system alert flashes before her eyes. It's him. Evolver B has released a walkthrough for the Nightmare difficulty Cold Incinerator, levels 5 through 10. The price? A single copper coin. Slash piqued by curiosity, the two girls tune in instantly. Across the entire network, players flock to witness the mysterious Chen Bai's footage. Watching the display, Lang Chang is left thunderstruck. His speed is godlike. I have to slow the playback just to track his movements. Slash Yadzi gasps in disbelief. Slash B is incredible. His strikes are devastating. Slash. But another voice chimes in with skepticism. Slash. Impossible. That monster's regeneration far outstrips B's damage output. Fighting with such reckless abandon, it defies logic. Slash. But Meng Meng cheers wildly. Slash. Emperor B has made a full recovery. Back within the freezing depths of the incinerator, Chen Bai crouches over his kill. Suddenly, the system chimes. Slash. Received 300 black light virus specialized evolution points. He examines the strange cube in his hand, a frown creasing his brow. These specialized points aren't like standard talent points. They can only evolve blacklight abilities. Slash. A smirk curls his lip. Slash. But that is more than enough. Slash. The system interrupts his thoughts. Passive capability of the blacklight virus activated. Acquired biological monster skill. Cell regeneration. Rank A passive. Slash. Consumes stamina or excess energy to rapidly heal the body and regenerate lost limbs. Slash. Chen Bai's eyes light up with triumph. Slash. Jackpot. The drop rate for passive skills is abysmal in this hellish world. Yet, I just scored a rank A skill. He turns his gaze. Now, let's see what a nightmare boss drops. The system displays a scroll. Slash. Biodemon class change scroll. Rank A unique. Slash. An evil profession that absorbs other life forms to enhance oneself. Slash. Drastically boosts strength and regeneration capabilities. Warning. Excessive absorption may lead to genetic breakdown or mutation. Requirements. Level 10. Evolver. 15 physique. Slash. Chen Bai clutches the scroll. Slash. A unique rank A class. High risk, high reward. But with my blacklight virus, the downsides are negligible. Next up, the gene essence. Rank C, perfect grade. Consuming it grants a massive permanent boost to physique. Slash. Limit, 1 per evolver. He pops the cap. Not bad at all. He downs the serum in 1 gulp. As the liquid burns down his throat like liquid fire, the numbers roll in. Permanent strength +2. Physique +6. Agility +3. He plucks a strange skin-like membrane from the floor. This texture, is it a special prop or a piece of equipment? The system identifies it immediately. Skin of the Faceless Man. Special defense gear. Rank D. / a specialized dermal product rich in genetic material. Excellent defensive properties capable of tightening loose skin. / agility +10. Physique +10. Defense +10. Body sculpting effect. Long-term use improves physique with enhanced effects for female users. Variable skin allows the wearer to alter the color and shape of any body part at will. / Chen Bai frowns at the description. Variable skin. That wording is dangerously vague. Is it physical transformation or just cosmetic gear? Right. I picked up some other odd trinkets earlier. / glancing at his inventory, he sighs. / just common trash drops. I can at least wear the skin under my armor. His gaze shifts to a book. And this skill tome looks promising. / temporarily boosts cellular activity and recovery speed. / note, this skill book is invalid for users who already possess similar abilities. Chen Bai pauses. / invalid? No matter. / a life-saving skill like this will fetch a king's ransom in the chat group. He stands up, dusting himself off. Time to go. I just need to deliver the boss's remains to Merchant Liu to complete the quest. A smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. That merchant will never expect me to finish this quickly. He opens the interface, requesting trade transaction. / the system prompts. Do you wish to exit the dungeon? / his finger hovers over no. / but then he freezes. Wait, something is off. He mutters, eyes narrowing dangerously. Liu isn't just some wandering merchant drifting aimlessly through the game. He came here with a specific purpose. / the memory of the merchant's cryptic words surfaces. Today's unexpected harvest is delightful. I hope you can complete the trial. And then he had vanished. The realization hits him like a truck. His true target wasn't me. It was this specific hidden dungeon. But are the rewards I got truly valuable enough to summon the projection of a deity? Is his goal unrelated to the instance itself? / or did I overlook something crucial? He scans the room, eyes locking onto the massive furnace. If there's a blind spot, it's inside that incinerator. He crawls inside, senses on high alert. The iron cremation slab, the pile of ash. Walls coated in centuries of grime and grease. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, yet danger lurked in the silence. He gazed up into the abyss. The smokestack loomed like a titan. I have to conquer it. I won't leave this dungeon until I've stripped it of every last secret. Channeling mana into his legs, he defied gravity. He launched himself upward, sprinting vertically along the soot-stained walls. This shaft, it felt infinite. It towered far above the building outside. Finally, he reached the summit. A dead end. Chen Bai's heart plummeted. A sealed roof? Was there truly nothing here? Impossible. Suddenly, the brickwork warped. A grotesque face birthed itself from the blackened stone. Combat instinct took the wheel. He slammed a fist into the visage, then froze. A holographic window materialized. Item acquired. The face. Origin, unknown. Incinerator anomaly. Structure, facial. Function, possesses miraculous, unexplained properties. He stared at the description. An actual equipment drop? The will of all things cannot be spoken. And look at those question marks. This reeks of divinity. A fragment of an SSS rank artifact? Or perhaps something touched by the gods themselves. Chen Bai grinned, a predator inspecting his kill. A true treasure. This must be what the goblin god Lita was hunting for. His grip tightened. Well, finders keepers. I need to secure this artifact before anyone else gets a sniff. Back in the gloomy depths of the Mingchang University crematorium, a figure emerged from the shadows. The king had returned. The girl's eyes sparkled with worship. She scrambled up, desperate. "Bai, your power! It's absolute! I witnessed your carnage on the broadcast. My heart, it belongs to..." Chen Bai severed her confession like a loose thread. "Do you have the coin?" She beamed. "I assisted in the zombie purge. Here is my tribute." He needed to calculate his total assets immediately. In this ruined world, a single system coin held more value than human life. He wondered what the market value of a single copper would be in the future. The system notifications cascaded before his eyes. 869 gold. The numbers ticked up. 894. 912 gold. Still not enough. His eyes narrowed. He needed exactly 1,000 gold to unlock the dimensional warehouse. The only sanctuary shielded by the universal will itself. It was the only way to stash his legendary gear without alerting the prying eyes of the gods. He would have to bide his time. The hunt wasn't over yet. Patience was his deadliest weapon. Meanwhile, behind the medical school at Mingchang University, the girl looked at him with puppy dog eyes. "Bai, are we heading to the East Mountain Wilderness?" "No," Chen Bai's voice was iron. "The night teems with horrors we aren't ready for. We need a fortress to survive the darkness." Her expression brightened. "There's a high-end luxury hotel nearby. Solid infrastructure, high ground, and since it's the apocalypse, vacancies are open." It was the perfect setting for a recovery phase. Lead the way. They arrived at a love hotel near the campus. Inside, the atmosphere shifted. The girl had already changed into a seductive nurse outfit, desperate to appeal to his base desires. Chen Bai's gaze was glacial. "I detest this style." Panic seized her eyes. I'm sorry, I thought..." Since she chose this venue, he sat down like an emperor on his throne. "I enjoy the view, but the costume is trash." She blushed crimson. I'll change immediately." She returned in something more revealing, but he scoffed. No aura. Next, a black dress shirt? Lacks intelligence. School uniform? Boring. His judgment cut deeper than a blade. "Aren't you a student yourself? Is this the limit of your imagination? Bore me again, and you're done." Finally, she emerged in a feral, animalistic ensemble that barely covered her skin. "How about this?" Chen Bai nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. "Acceptable. Tonight you are a magnificent pet. Come here." The darkness swallowed the room. After the passion subsided, Chen Bai focused his mind. "System, activate the dimensional warehouse function. Inheritor selection available." The notification glowed with blue promise. A space impervious to all detection skills. An absolute private domain guarded by the will of the universe. Use it wisely. With a thought, the system confirmed the item transfer. Good. Phase 2 begins now. Chen Bai flipped a coin. Arcane summoning sigils ignited the air. God, goblin, trade. A calculating smile curved his lips. He held all the cards. In the lore of the system, a legend whispered among the awakened. When trading with Lita, emotion is currency. The god observes the trader's state to adjust rewards. Chen Bai knew this game intimately. "To Lita, I am a high-value asset." He toyed with the decoy item in his pocket as the sigil faded. The goblin god Lita materialized from the void. "Little monster, summoning me so soon. Did you complete the mission to prove your worth?" Chen Bai tossed the object onto the floor. "See for yourself. Here is the proof. A piece of the dungeon boss." The dried flesh rolled to the god's feet. Lita inspected it, unimpressed. "Oh? Withered and stale. This creature has been dead for quite some time. You finished the trial last night, didn't you? Why the delay in summoning me?" Lita materialized before him, his divine presence heavy in the air. "Playing hard to get because you crave that scroll, are we?" Chen Bai's voice dropped to a freezing whisper. I didn't summon you because I finally understood the game. I showed you respect, yet you masked the dungeon's true horror. Only after I stepped into the abyss did I realize it was nightmare difficulty. If I hadn't possessed hidden trump cards, I would be nothing but a rotting corpse right now. So, that was your plan all along. The god paced slowly, his expression unreadable. I understand your rage, kid, but allow me to explain. It was a necessary crucible. I cannot entrust a legendary artifact to a vessel that crumbles under unexpected chaos. Do you understand now? Chen Bai nodded slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing. Fine, I accept your logic. Now, regarding my compensation and the next directive? Very well, Lita replied. Since I concealed the intel and you proved your might. Lita snapped his fingers and the air shimmered. Pick any reward you desire. After that, we discuss your final ring mission. Chen Bai bowed slightly, carefully hiding the glint in his eyes. I appreciate your explanation and your generosity, Lord Lita. The god tipped his hat in return. The limit is B rank and below. Choose wisely. A treasure trove of glowing artifacts materialized. Chen Bai didn't hesitate for a second. I'll take this one. The town portal blueprint. Lita chuckled, impressed. You have a sharp eye, kid. You know exactly what an empire needs. Now, the endgame begins. As Chen Bai gripped the blueprint, a system window shattered his view. Quest alert. God Lita offers a triple S rank mission. Mission, ultimate investment. Final round reward, 2 SSS rank class scrolls. Do you accept the burden of 2 SSS rank scrolls? Even Chen Bai was shaken to his core. This difficulty will be hellish. Lord Lita, you know the stakes. Even gods aren't born with SSS rank classes. Chen Bai noted the shift in the atmosphere. Lita grinned, but his eyes remained cold. Correct. My first class was merely A rank. The god's voice turned dark and serious. This is my greatest treasure. Naturally, it requires the greatest vessel to wield it. Anything less would be a waste of my affection. Chen Bai regained his composure, his gaze hardening. Fine, it seems I have no choice but to accept my destiny. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black darkness of the East Mountain villas, a beast crunched on human bones. A mutated rat, monstrous and vile. Level 5, Strength 18, Agility 20. A true monster of this awakened world. The level gap was too wide to perceive any more data. Hiding behind a boulder, Lang Chang trembled violently. They're spawning faster! Even if both our squads combined forces, that thing would slaughter us all, Zichang whispered, terror gripping her voice. Level 5? Its stats are quadruple ours. Lang Chang began to panic. We can't fight that. This is a brutal reality of the leveling mana world. Zichang's brow furrowed in desperate concentration. We can't engage. We need to put distance between us and that monster immediately. But someone has to stay behind to track its movements. Lang screamed a warning as the shadows elongated. Scatter! Move now! But the beast was already upon them, a blur of lethal intent. Zichang, retreat! You have to leave! Lang cried out, his voice cracking with fear. But mana coalesced in Zichang's hands, forming a shimmering blade as she replied through gritted teeth. It is futile. The creature, its speed is godlike. Death lunged at the two women with open jaws. Suddenly, the heavens split open. A figure descended from the sky like a falling meteor. Chen Bai slammed into the beast with the force of a collapsing mountain. Dust exploded outward. Zichang gasped, hope returning to her eyes. As the dust settled over the pulverized monster, Chen Bai smirked, dusting off his coat. Looks like my timing was impeccable, wasn't it? He turned to Lang, his voice commanding. Handle the cleanup crew. Compensate the families of the fallen generously. Their sacrifice won't be in vain. Zichang, return with me. I need a full situation report on this disaster. Back at the Dongshan Villa Fortress, Zichang briefed him as they walked. While clearing the corpses, we found mutant rats over 3 feet long. They swarmed us. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes dangerously. So the breach started in the eastern sector. Lu Li stepped forward, her head bowed deep in shame. Forgive me, master. The beast tide was sudden. We lost 6 supply warehouses in the chaos. The death toll has surpassed 100 souls. Here is the casualty report. Her hands trembled slightly as she offered the file. He took the documents, his expression unreadable as stone. None of you are to blame. You have fought without rest. Go now, recover your strength. Lu Li bowed deeply, relief washing over her. I will hunt down the remaining vermin and burn their nest. Ji Chang smiled softly at his declaration. Your dedication is admirable, but you need sleep. However, the master needs attending to as well. I have a recommendation. Very well, he nodded. Zichang turned to the door, her voice echoing slightly in the hall. Qinling Yu, you may enter. The door creaked open, revealing a silhouette with dangerous curves. Zichang gestured to the newcomer. This is Qinling Yu. We rescued her from the ruins nearby. She was a top-tier attorney before the world changed. She can draft your laws, build your empire's structure, and she is willing to belong to you entirely. Chen Bai waved a hand dismissively. Qinling Yu stays. The rest of you are dismissed. The room emptied, leaving a heavy, suffocating silence. Ling Yu finally spoke, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Please, master, order me as you see fit. He reached out, lifting her chin with a single finger. I hear lawyers possess sharp tongues and sharper wits. Why don't you show me exactly what you can do? Her eyes shimmered with a mix of fear and devotion. Yes, master. She sank to her knees, face flushing a deep crimson, and whispered, Thank you for this honor. Chen Bai reclined on the sofa, shirt unbuttoned, radiating the satisfied energy of a king. Your technique is exceptional. I am quite pleased. He rose, stalking toward the panoramic window to overlook the ruined city below. Come here. Ling Yu blinked, confused, yet compelled to obey. Yes. She approached him slowly. Chen Bai gazed into the distance, his aura suffocating and commanding. Listen closely. I am about to dictate the laws of this new world. She turned, highlighting her curves, but lowered her head apologetically. Forgive me, master. My hearing, it faded. It is a side effect of my level 8 focus skill, pure cognitive enhancement. When I activate it, my processing speed and sensitivity skyrocket to godlike levels. But to maximize efficiency, my brain filters out all external noise. As the tension in the room dissipated, their gazes turned outward. Chen Bai began to unveil his grand design. I brought you here to witness my domain, the Dongshan Villa, the high-tier mountainside residences, and the common settlement at the base. He shot her a sharp sideways glance. Draft specific laws for each zone. Absolute hierarchy is essential. Her professional demeanor returned instantly, cold and efficient. Understood. I can handle it. Do you have further commands? Chen Bai rubbed his chin, a mischievous, dangerous glint entering his eyes as he scanned her form. Actually, I have a request. I am intrigued by this focus skill of yours. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Let us test just how sensitive you become when your focus is at its peak. Ling Yu's face burned with heat. She looked up at him, stammering, As you wish. The next day, at the Linjiang drainage exit, Chen Bai pointed into the dark abyss. The blueprints and the rat tracks led us here. This is the heart of the nest. He stepped onto the concrete ledge. I could annihilate this place with a snap of my fingers, but I need to forge you all into living weapons. I need a force capable of defending our home when I am out conquering other lands. That is why I brought you here, to grind, to evolve. In this leveling mana reality we live in, becoming a pillar of strength is the only path to survival and status. His voice boomed like thunder. Are you prepared to face death? Morale surged like a tidal wave. They dropped to one knee in unison, voices roaring. We are ready, master, Chen Bai smiled. brushing hair from his eyes. "Stand up. It is strange for grown men to call me master. From this day forth, address me as the White Emperor." The soldiers shouted, "Understood, White Emperor!" He nodded, satisfied, and led the charge into the dank darkness of the sewers. Stopping at a massive barrier, he tore the steel grate from the wall like paper with raw power. Let the hunt begin. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen flashed before his eyes. Ding! Special quest triggered. Dwellers of the Deep. He read aloud, then looked back. Did the system grant you the quest as well? They checked their status screens. Yes, we see it too. Liang analyzed the text. Objective: eradicate the mutant horde and slay the Rat King. Secondary objective: investigate the mutation's origin. Rewards: pending completion. The team tightened their grips on their weapons. Confirmed, White Emperor. Our parameters match yours. With preparations complete, Chen Bai led them into the abyss. The darkness here, Zhang whispered. It is suffocating. Good thing I prepared flares. Liang looked around, frowning deeply. Does this place not seem suspiciously clean? A skittering sound echoed from the shadows. Chen Bai's eyes sharpened into daggers. He raised a hand. Hold. We are not alone. Screech! A tide of mutant rats exploded from the corner. Fangs glistening with venom, eyes burning with hunger. Chen Bai crouched, his body morphing. One arm swelled into a titan's hammer. The other sharpened into a razor-edged claw. A savage grin split his face. Now this is a target-rich environment. The squad surged behind him, boots splashing through the muck. Violence erupted. Blood and fur flew through the air as the White Emperor began his slaughter. Jiang charged after him. Chen Bai's sword was drawn, his battle cry ringing out. Everyone attack! If they are still breathing, double tap them! The rear guard followed close behind, finishing off the dying beasts. A sharp-eyed hunter in the back shouted with glee. Jackpot! I found a piece of rat skin equipment right here! Moments later, the squad took a breather, chests heaving. Zhang scanned the area and whispered, We cleared the section in record time. 16 pipe zones down. We are closing in on the source. Chen Bai nodded in confirmation. As the rear team regrouped, the scout pointed at a looming shadow around the bend, voice trembling. Incoming! It looks like just a single target. Xiang chuckled, eyes lighting up with eagerness. Just one? Step aside. Let me handle this pest. Chen Bai sat back, letting her take the lead, but tossed a casual warning. Do not get cocky. Use your detection skill first. She scoffed confidently. Obviously. Her eyes narrowed as she activated her ability. Crystal vision! A holographic ring materialized before her gaze, scanning the enemy's aura. But as the data flooded in, her confidence shattered instantly. Wait, something is wrong. It's a boss! A level 7 boss monster! Her voice shook with pure terror. I can't read its full attributes. Strength is nearly 30. Speed is over 40. Constitution... Before she could even finish, a familiar blur of motion tore past her. White Emperor, look out! She screamed, but her jaw dropped as Chen Bai simply flashed forward. With a single casual scratch, the massive mutated rat collapsed instantly. Clatter. A glowing item dropped from the corpse, echoing in the silence. The Plague Shoes. E-rank defensive gear. Agility +5. Poison resistance, and crowd control reduction. But the real prize? It was part of a set. Plague set, 1 of 5. All attributes +1. Level requirement, 5. The description chilled the air. Warned by the messengers of plague, spreading faith and death. Disease follows wherever they tread. Standing atop the massive carcass, Chen Bai scanned the system window, then looked at the card in his hand, muttering in confusion. Set equipment? Since when does a mere Rat King drop set items? With a simple thought, the gear materialized on his feet. He admired the craftsmanship. The grade was a bit low, But for a leveling Manhwa protagonist, collecting the full set meant god-tier stat multipliers. Chen Bai straightened up, his gaze intense. The Plague Rat King is dead. Now we just need to investigate the source to complete the quest. They pushed deeper into the next sewer section. Zhang scanned every corner but found nothing, sighing in frustration. 5 sections, and not even a whisker. But Chen Bai's eyes darted around, sensing a violent disturbance in the mana. Hold it. Wait here. Chen Bai stepped slowly into the toxic green mist ahead. With every step, the system notifications chimed like a slot machine. First absorption of spore virus. Virus points plus 10. First absorption of bubonic stimulant. Virus points plus 23. Rot virus absorbed plus 15. Mutated dark green spore virus plus 14. Black death virus absorbed plus 20. As the green mist vanished into his pores, Chen Bai stared at his palm. Finding germs in a sewer is normal, but the strains I'm absorbing now, these are alien to this world. These were classic awakening-style mana hazards. The concentration is lethal, even for evolved humans. His eyes narrowed dangerously. The source is close. Making a sharp decision, Chen Bai turned back to the group. Zhang, you can't go any further. It's too dangerous. Retreat immediately. Understood, she replied, instantly retreating without question. Alone now, Chen Bai stepped into the darkness, a thrill rising in his chest. This is getting interesting. The virus points are spiking with every step. Just how much power will I gain when I find the source? After a few more turns, he froze. This is it. Ahead, a dried corpse hung suspended in midair, surrounded by dancing green motes of light. Chen Bai gasped. It's a paradise of disease. He walked toward the center of the phenomenon. He paused, puzzled. A corpse? Is this dead body the source of the plague? He smirked, hand on his hip. No. Judging by the virus concentration, the origin isn't the body. It's that scroll. The corpse clutched a cylindrical object, emitting thick waves of green smoke. Chen Bai grabbed the scroll and unfurled it. He frowned. It's not a system item. There are no instructions. The text read, "The High Priest has sacrificed his life to leave this prophecy for our great God. During the trial, the divine fire has reached the supreme realm. We sacrifice this world to leave our God's mark within the trial. Our lives become the steps for the God's awakening. Our spirits remain with the God. Our names echo for eternity." The text concluded, "The plague sect. All things are possessed. Living beings are immortal." Chen Bai finished reading, bewildered. Plague sect? I've never heard of that faction. He tossed the scroll aside. Whatever. I'll just absorb all this virus energy and boost my constitution stats. He focused his mind. Absorb. The green motes of light swirled like a river rushing into Chen Bai's body, but halfway through, his eyes widened. Tendrils of mutated flesh were tearing through his sleeve. Chen Bai lost control, dropping the scroll. What the hell is happening? The air twisted into a vortex of green and purple energy, drilling straight into him. System notification. Special quest complete. Master of the Sewers. Reward, 2,000 experience points. Drawing random reward. Congratulations, you have received the skill Wall of Flesh. The dried corpse crumbled into the water. Chen Bai clutched his arm. It had returned to normal, but a glowing mark remained on his palm. Plague Sigil. Proof of a core member of the Plague Sect, condensed from the essence of terrifying diseases. This sigil will cause mutations in other nearby diseases. Chen Bai stared at his hand, mind racing. So, this is the mark of the plague. The holographic board flickered, the content shifting. The system announced, "Immunity to the corruption. Successfully harvesting the plague mark. Conditions met." A new quest line triggered, signaling the start of the Plague Sect mission. Difficulty level S. Chen Bai looked up, a whisper escaping his lips. A triple S rank mission? He instantly pulled up the details. The Plague Sect, a triple S rank objective. This was the ultimate quest. to usher in the true God spoken of in ancient prophecy. / The plague sect had sacrificed their own divine domain to descend upon this world, bringing with them treasures beyond imagination. And possessing the plague mark? / That was the qualification. / It meant he was worthy to ascend as that prophesied true God. The objective was crystal clear. / Locate the hidden members of the plague sect. / Face their trials. / Improve his divinity to the world. Was he the chosen one they had waited centuries for? / Target, find a plague envoy. / The reward? 3 massive, mysterious question marks. / As he analyzed the system text, realization struck. / This wasn't just a quest. / It was a direct path to divine authority. Suddenly, memories flooded back. A beautiful, haunting silhouette from his past rose to the surface of his mind. Chen Bai chuckled darkly. His resolve hardened into diamond. To become the plague god, would that finally grant him the power to crush the plague envoy, Heloise? He would face them head on. / I will find them. But then the sky tore open. A colossal vortex swirled into existence above him. A dungeon was manifesting. He reached out, his fingers grazing the volatile energy. The system interface flashed red. System alert. The hell. Difficulty dungeon. Plague sewer is currently generating. The countdown appeared. 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chen Bai smirked, his brow furrowing in thought. Hell tier. This level of danger. It would make the nightmare level iron furnace look like child's play. A full month just to form? The quality of the loot inside would be astronomical. I'll return in 30 days to conquer it. Decisive, he turned and walked away. But nearby, another vortex swirled to life. Ziang touched the barrier, checking the stats before shouting out. The Dongshan sewer dungeon is complete. Difficulty, normal. Level requirement, 1 to 10. Entry limit, 3 times a day. Stepping from the shadows, Chen Bai rubbed his wrist. He whispered to himself. Levels 1 to 10. That is the perfect grinding spot for a leveling mana user. Spotting him, Ziang cheered. Master, you've returned. I've already ordered the team to assemble for power leveling. We cannot waste those 3 daily entries. Chen Bai nodded, pleased. You did well. 20 minutes later, the squad stood at attention. He cleared his throat. Listen up. The sewer dungeon is claustrophobic. You will enter in squads of 4 to 8. Your lives come first. Loot comes second. Is that understood? The group roared in unison. Understood. Briefing over, Chen Bai turned to the group of girls standing nearby. All right, I will join you for your 3rd run. But until then, you are on your own. Do not expect me to save you. They nodded quickly. Understood, Emperor Bai. With the warnings delivered, he waved his hand. Form a party first, then join this chat group. Their system interfaces lit up with a notification. /Evolver number 1, Chen Bai, has requested you join the party. White Emperor Palace. Zicheng gasped, his eyes widening. Your number is 0001? Chen Bai spread his hands, nonchalant. It is just a registration number. What is there to be surprised about? Song waited, scanning her screen. But no notification appeared. She stepped forward, demanding answers. Chen Bai, why wasn't I invited to the group? He glanced at her, his gaze brutally honest. Because I didn't invite you. He stepped closer, his tone teasing yet sharp as a blade. This is my harem. Only those with absolute loyalty and capability get a seat at my table. A girl who wets herself at the sight of a zombie? She definitely doesn't make the cut. The insult struck a nerve. Song turned beet red, clutching her chest as she stammered a defense. Don't look down on me. I have grown up since then. Chen Bai stepped back, opening a menu of high-tier gear, provoking her further. Fine. Pick a weapon and get in the dungeon. Let's see just how much you've actually grown. Moments later, inside the dank sewer dungeon, Slash Song trembled, pressing her back against the slime-covered wall. Slash ahead, mutant rats scavenged in the filth. Slash the dagger shook violently in her grip. She inched forward, tossing a desperate warning to the sisters behind her. Do not help me! I need to handle this myself! Watching from the rear, Chen Bai turned to Liu. I still don't know what talents you and Song awakened. Liu conjured an ethereal sword, impaling her own hand without flinching to demonstrate. My talent is illusionary thought. It is a B-rank skill. I can project illusions into reality based on my imagination. However, it lacks raw combat power. Watching Song struggle ahead, Liu continued softly. As for her talent is the C-rank, Son of Heaven. It boosts experience gain and proficiency mastery by 50%. Chen Bai analyzed the data, his voice low. A hypergrowth type. Right now, that is less useful in a fight than your illusions. But the potential is limitless. She confirmed it. Slash. Exactly. Meanwhile, the battle ahead reached its climax. Slash Song planted her foot on a rat corpse, clearing her throat to show off. How about that? I took down 3 of them solo. This old rat was way tougher than those zombies. Slash Chen Bai approached, a faint, impressed smile playing on his lips. Not bad. Seeing how desperate you are to join my harem, I suppose I can make an exception. Song flushed crimson, stammering a chaotic rebuttal. Who? Who said they wanted to join your harem? I just wanted to prove my skills. Chen Bai feigned agreement, his expression deadpan. Fair enough. I will respect your choice and withhold the invitation. Instant panic set in. Song panicked. No, wait! Chen Bai's lips curled into a teasing grin. Wait for what exactly? Her face erupted in flames. She turned away, mumbling weakly. Just don't. Don't send the invite? Can't I just join directly? Amusement danced in his eyes. He placed his hands on his hips, savoring her embarrassment. Looking at that reluctant attitude, I think I'll pass. His words short-circuited her brain. Fury bubbled up, but she didn't dare explode. Her face twisted into a pout as she stuttered helplessly. You... Before she could crash completely, Zicheng stepped in, gently patting Song's cheek. Master, please stop teasing her. The poor girl is desperate to join. This morning, she was drowning in jealousy. She thought you favored Qin Ling Ling over her. Song glared at her mother, horrified that her secrets were being exposed. Song squeaked in pure embarrassment. Mom! Chen Bai tilted his head, finally relenting. Fine. For the sake of your mother's face, I will send the invite. Instantly, a holographic screen materialized. System notification. Evolver number 161,521. Song has accepted the invitation to White Emperor Palace. Her mood brightened in a heartbeat. She rubbed her neck shyly before turning to run off. She shouted back over her shoulder, I'm going to go slaughter more monsters. Chen Bai watched her retreat, a doting smile softening his features. Look at that adorable little princess. Zicheng chimed in smoothly. She's just stubborn, that's all. Don't worry, my lord. Once we clear this instance and return to the villa, I guarantee she'll be calling you daddy in no time. She gently touched Chen Bai's face. Her eyes reddened with emotion, holding a silent, heavy promise. He glanced at her, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. A woman like you is truly decisive. Zicheng stretched, striking her most seductive pose. Of course, in this broken world, one must be decisive to survive. The world changes too fast. Little Song is a sheltered young miss who has never tasted true hardship. Having a father figure like you, it's the greatest blessing she could ask for. Her eyes narrowed, hiding deep calculation within. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel suite somewhere in the city, Liu Huai soaked in a bathtub, sighing in pure bliss. So comfortable. It's only thanks to the monarch's brilliant advice that I can live like a queen in this apocalyptic nightmare. Suddenly, the chime of destiny rang out. The system announced, Evolver White's team has successfully cleared the normal mode of the East Sea Sewer Dungeon, levels 1 to 10, for the first time. The voice continued, Evolver White has uploaded a clearance strategy video. Viewing price, 10 coins. Her eyes went wide. She sat up, water splashing everywhere as she shouted at the screen. The Monarch! He cleared another dungeon! She gently touched his avatar on the display. Liu Huai felt a pang of regret. He's too godlike. I haven't even seen a dungeon yet. She sighed deeply. 10 coins. I'm about to go bankrupt for this man's knowledge. The video cut to the next scene. She sat on the edge of the bed, drying her hair. A storm of jealousy brewed in her heart. Why are there so many vixens around him? Elsewhere, a burly man rested his foot on his spoils, a war spear on his shoulder. He watched the video, critiquing every move. This little girl has decent talent, but her combat experience, it's trash. I want to see White fight. Fast forward, on a high-rise rooftop, Crow watched the screen with hawk-like intensity. His brain worked overtime to analyze the data. The monsters in the depths are absolute nightmares. Even with White's guidance, those girls shouldn't be able to clear it. In the end, the king himself will have to step in. The boss is here. He looks tough. A separate group watched together. Blake, sitting furthest away, cleared his throat. Well, how strong is this eastern lowlife really? Whitehair tilted his head, answering with a sneer. It's definitely no problem. We just have bad luck finding dungeons. There is no way he's stronger than Tang Ma's S-rank talent. After watching in silence, Brownhair frowned, shattering their delusion. No, you're wrong. He just instant killed the boss. He is leagues above us. Back in the hotel room, Liu Huai flopped onto the bed, eyes sparkling with adoration. That had to be an M-class boss. The monarch is a monster. She marveled at his strategy. His teaching method for those women. It's incredibly effective. She whispered a wish into the air. If only I were in the same city as the monarch. How wonderful would that be? I'm so jealous of those girls getting personal tutelage. Meanwhile, at Zichong's villa, inside the study, Chen Bai gave serious orders. Once everyone clears the dungeon, we'll be swimming in low-level gear. Chen Lingling and Yulei need to coordinate immediately. Establish the economic trading rules and equipment standards for the base. Zichong responded instantly. Understood. Any further orders? Pointing to the loot on the table, he spoke. I have something for you. Chen Bai's voice carried heavy emphasis. You understand how critical these items are, correct? Zichong stayed silent, leaning in to inspect them. Her eyes widened in shock as she picked them up, scanning the data. The wall of flesh and blood. It consumes organic matter to create a defensive rampart. This fortification surpasses any man-made wall. If wielded correctly, its presence alone will be absolute terror. Zichong lifted a scroll, her voice soft but serious. It returns the user to the marked city within 10 seconds after use. A pure material-based phenomenon. This is a true life-saving treasure. With this in our arsenal, we are destined to become the undisputed rulers of Wrong City in this chaotic, mana-awakened world. Next, she lifted a sleek suit. A shape-shifting artifact. Just command it, and it transforms into any equipment you desire. Chen Bai chuckled at her clinical summary, deciding to tease her a little. What's with that tone? You make it sound like this one pales in comparison to the others. Zichong didn't back down. She hopped onto the desk, leaning forward until her breath ghosted against his skin, defending her choice with intensity. How could that be? You are the true sovereign of this domain. Therefore, the only metric that matters is your satisfaction. Chen Bai gazed down at the woman crawling across the mahogany desk, her body pressing boldly against his chest. He offered a casual smile. I'm afraid I don't understand women's trinkets. Do you have a different surprise prepared for me? Her hand rested over his heart, her voice dripping with honeyed seduction. Oh, there is a surprise, but it isn't me. Zichong narrowed her eyes, a mysterious glint dancing within them. I told you before. I intend to make Zhao Ka officially call you Daddy. Allow me to prepare her. Please wait just a moment, my lord. Outside, the starry night sky stretched endlessly, while the villa's lights burned with an unyielding brilliance. Chen Bai turned away decisively, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He wasted no time equipping the new gear. Instantly, the blue system interface materialized. You have equipped the Plague Cloak. System reminder. Plague set equipped. 2 out of 5. All stats increased by 5. Reduces the effect of weakening debuffs. Chen Bai analyzed the data with cold calculation. 3 dungeon runs today, and I only secured a single piece of the plague set. If I maintain this pace, 3 runs daily with 1 drop each, I will complete the full set in just 3 days. He dismissed the screen, pleased with the trajectory of his power. Suddenly, a sharp chime broke the silence. A member of chat group 001 wishes to send you a private message. Chen Bai had already stepped onto the balcony, closing the door behind him. Seeing the notification, he paused, eyebrows raised. Huh? Is it Meng Meng? He opened the message. It read, Greetings, Lord Monarch. I watched your strategy video. It is clear that you tailor combat styles based specifically on individual talents. I am unskilled in direct combat, so I humbly wish to receive your guidance. Is that possible? Please, Lord Monarch. Chen Bai instantly grasped the situation. She was looking for a carry. He tapped out a calculated reply. Guidance requires me to understand your capabilities first. If you trust me, reveal your innate talent. Only then can I assist you. If you wish to keep it hidden, your attributes will suffice. However, be warned, looking only at attributes rarely tells the whole story. Receiving this blunt reply, Meng Meng froze, stunned by his directness. She accepted the request instantly. Meanwhile, Chen Bai stared into the void, digging through the dusty archives of his past life's memories. In his previous timeline, the name Meng Meng had never once surfaced. But if she is part of the pioneer group, her innate talent must be decent at the very least. But the moment he glanced at the system screen, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Her dreamscape points were sitting at a staggering 31. Chen Bai's mind froze, racing to process the impossible. An SSS ranked talent. That is a supernatural power with infinite growth potential. How could a powerhouse like this remain anonymous in this brutal, mana-awakened world? She must have perished early in the previous timeline. He needed answers, fast. Tell me exactly how your talent functions, he commanded via text. Meng Meng didn't hesitate for a second. Of course, I will explain everything. My skill, Dream, allows me to enter a dream dimension identical to reality. I can infiltrate the subconsciousness of others, and even extract physical items from within the dreamscape. With dream weaving, I can alter reality within that world, though right now, my control is limited to small adjustments. And with Shared Dream, I can invite others into my domain by creating a specific dream totem. Chen Bai analyzed the text, his expression hardening. If she kept her physical body hidden, this ability basically made her a god in her own realm. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. I can send you a dream totem picture right now. Could you please enter my world and teach me how to fight? Chen Bai rejected the offer immediately. I cannot agree to that. Entering your domain leaves my physical body completely defenseless. But her reply came desperate and fast. Please don't turn me away. I can sign an evolver contract with you. I swear on my life, you won't suffer any harm. Chen Bai paused, genuinely stunned. An evolver contract? Chen Bai paced the room, typing rapidly. That kind of binding vow is recognized by the universal will itself. It costs at least 10 gold coins to forge. If you have that kind of wealth already, why are you so desperate for my combat techniques? Meng Meng rushed to explain. Monsters I kill in the dream world die in reality too. I can even tweak the drop rates of the loot within the dreamscape. That is how I farm the gold coins. I can even pay you with other rare items, like these two. She attached 2 items, a D-rank skill book and a legendary S-rank special prop. Chen Bai's jaw nearly hits the floor. This ability rivals his own, Monarch Virus. Seeing no response, Meng Meng sends another pleading message. I am begging you, please help me. I might be a god in the dreamscape, but in reality, I am completely defenseless. She bites her lip until it bleeds, trembling fingers tapping frantically on the screen. A terrifying premonition claws at her gut. If I do not master combat right now, I am dead. Chen Bai sighs deep in his chest. Her intuition is terrifyingly sharp. Her ability offers absolutely zero physical enhancement. In this mana-awakened universe, that is a fatal flaw. He types out his reply. Fine, send over the Evolver contract. His mind is already racing, calculating the immense benefits. If she is willing to go this far to bind herself to him, helping her is a no-brainer. With a talent that broken, he has to recruit her into his squad. The system mana panel flashes open before his eyes. Notification. Evolver Meng Meng has sent you an evolution contract. Meng Meng guarantees no harm or negative impact will befall you. Violation results in the immediate stripping of Evolver status. Validity, 24 hours. He taps the accept button without a second of hesitation. I agree. Outside, the night sky is awash with stars. Inside the Songtse villa, Chen Bai tosses his jacket aside and collapses onto the bed, calming his breathing while reviewing the entry method. To activate the dream totem, one must relax completely and stare at it for 3 minutes. If the target resists mentally, it takes even longer. Gazing at Meng Meng's image, his mind begins to drift like the clouds outside. If this ability evolves enough to pull people into dreams instantly, she would become a walking nightmare. As consciousness fades, Chen Bai's eyes slide shut, his soul pulled forcefully into the designated dreamscape. He materializes in a bedroom where Meng Meng is already waiting. Their eyes lock, and both of them freeze. She clutches a teddy bear to her chest, her face flushing a deep crimson as she stammers. Hello, Lord Monarch, she whispers. I am Meng Meng. Meng as in Mencius, and Meng as in dream, the one who sent the contract. Chen Bai replies coolly, keeping his guard up. I am Chen Bai. Just call me Bai. So, this is your dream world? This bedroom is not exactly suitable for combat training, is it? Meng Meng shakes her head frantically. No, not here. She smiles shyly, touching the door handle like it is a magical portal. I have prepared the gymnasium. It is not far. Chen Bai frowns as he steps through the threshold. Instead of a hallway, he sees a mesmerizing vortex of pink light rising like mist amidst a concrete jungle. He looks around in utter disbelief. Is that the gym? Just how massive is your dream world? Meng Meng shakes her head, her eyes reflecting the hazy pink atmosphere. Not exactly. The dream world exists independently. It does not rely on me to sustain it. As a dreamwalker, I can only enter and reshape parts of it. From what I have found, this realm mirrors the real world perfectly. Chen Bai narrows his eyes, intrigued. A smirk tugs at his lips. I see. Fascinating. All right, let us head to the gym and start the training. She sprints ahead, glancing back with a playful wave. Let's go! The scene warps instantly around them. Inside the gym, Meng Meng snaps her fingers. Let there be light! Instantly, the basketball court is flooded with brilliant illumination. Chen Bai glances at her, his voice low. Are you still in middle school? Meng Meng giggles. No. Before the apocalypse descended, I was actually a web novelist. Chen Bai sits down calmly, looking up at her with a heavy, serious gaze. If you want to survive in the real world, the only way to improve is through actual combat. Do not use your dream manipulation powers against me, yet. Attack me with your physical body. I need to gauge your raw fighting ability first. Meng Meng clenches her fist, her voice trembling with pride. In this dream realm, my physical attributes will scale perfectly with my spiritual power. It is the ultimate awakening. My spirit stat currently sits at 48, so you better watch yourself. Hearing her bold claim, Chen Bai rises to his feet. Do not hold back. Strike me with everything you have. Her eyes burn with determination. All right, here I come. In a flash, Meng Meng throws her entire weight into a desperate punch, aimed straight at Chen Bai. The strike is fast, but Chen Bai shakes his head in disappointment. Your center of gravity is a total mess. You can launch an attack, but you cannot recover. Rejected. Shame flushes Meng Meng's cheeks crimson. She abandons all form and lunges forward, both hands flailing wildly. Chen Bai sidesteps the clumsy assault, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Is this the legendary flailing turtle fist taught to kindergartners? His tone shifts instantly to that of a strict instructor. First, control your balance. A punch you cannot retract is a death sentence. Second, pick a target instead of swinging blindly at the air. Third, watch your opponent, not just your own fists. You are fighting a person, not a sandbag. After a moment, Chen Bai raises a hand to halt the session. Enough. I have gauged your current level. Just memorizing those 3 principles is sufficient for now. Chen Bai offers a faint, confident smile. Why apologize? Just focus on your training. That is enough. Comforted by his words, Meng Meng nods with renewed vigor. Understood. / 7 days flashed by in the blink of an eye at the East Mountain Villa. Zitiang reported with eager devotion. Master, the new decrees for East Mountain have been posted in every corner. We have guards stationed at every board to enforce them. Chen Bai exhaled a breath of satisfaction. Finally, the East Mountain settlement was running like a well-oiled machine. But moments later, he dropped a bombshell that shattered the calm. I have purged the surrounding danger zones over the last few days. From this moment on, the fate of this stronghold is in your hands. I depart at first light tomorrow. She shot up, her voice trembling with a mix of shock and longing. Why leave so soon, master? I thought you would stay a few more days. I cannot. My plague set is still missing its final piece. Just then, the familiar azure glow of the system interface illuminated the air. Plague, set 4 out of 5. All stats increased by 10. Passive effect. Grants debuff resistance while inflicting a random viral curse on any enemy struck. Chen Bai's voice turned raspy, dripping with ambition. I do not have time to waste grinding for a measly E-rank item in this backwater. The world outside holds treasures far greater than this, and I intend to seize them all. Ziqiang immediately threw herself into his arms. Then promise you will think of us, and come back soon. Otherwise, if your White Emperor Palace suffers a flood, there will be no one to handle the overflow. Chen Bai smirked, amused by her bold implication. Oh? Floods in my territory? He gripped her chin, his gaze dominating her. In that case, go summon the others. Tonight, we need to have a very thorough discussion about installing some new drainage systems. Amidst the silence of the night, Ziqiang's sweet voice echoed. Some time later, Chen Bai carefully closed the door. Just then, Lang Shuang approached. He reacted instantly, assuming she sought Ziqiang. She is not awake yet. Lang Shuang quickly shook her head. No, I actually came to find you. Chen Bai's eyes narrowed with suspicion. What is it? Lang Shuang reported urgently. Someone is stirring up trouble at the settlement down at the mountain's base. Chen Bai's expression turned frigid. You came to me for something this trivial? Were the laws of East Mountain not clear? He glared straight through Lang Shuang. Do you not know how to handle pests according to protocol? Under Chen Bai's crushing intent, she hesitated. Apologies. We have the crowd under control, but the ringleader, he claims to be your old classmate. Chen Bai didn't hesitate for a second. Take me to them. Lang Shuang nodded sharply. Understood. The scene shifted to the residential area, where Li Chen pointed excitedly. Chen Bai is here! I see Chen Bai coming. Meanwhile, Lang Shuang scanned the mob and reported. These people are unhappy with the 1 coin daily fee. They demand protection, yet refuse to pay the price. Across the line, the man stepped forward with arrogant flair. Chen Bai, it is me, Li Chen. Chen Bai replied flatly. Li Chen, I know who you are. He didn't flinch. cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Our rules are simple. 1 coin, / you just need to kill a single zombie. That is all. / even if you cannot fight, there are profitable jobs within the walls. So why are you gathering people here to start a riot? Li Chen retorted quickly. It is not about the money. It is about principles. / in this apocalyptic hell, we are supposed to help each other. You hoard resources now, so you should be helping everyone survive this disaster. He smirked, his voice dripping with moral superiority. Take some advice from your former student council president, Chen Bai. If you want to achieve true greatness, abolish these fees. / do that, and the world will sing your praises. Chen Bai couldn't hold back a scoff of pure contempt. / I am too lazy to waste breath on trash like you. Chen Bai turned his back, his cold voice thundering across the courtyard. Everyone, listen up. Here, my word is law. If you cannot handle it, get lost immediately. / you have 3 minutes. / if you are still here after that, I kill without mercy. Chen Bai's footsteps echoed dryly as his gaze swept over the crowd like a predator looking at prey. This place runs on my rules. Accept it or scramble. 3 minutes. If you do not leave, do not expect to leave alive. Chen Bai lowered his voice, issuing a command. Lang Shuang, start the timer. She replied instantly. Yes, sir. Right at that moment, Li Chen smirked, launching a final provocation. No need for 3 minutes. I absolutely will not leave. / I stand here representing the welfare of the people. Everyone stands with me. They appreciate me. / Hearing this, someone in the crowd couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Cut the crap. 1 coin is nothing to the people here. Anyone complaining is either selfish or looking for a free ride. We won't protect parasites like you. / In an instant, Li Chen became the target of their collective rage. Someone shouted, You useless trash! Can you seriously not kill a single zombie in a whole day? Another chimed in. If you can't earn a coin, come be a watchdog at my house. I'll pay you 2 coins. Just get out. We built this sanctuary. You have no right. Li Chen's voice cracked, his face draining of color as terror took hold. You, all of you, he shrieked, hysteria rising. Fine, I'm done. Who would want to rot in this hellhole anyway? Just you wait, Chen Bai. You'll rue the day you crossed me. But Chen Bai merely stepped forward, his boots echoing with the heavy rhythm of death. Hold on. The command was soft but absolute. Li Chen turned, a sneer forming. What? Regretting it already? He froze. Razor-sharp claws extended from Chen Bai's fingertips. Silence fell. A single flash of motion, and a crimson arc sprayed across Li Chen's stunned face in a gruesome display. In a heartbeat, the lifeless body hit the floor with a dull thud. Chen Bai gazed down at the corpse, his voice cutting through the air like a cold blade. You were right about one thing. Letting a piece of trash leave with a grudge, just to return later? Now that is something I would have regretted. Langu checked her watch, her voice ringing out to the paralyzed crowd. 2 minutes remaining. Are the rest of you staying or leaving? A young man dropped to his knees, trembling before the tyrant of the apocalypse. I surrender. I'll follow the rules. No gathering, no trouble. I accept any punishment. Please, just grant me one more chance to live. Chen Bai's gaze shifted, the killing intent fading into cold indifference. Smart choice. 5 coins. After 1 month, the price returns to normal. The man nodded violently. I accept. Thank you. Thank you so much. The rest of the crowd bowed in terrifying unison. We are also willing. Please, give us a chance. Chen Bai signaled his subordinate with a dismissive wave. The rest is up to you. Langu bowed deeply. Understood. Rest assured, master. Suddenly, a vibration broke the tension. A message from Meng Meng flashed on the screen. Master, I've hit a wall. My spiritual stats are high, but I lack offensive skills. I'm powerless in a real fight. He typed a calm reassurance. Patience is key. Trust that I will secure that mental assault skill book for you. Her curiosity piqued immediately. Master, which city are you in right now? The moment I leave seclusion, I'm coming for you, he replied simply. Jiang City. A notification popped up instantly. That's surprisingly close. I'm currently stationed in Wuchang. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bai made his move. If you are willing to follow my lead, I can come and retrieve you myself. A bloom of warmth spread through Meng Meng's chest as her fingers flew across the screen. Really? That would be amazing! As the phone snapped shut, the warmth vanished from Chen Bai's eyes, replaced by a calculating glint. Wuchang. In my past life, that was the exact location where I triggered the S-Class Hidden Profession quest. It wasn't the legendary triple S rank, but in this mana-driven world, it will serve as excellent capital for trading resources. Chen Bai gazed up at the endless gray sky, his resolve hardening into tempered steel. Target acquired. First stop, Wuchang. Meanwhile, inside a barricaded hotel in Jiang City, Lu Ping's voice hung heavy with dread. Jiwo, report. What's our status? How much food is left? Despair dripped from Jiwo's reply. It's grim, Brother Ping. With a dozen mouths to feed, we won't last 3 days. Fury twisted Lu Ping's features as his jaw clenched tight. It's all because of that damned elite zombie outside. That monster slaughtered 5 of us in silence. Its perception is terrifying. It detects us the moment we touch the first floor. Escape is impossible. It saw a creature, neither human nor demon. The blood drained from Jihuo's face, leaving him looking like a walking corpse. He forced the words through chattering teeth. So, we're destined to starve in this hellhole? Suddenly, Wei's finger stabbed toward the window, voice shrill. Everyone, look! Outside! The monsters! They're scattering! Witnessing the chaos, Lu Ping couldn't hide his shock. What in the world is that thing? I can only track a blurry afterimage. Don't tell me it's a new evolved variant. He rushed to shut the curtains, voice dropping to a terrified whisper. Anything that can scale walls like that is a death sentence. Stay out of sight. But Wei raised a trembling hand to stop him, eyes wide. Wait, that silhouette. It looks like a human. Jihua froze, paralyzed with confusion. A human? Impossible, Lu Ping scoffed. Are you sure fear isn't playing tricks on your eyes? She stared intently ahead, her voice turning firm. There is absolutely no mistake. Do not forget my sensory awakening skill. Wei's voice turned grave, ringing like a funeral bell. Target is moving rapidly, straight toward us. A colossal monstrosity crashed into view, shaking the very earth. Chen Bai observed the beast with cold detachment. A tyrant class. Interesting. Excellent. A truly unexpected windfall. He just happened to possess a weapon blueprint requiring the bones of a tyrant. His voice dropped to a low, calculating rumble. Smashing it with a giant hammer would shatter the skeletal structure. That would ruin the material quality and the drop rate. Dark purple energy erupted from Chen Bai, coiling around his arm like chaotic flames. He smiled coldly. Then I'll just have to sever the head. Inside, Juhua trembled, his face pressed against the glass in terror. It's too fast to track. What is happening? Wei urged them back frantically. Get back, now! Stop looking. Do you want to get us all killed? Wei swallowed hard, her face draining of all color. Outside, the real battle had begun. Look at his hands, Lu Ping hissed, terror gripping his voice. They just morphed into razor-sharp claws. I told you, that thing is a monster. No human in this awakened reality can grow claws like that. Suddenly, Wei's tone shifted, her eyes locked onto the carnage below. He just executed the beast. And now? It looks like he is consuming its very essence. Wei's eyes widened as she caught a fleeting glimpse of the warrior's profile. Wait, I know that face. Back on the street, the tyrant's corpse lay at Chen Bai's feet. Blue system screens flooded his vision. Target eliminated. Elite Tyrant Zombie Virus Type. Offensive and defensive hybrid reward. 2,000 experience points. Devour successful. Target, Tier 3 Mutant Tyrant. Blacklight virus compatibility confirmed. All attributes increased. Acquired 800 virus points. Blacklight virus. Evolution points, 500. Notification. The system logic has unlocked a new morph. Muscle mass reinforcement. New morph acquired. Armored shield. Chen Bai inspected his arm with grim satisfaction. Muscle reinforcement. It amplifies every fiber of my being without distorting my physique like the other transformations. Practical. My defense is nearly doubled. Not a bad haul. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from above, shattering his focus. Chen Bai! It's really Chen Bai! Startled, the protagonist snapped his head toward the source. Who goes there? As he looked up, the silhouettes of Lu Ping and Shi Wei came into sharp focus against the broken window. Chen Bai paused, scanning the massive structure before locking his predatory gaze onto their specific floor. Lu Ping slammed his hand over Wei's mouth, hissing in anger. Are you insane? How can you be certain that thing is Chen Bai? What if it is a mimic? A monster wearing his skin, Lu Ping added sharply. Exactly. He effortlessly slaughtered the beast that trapped us here. If you have a death wish, don't drag us down with you. But suddenly, a calm, cold voice drifted up from the street. Is someone up there? Greetings. I am Chen Bai. Did I hear someone call my name? Shi Wei immediately scrambled to her phone. Chen Bai, it's me, Shi Wei. As she peeked out, she saw Chen Bai hanging casually from the window frame, his gaze cold as ice. Oh, the eldest miss. I thought it was someone else, he scoffed lightly. Shi Wei's eyes lit up with desperate hope. Chen Bai, do you know how Sister Song is doing? Is she safe? Moments later, inside a hotel in Jiang City, Chen Bai's voice cut through the tense silence. I have established a stronghold at the Dongshan Villa district. There are already hundreds of survivors living under my protection. Song Zhang is helping me manage the base, so Sister Song is perfectly safe. Wei's eyes welled with tears of relief. Really? Lu Ping immediately cast a skeptical look. He built a base with hundreds of people? Just like that? Another student hesitated, voice trembling. You mean the Queen of Jiang City is actually working for you? You're bluffing, aren't you, bro? Chen Bai remained calm, radiating unshakable confidence. You will know the truth once you get there. I do not waste my breath on lies that can be easily exposed. Suddenly, the door handle rattled violently. A shout rang out. Ah! Chen Bai! He spun around. Shi Jiang? The man rushed in, overflowing with excitement. I swore I heard someone call your name. Xiaomu stared in disbelief from the doorway. It really is Chen Bai. He scrambled to his feet. What are you doing here? Shi Jiang threw his arm around Chen Bai's shoulder, explaining rapidly. That day in Jiang City, Brother Jiang wanted to help Beauty Queen Wei with her part-time job, so he brought a whole crew along. Xiaomu chimed in. We wanted to invite you, but Li Feng insisted you were too busy to come. Hearing this, Chen Bai made a sudden offer. Are there many Jiang University students here? If you want, you can all retreat to my stronghold at the Dongshan Villas. Suddenly, a devilish smirk played on his lips. But there is one rule. The rent is 1 copper coin per day. Can you accept those terms? Of course, Lu Ping agreed without hesitation, though anxiety flickered in his eyes as he assessed the danger. If that monster wasn't blocking us, we could have been farming gold coins by now. But the road to the base is treacherous. Can you escort us, Chen Bai? The protagonist cut him off instantly. I have unfinished business. But don't worry, on my way here, I only encountered a single tyrant-class monster. The group looked disgruntled. Wait, you didn't see any other monsters? That just proves how unlucky we are. Just then, Chen Bai waved his hand. A stack of cards materialized as he swiped through his inventory. Si Jiang, Blockhead, and Si Wei. These are low-tier items I cannot use. Take them. Chen Bai stood up abruptly. I need to move fast. You know where the base is, so I will be going ahead. Lu Ping nodded gratefully. Thanks, Chen Bai. Shi Jiang called out, worry in his voice. Stay safe, brother. The protagonist leaped from the rooftop, soaring effortlessly to the opposite building. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Master, the message read grimly. Your King Han is complaining in the group chat, the message read. I think my new ability might be useful for him. Chen Bai replied instantly, his eyes narrowing. I'm in too many groups. Just tell me what happened. He paused, a thought striking him. My King Han. Does she mean Han Xiao? Back at the hotel, Xiao Mu spoke with urgent intensity. Brother Zhang, we need to move. We must head to the stronghold immediately. Luo Ping's voice was grave, his expression grim. Every evolved human counts. Reaching the base makes us safer. In this apocalyptic world, strength and numbers are everything. He frowned, his tone turning ice cold. True, but we must be prepared. Crossing Jiang City to get to Dongshan is no small feat. Meanwhile, Lai Feng pushed up his glasses, whispering dangerously. Wait a moment. He froze, surprised to see a familiar silhouette return. Chen Bai, why are you back? Shui rushed forward, concern etched on her face. Is something wrong? Chen Bai replied calmly, his demeanor unshakable. I just need a temporary room to handle some business. Xiao Mu quickly suggested a solution. You can bunk with Qi Jiang. Chen Bai smirked, shaking his head. And give up my privacy? Not a chance. I need to be alone. Fine, take my room, Shui offered. We'll guard the living room for you. Suddenly, she gasped, a memory flashing through her mind. Right? She called out desperately as he walked away. Chen Bai, wait! Catching him in the hallway, she asked, I forgot to ask earlier. Do you know Sister Song's evolution ID? I need to add her to my friends list. Chen Bai lowered his voice, whispering the code. 990225. Qi Jiang interjected eagerly. Chen Bai, what about yours? Xiao Mu and I want to add you too. Chen Bai turned, reciting a simple, terrifying sequence. 0, 0, 1. The room froze in absolute shock. Time seemed to stop. After a beat of silence, Qi Jiang burst into raucous laughter. We all evolved, but your terrible sense of humor clearly didn't. But behind him, Xiao Mu gripped his shoulder tightly, his face pale. Qi Jiang, just add him and see. Suddenly, a system notification chimed like a judgment bell. Chen Bai accepted your friend request. Qi Jiang screamed in disbelief. Someone nudged him hard. Qi Jiang, don't just stand there like an idiot. Let's go. 10 minutes later, whispers erupted among the group like wildfire. Is Chen Bai's ID real? One asked in awe. That number, it's legendary, Xiao Mu whispered, his voice trembling. It's the order of evolution. That means in this entire awakening mana world, he was the very first to rise. Sudden realization struck him like lightning. Wait, do you remember what Chen Bai posted in the dorm chat group? That tip about the school moving the physical exam to mid-June? Qi Jiang nodded rapidly, sweat forming on his brow. Of course. We looked like idiots working out for a week straight because of that. A heavy silence fell, suffocating them. Then came the terrifying question. Hold on, does that mean Chen Bai knew the apocalypse was coming? Xiao Mu laughed nervously, trying to deny the truth. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But hey, thanks to him, we were physically ready, right? Qi Jiang nodded slowly, the gravity of the situation sinking in. True, we survived because of the intel Chen Bai gave us. Xiao Mu grinned with pride. Exactly. Suddenly, Qi Jiang's focus shifted. Hey, beauty queen, why is your face beet red? Shui bolted toward the door in a panic. Nothing, I need to go to my room. And don't forget Chen Bai's arrangements. Nobody disturb him. Slam. The door shut tight. Outside in the hall, she leaned against the wall, face burning with embarrassment. She whispered his name, Chen Bai, before frantically typing a message. Brother Song, it's me, Shui. On the other end, Song Zijing replied instantly. Wei, how did you get this private frequency? She admitted shyly. Honestly, Chen Bai gave it to me. Song Zijing scoffed, the sound sharp even over the chat. I knew it. That guy can't step outside without flirting with death. Or women. Shui probed further. You're his best friend, right? That means we're all on the same side, Song replied without hesitation. Naturally. Shui sent a cheerful reply. Perfect. When we all group up, it won't just be the two of you anymore. It'll be a trio. Song Jijing was baffled. What are you talking about? Shui drifted into a delusion, muttering to herself. Does he feel the same way? Could this be destiny? Then the realization hit her. Chen Bai and Brother Song? Living together? Just then, Lai Feng's voice broke the silence nearby. Listen to me, Brother Luo. This situation isn't as simple as it looks, he accused boldly. Chen Bai is definitely scamming us. His story is full of holes. Luo Ping nodded without thinking, suspicion clouding his eyes. I smell a rat too, he scoffed. And that nonsense about Song Zijing managing his base? Please, it sounds like a classic power trip. Meanwhile, Shui stood frozen, overwhelmed by the barrage of conflicting information. At that moment, the system chimed within the dreamscape. Chen Bai descended from the sky like a deity, a calm, sovereign smile playing on his lips. Apologies, everyone. I had to arrange a few contingencies in reality before logging in. His gaze swept the area with authority before settling on the group. Looks like I'm the final piece of the puzzle. Standing before him were Wu Ya, Han Xiao, and Meng Meng. Han Xiao threw back his hood, his voice ringing with excitement. Emperor Bai, I'm Han Xiao. It's an honor to finally meet the legend in the flesh. I knew you'd be impressive, but damn, you're even 30% more handsome than I imagined. Meng Meng rolled her eyes, sighing deeply. Kiss ass, Han Xiao grinned shamelessly. Hey, I only speak the truth. Then a brooding figure stepped forward. Greetings, my liege. I am Wu Ya. Meng Meng mentioned she had an extra slot for the party, so I have come to fill it. My talent? Fear manifestation. An SS rank ability that drags living nightmares into reality. Han Xiao's jaw practically scraped the floor. You have to be kidding me. Does that mean my S-rank mind control is actually the trash tier of this group? Cheng Ai narrowed his eyes, his gaze dissecting the situation instantly. Your talent might lack raw destructive firepower, but your luck? That is a power all on its own. He glanced at the girl. If you had triggered this hidden scenario just a few days ago, not even Meng Meng could have saved you. Back then, her power was limited to pulling mere consciousness into the dreamscape. But using the dream nest as a core? That is the game changer, allowing us to project our physical forms directly to your coordinates. He gestured toward her. Truth be told, she only mastered that technique yesterday. Han Xiao threw his head back, laughing. Then the heavens really are smiling on me. But Cheng Ai's expression remained hard as stone. Focus! Meng Meng can sustain the four of us, but our time is limited. The clock is already ticking. Tell us exactly what kind of hell we are walking into. Han Xiao's fingers danced in the air as he summoned the holographic interface. It is an exclusive S-rank hidden quest. I am sharing the quest window now. The target is close, so let us move while I brief you. This is a classic Awakening Mana mystery scenario. I discovered an old medical file in my father's estate from the Hongsheng Mental Hospital. It listed an aunt I never knew existed. The diagnosis was bizarre. Why was she completely erased from the family history? And more importantly, is this genetic madness the true source of my own overwhelming mental attributes? The answers are buried in that asylum. The scene shifted, looming shadows swallowing the light as Han Xiao's voice dropped to a grim whisper. Welcome to Hongxing Mental Hospital. By the time I found it, the place had already mutated into a nightmare dungeon instance. He turned to Cheng Ai. His usual playfulness vanished. I tried to solo it once. He crossed his arms, the memory of frustration burning in his eyes. I had to retreat almost immediately. The mobs range from level 5 to 12, but on nightmare difficulty, they are unkillable for me. I was stuck, unable to grind XP or advance a single step. And when I bailed, the will of the universe warned me that something inside had marked me. If I returned alone, I would be dead. Cheng Ai just smiled, a confident radiance emanating from him. I know, leave it to me. Silence fell over the group. Then, the cold, mechanical voice of the system shattered the quiet. "Do you wish to enter the Hongxing Mental Hospital instance?" A smirk curled Cheng Ai's lip. "Let us hunt." Inside the instance, Wu Ya scanned the rotting corridors and scoffed. "Just trash mobs." Meng Meng shivered, sensing the vile atmosphere. "Careful. Something feels wrong about the energy here." "Do not get cocky," Han Sha warned. "Even the fodder here hits like a truck." Suddenly, a twisted nurse monster manifested. Her body contorted in grotesque, impossible angles. Wu Ya didn't flinch. He stepped calmly into the line of fire. "Hold back. I want to test my limits on this thing." The creature shrieked and lunged, but behind Wu Ya, the specter of his SS rank fear manifestation rose like a demon from the abyss. The monster collapsed midair, paralyzed. It stared in absolute terror at the entity looming over it. Wu Ya simply snapped his fingers. Fear mode. Detonation. Lightning crackled, engulfing the beast in a violent surge of energy. System corrupted. Nurse eliminated. Experience obtained. Meng Meng giggled nervously. "Wow, you look more like the villain boss than the actual monsters." Cheng Ai chuckled. "Impressive control." Han Sha pumped a fist. "That was absolute fire." A skill book dropped to the floor. Piercing Mind Blast. Unleashes a sharp mental explosion in a target area. Warning, the sonic resonance will attract nearby enemies. Wu Ya held up the glowing card. "First drop and it is a rare skill? Luck really is on our side." Cheng Ai nodded, keeping the pace. "Han Sha, Meng Meng, you two are the mental type users. Sort it out between you." Han Sha waved it off immediately. "I pass. I am only here for the quest item. Besides, my kit already covers that base." Meng Meng's eyes sparkled as she grabbed the card. "Then do not mind if I do. Thanks, guys." The card dissolved into particles of light as she absorbed the technique. Just then, Cheng Ai threw out a wild idea. "Meng Meng, why not test that skill of yours right now?" Meng Meng hesitated, worry clouding her face. "But, Master, the damage range is tiny, while the sound range is massive. If I do that, every monster in the ward will come running." Seeing her panic, he comforted her with a gentle, calculated smile. "That is exactly what I want. The monster luring function is the key here. Hunting them one by one is too much of a hassle. Trust me, nothing will go wrong." His words acted like a buff, instantly boosting her confidence. She nodded firmly. "Okay." Without wasting a second, Meng Meng launched her attack into the void. "Telekinetic blast!" In a heartbeat, dozens of monsters began to swarm toward them. Cheng Ai smiled. Everything was going according to his script. "The aggro effect is even better than I expected." Under the dim, flickering lights of the abandoned ward, dozens of twisted figures shambled toward the survivors, like a wave of death. Han Sha stepped back, fear gripping his heart. The sheer number of dungeon monsters flooding the area was suffocating. Wu Ya snapped a warning, his gaze razor-sharp. "Everyone, lock in. Do not let your guard down." Amidst the encroaching chaos, Meng Meng looked up at Chen Bai, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Master, look at the numbers. Are you certain we can handle a mob of this magnitude?" Chen Bai tilted his head, his deep voice resonating with absolute, unshakable authority. "Of course, this is not a problem." Chen Bai stood motionless like a statue, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. "In fact, this is the perfect stage to test my newly upgraded skills in a real leveling mana scenario." Hearing his leader's confidence, courage surged through Han Shao's veins. He roared, "If the team leader says kill, then we kill! Die, you filth!" Han Shao swung his arm like a wrecking ball, sending a horde of zombies flying with pure brute force. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Wu Ya quietly chanted a spell of absolute terror. "Darkness!" He looked up, his eyes pitch black. "Strangulate!" On Meng Meng's side, the very air in front of her suddenly detonated. Both Han Shao and Wu Ya spun around in shock. Holy, what is that? In that moment, the petite Meng Meng hoisted a massive rocket launcher onto her shoulder. she whispered with manic glee. Awesome! One more shot! Han Zhao couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of the scene. A rocket launcher? Seriously? Her dream creation ability is absolutely broken. At this rate, will Boss Meng Meng summon a Gundam next? Wu Ya answered with dead seriousness. With her mana pool, it is definitely possible. But then Wu Ya turned his gaze elsewhere, suspicion rising in his heart. Why hasn't the team leader attacked yet? Meanwhile, Chen Bai stood frozen in place, his mind racing. Finally, I have charged the energy to the limit. The casting speed of this skill is agonizingly slow. Charging mid-battle is a pain. A moment later, a sinister, predatory grin spread across his face. All right, it is time. Chen Bai crouched down and slammed both palms violently into the floor. Boom! Countless earthen spikes erupted from the ground, skewering the monsters instantly. In a single flash, the entire battlefield was wiped clean. Witnessing the devastation, Meng Meng gasped, Master, you are too strong. Han Xiao's jaw practically hit the floor. Holy crap. Is that the power of the White Emperor? Wu Ya was stunned into silence. He muttered, he killed them all in one hit. Just then, two zombies quietly crept up behind Chen Bai. He seemed caught off guard, a rare look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Han Xiao rushed forward, desperate to protect him. There are two left. I'll handle them. But Chen Bai suddenly blocked his path. Wait, stand down. I kept these two nurse-head mini-bosses alive on purpose. Han Xiao froze, watching in total disbelief. Chen Bai turned and effortlessly caught the monsters with a single hand. The system chimed in instantly. Black Light Devour Evolution triggered. You may choose to view the target's memories. There is a probability of absorbing any of the target's skills. Chen Bai thought to himself as he activated the skill. Reading and absorbing memories. I haven't used this feature since I first awakened it. A glowing symbol appeared on the nurse monster's forehead, and she began to scream in panic. What is this? What is happening to me? Suddenly, the nurse saw a vision of herself tied to a cross. She screamed in pure madness. Don't come over here! I beg you! Stay away! A bystander in the memory whispered, Nurse Kang, please, keep your voice down. Chen Bai observed the memory, watching a figure reach out toward the terrified woman. Why is her mental resilience so low? And yet you plan to offer yourself to your master? What a pity. A crazy woman can only serve as next month's sacrifice. Another figure in the memory stepped forward to comfort her. Nurse Wang, don't be too sad. Everyone is just rejecting you because of what happened to Nurse Kang. The woman nodded slightly. I know. I like Nurse Kang very much too. Then she unconsciously muttered a number. 16. 16. Such a good person. So beautiful. Why did she suddenly go insane? Snapping back to reality, Chen Bai narrowed his eyes. 16. And a demon formation. I figured it out. When I was a demon hunter in my past life, I heard rumors about a mental hospital dungeon in the demon city linked to the occult. It was said that it could even summon a devil. It was a pity that back then my level was way too high for this dungeon. I only read related posts on the Evolution forums and didn't pay it much attention. With that realization, he gave the order. All right, listen up. We look for clues about the hidden quest. Everyone, stay sharp. Do not split up. Chen Bai looked into the distance, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. There is a high chance a powerful entity exists here. Half an hour later, deep in the abandoned hospital, Han Xiao stretched his back. We must have lured all the monsters out earlier. We haven't seen a single one for ages. We've searched 3 floors and found nothing. Meng Meng interrupted him. It's not that we found nothing. The number 16 appears here with terrifying frequency. Unlike the others, Wu Ya was anxious, staring intently at Chen Bai. I don't care about 16 or 18. I just want to know why the dungeon boss hasn't made a move yet. Is he so scared of the White Emperor that he's hiding? Chen Bai didn't turn around, answering coolly. Young man, you seem a bit reckless. Suddenly, the situation descended into chaos as the group shouted, Who's there? Come out! Right then, the ominous sound of footsteps echoed from nowhere. From the abyss, a voice gruesome and ancient grated against the silence. I am the Dean of Hongxing Mental Hospital. I am also the messenger of Solomon, the 16th demon god of the 72 pillars. Ming Ming instantly shifted into a combat stance. He is a demon, Muya analyzed, his eyes narrowing. A messenger of the gods. The Dean smirked, his tone dripping with pure malice. Feigning calm is futile. Your only destiny is to become a sacrifice for my master. He squinted at them, a twisted glint in his eye. But you, girl, if you serve my master loyally and bear his children, I might spare your life. Ming Ming exploded with rage. In your dreams! Go have your master's babies yourself, you creep. Beside her, Chen Bai curled his lip, his face a mask of disdain. A low-level devil modified from a human base? Aren't you a little too arrogant? He glared at the abomination. If you actually have any power, then show it to this grandpa right now. Quit playing these stupid games. The celebration was cut short as a voice, dry as old bones, echoed from the shadows. Pitiful humans. You truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the pressure in the room skyrocketed. Allow me to educate you on the true meaning of power bestowed by the Master. A psychic shockwave slammed into them like a tsunami. Han Shao doubled over, clutching his head as the blood drained from his face, his body locked up in sheer terror. What is this pressure? Ming Ming fell to her knees, groaning in agony. It hurts. Make it stop. Chen Bai stood his ground, though his expression darkened. Damn it, he cursed internally. I hate fighting mental types. It is constant, unavoidable suppression that bypasses physical defense. My raw stats are high, but without a dedicated mental defense skill, I am a sitting duck in a war of attrition. There is only one option. End this now. Chen Bai exploded into motion, launching a devastating punch aimed right at the source of the evil. The entity, Chang Lin, merely tilted his head, looking at Chen Bai like a bug in a jar. Suddenly, the world erupted in flames. Chen Bai summoned a shield instantly. The impact shook the very foundation. Chang Lin let out a cold, mocking laugh. Oh, you actually survived that? Perhaps you aren't completely worthless after all. His voice boomed like thunder across the battlefield. But you can never hope to breach my hell's black flames. You have already lost to my overwhelming mental suppression. The crushing pressure slammed back onto Chen Bai, freezing him in place as if gravity had increased tenfold. Sensing victory, Chang Lin roared, "You are cornered! There is no escape for you now!" In this despair, struggle and scream all you want. Show me your hopeless faces. Suddenly, Han Shao lifted his head. A dark chuckle escaped his lips as a blinding light erupted from his body. Wuya watched in shock, his eyes widening. The mental suppression. Is it dissipating? Ming Ming turned on Han Shao, shouting amidst the chaos. Why didn't you unleash that kind of power sooner? He scratched his head with a forced smile. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I just released a bit of my mental energy, and it somehow countered his pressure. Across the battlefield, Chang Lin spoke, realization dawning on him. Han Shao, so you are a descendant of the Han family. You carry the master's bloodline. He sneered with disdain. Do not think your bloodline alone will save you. My hell's black flames will still reduce you all to ash. Unfazed, Han Shao fired back a sharp retort. Hey, aren't you just the master's loyal dog? Why are you trying to slaughter your master's descendant? Aren't you afraid your owner will stomp you to death? Chang Lin exploded with fury, his voice shaking the walls. Your family is nothing but a clan of traitors. Killing you might even earn me a reward from the master. Now, become dust within my inferno. Chang Lin leaned back, gathering his energy, and roared, Hell! Sensing imminent death, Wuya charged forward. Don't let him breathe fire! Stop him now! But suddenly, Chang Lin let out a massive sneeze, and the gathering flames instantly snuffed out. Seizing the moment, Chen Bai remarked casually, "What's wrong, old man? Caught a cold?" Han Xiao looked puzzled. "Is this some kind of new strategy?" Chen Bai noted, "The effect was slower than I anticipated. I guess the physique of a devil-class entity isn't too shabby." Cheng Lin hacked and coughed, his fury mixing with confusion. What have you done to me?" Chen Bai stepped closer, whispering like a phantom. "It's just a little skill to keep you sneezing. I actually just leveled it up recently. As expected of a system mana ability, this skill is called the Pulmonary Infection Flu. Once the infection is released, it enters the first stage within 1 second to 10 minutes, depending on the physical gap between the user and the target. In stage 1, all attributes decline, and 3 to 5 random disease debuffs appear. Crucially, any channeling spells are interrupted by sneezing, leading to inaccuracy, delays, or total failure. When it hits stage 2, physical constitution drops by more than half. Chang Lin looked horrified, screaming in denial. "Impossible! How could a being like me get sick?" Chen Bai continued. "Stage 2 activation. Recovery rate plummeting by 90%. Concentration shattered. 5 to 10 random pathologies inflicted instantly. Respiratory function critical." The voice of Zhang Lin grew weak and raspy. I am a high-tier life form. How is this possible?" "No," Chen Bai corrected, his voice devoid of mercy. "Stage 3 is total respiratory failure." The dungeon boss jerked his head up, trembling violently as suffocation took hold. Chen Bai smirked. "The effect is impressive, is it not? Even devils need to breathe. It was definitely worth the massive amount of virus points I invested." The system chimed with a golden notification. "Defeated dungeon boss, Hell's Apostle, Zhang Lin, level 12. Combat contribution analysis complete, awarding 30,000 experience points." After a moment, Chen Bai turned slowly, only to find his team shivering in the corner. Chen Bai pointed in annoyance. "What are you guys doing?" They covered their mouths, voices muffled by fear. Brother, the virus," Mang Mang whimpered. "Master, please, I do not want to catch a cold right now." Chen Bai could not help but laugh. "Relax. Unless I specifically mark you as a target, you will not get infected." Mang Mang gasped in awe. "So strong! White Emperor! That skill is absolutely invincible!" He cut her off coldly. "Stop the flattery. It only works so well because this devil possessed a weak constitution. Many monsters do not need to breathe at all." Chen Bai turned to Han Xiao. "I received the clearance notification and the strategy video. How about your quest?" Han Xiao checked his status panel, panic flickering in his eyes. "Huh? Why did I not get a mission completion notification? There must be a hidden side quest buried within this dungeon. We need to find it." He paused, a thought striking him. "Oh, right. I plan to upload the clearance video to the network. Does anyone want to show their face and become famous?" Wu Yao replied instantly. "Please blur my face, Captain," Meng Meng chimed in. "Mine too." Han Xiao nodded cautiously. "Let us keep a low profile, but first, let us see what loot the boss dropped. Then help me find the quest clues." Elsewhere, a holographic screen displayed the shocking footage. Evolver Bai leads team members Mang Mang, Han Xiao, and Wu Yao, clearing Nightmare Dungeon, Red Star Mental Hospital. Levels 5 to 12. Strategy video uploaded. Cost, 5 coins per view. Ji Chang glanced over, while Qi Jiang watched intently from start to finish, eyes glued to the screen. Meanwhile, Shi Wei's jaw nearly hit the floor in sheer astonishment. Unlike the skepticism of the crowd, Li Feng smirked with amusement. But on the screen, a masked figure stood atop a high-rise in River City. Shi Wei's voice rang out with absolute certainty. He may be hiding his face, but those twin daggers, those claw techniques, I would recognize that fighting style anywhere. I have analyzed the combat footage from the White Time archives. There is absolutely no doubt that is Chen Bai. She shot a look of pure disdain at the group. "Cat got your tongue? Just a moment ago, you two experts were swearing on your lives that Chen Bai was nothing but a liar. Lai Fang looked like he had been slapped, completely stunned. He stammered, but isn't Chen Bai supposed to still be rotting in his hotel room? Panic rising, Lai Fang pivoted, turning desperately to Lu Ping. Even if that is him, it just proves his combat power is high. It does not prove that the sanctuary or base he bragged about actually exists. Suddenly, Lu Ping jumped to his feet, trembling. He gritted his teeth. Exactly. In fact, this situation is even more terrifying than we thought. Don't you get it? Lu Ping's imagination ran wild with horror. What if he is luring us to his base just to raise us like livestock? To feed on us? To fuel his own dark power? That is the true nightmare scenario! But before his fear could spread, Shi Wei's voice cut through the air like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. Lai Fang, drop the act. We all can see you just have beef with Chen Bai because he refused to share any high-tier gear with you. And you, Lu Ping? Still stubborn? She smirked, pulling up her interface. Then feast your eyes on this video I just received. It might change your tune. A grotesque monstrosity filled the screen, an indistinct nightmare of writhing flesh. Yao screamed, terror gripping her heart. Ah! What kind of hellish creature is that? Shi Wei, why would you show us this? She replied coolly. Sanji just sent it to me. Watch closely. The image sharpened, pulling every eye toward the horror in the frame. Li Feng's voice trembled, his face pale. This is the footage from the River City Villa District. Sanji suddenly popped into the frame, cheerful as ever. Behold, the wall of flesh and bone. It protects the perimeter of our sanctuary by consuming corpses. Siwei, I bet you are scared witless right now, aren't you? She panned the camera back, making a proposal. You wanted to see the base, right? Well, take a good look. Calls through the cosmic will aren't cheap. Classic system mana rules. So I only bought 10 minutes. She grinned. Enough to give you the grand tour, from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Sanji's tone turned playful. The foot of the mountain is for the masses. The entry fee is just 1 coin a day. Anyone can join the safe zone. But if you cause trouble, you lose your life. She pointed the camera upward. The mountainside is where our relatives in Inner Circle live. We are even planning to expand the entertainment district soon. And this is the peak, the Villa District, my current home. You recognize this view, don't you? Few souls are worthy of standing here on the summit, but make no mistake, this place is an absolute fortress. No ordinary mortal can step foot within this sanctuary. At the last second, Suna looked straight into the lens, a playful, wry smile dancing on her lips. Though, you might end up living here too. Chen Bai hasn't made a move on me yet. But with a wolf like him, it is only a matter of time. Suddenly, her tone shifted, becoming dangerously inviting. Anyway, hurry up and get here. We have so much to catch up on. Fine. I am hitting the dungeon to raise my stats immediately. Otherwise, we won't stand a ghost of a chance against a monster like Chen Bai. Wu Ya paused, a sudden doubt crossing her mind. Wait. Did you ask Suna exactly how many women are in Chen Bai's harem? Suna blushed crimson, quickly looking away. That is irrelevant. Wu Ya looked down, instant regret washing over her. She really should have screened the content before sharing it with everyone. The damage was done. Li Fang stepped forward, desperately trying to salvage his dignity. Well, that settles it. Who knew Chen Bai was this OP? I was just, playing devil's advocate earlier. Suddenly, Lu Ping blurted out, I can't let you be Chen Bai's woman. Shui Wei recoiled immediately, her voice dripping with venomous annoyance. What is wrong with you? Who said anything about me becoming his woman? Lu Ping panicked, grasping at straws. He is a player. He has too many girls. You won't like it. Then, he confessed, his voice trembling. I'm not like that. I only have eyes for you. The air grew heavy, suffocating for a split second, before Shui Wei's expression turned to absolute ice. Stop! Don't take another step. Her voice was steady, a cold blade leaving no room for hope. Looping who you want or how many people you want, it means nothing to me. I've rejected you countless times before. Her voice dropped, final and crushing. Let me make this crystal clear one last time. I feel absolutely nothing for you. Stop liking me. Meanwhile, deep inside the demon capital Dream Realm, at the Red Star Mental Hospital, Chen Bai stood over the corpse of the boss on the 4th floor. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike his consciousness. The system awakened. System alert. Special bloodline atoms detected within the entity. Host can choose to devour or extract. Absorbing will impact the black light virus and the host's physique. Chen Bai's eyes went cold as he decided. Reward my minions? No. Extract it for me. Isolate the power. System message. Special entity devoured. 500 evolution points gained for the black light virus. Passive skill activated. Absorption. Acquired rank A skill. Hellfire body. System extraction complete. The bloodline has crystallized into an item. Item description. Weak demon bloodline atom. Type consumable. Rank A. A pharmaceutical essence condensed from the body of a true demon. Effect. Upon consumption grants a weak demonic bloodline. Requirements. Spirit 20 or higher. Physique 20 or higher. He stared at the glowing vial in his hand. This is the bloodline atom. Chen Bai gripped it tight, a smirk forming on his lips. Extracting it turned it into a physical item. I thought it would just vanish into the system's void. He turned to his team, his presence commanding. Report. What dropped? Han Xiao whispered, trembling with pure excitement. A lot. A ridiculous amount of loot, boss. A rank A class change scroll, Hell Messenger, and a rank A skill book, Hell Black Flame. Meng Meng held up a blueprint, her eyes shining. Plus an armor design and a rank D equipment piece. Blueprint, Shepherd's Horn. Crafting details, rank C to S armor. The potential is limitless. Materials required. Purebred Demon Horn ×1. Abyss Hellfire Dark Crystal ×1. Note: final item grade is determined by the quality of the materials used. Listen closely. When the S-rank Shepherd's Horn appears, it is unique. No one else can ever obtain an S-rank Shepherd's Horn again. Chen Bai's voice deepened, resonating with ambition. The horn of a purebred devil. Perfect. I know exactly where to use this. I will take this blueprint. The class change scroll goes to Han Xiao, who already possesses the demon bloodline. The skill book is for Meng Meng. Wuya, you provided crucial support, so this equipment is yours. Wuya grinned, accepting the reward. Then I thank you, White Emperor. Han Xiao marveled at the leader's wisdom. Such reasonable distribution. The White Emperor is truly god tier. Then he shrank back slightly, reminding them of the mission. The final step is helping me find the quest clue. I, Little Han, thank everyone in advance for your help. The air grew still as the scene shifted to the director's office. Location: Demon City Dreamscape. Red Star Mental Hospital, 4th floor, Dean's office. Han Xiao's eyes scanned the room desperately. I think the clue must be here. Unless the Demon Dean had a secret chamber hidden away. He shoved the door open, but before he could finish his sentence, a terrified scream ripped from his throat. What the hell is that? Before Han Xiao loomed a colossal statue. Meng Meng trembled, stammering in fear. How can a mere statue possess such an overwhelming, suffocating aura? Chen Bai explained slowly, his voice calm amidst the terror. What kind of monster is this? This is Zepar, the 16th pillar among King Solomon's 72 demon gods. He is the master that Director Lin worships. Chen Bai looked up, a fearless smirk playing on his lips. The reason this statue pulses with such terrifying energy is because Zepar has descended into this vessel. The god is here. How intriguing. I wonder if that corrupt director actually discovered a method to summon this calamity. A century ago, A maiden from the Han clan fell into a forbidden love with the projection of the demon god Zepar on this blue planet. That union birthed the curse. Since that day, every generation of the Han bloodline produces twins, a dragon and a phoenix. The daughter faces a cruel fate. Upon coming of age, she becomes the eternal bride of the demon god Zepar, trapped forever. In stark contrast, the son is allowed a normal existence, living in blissful ignorance of the dark truth. The scene dissolved into the dreamscape of the demon city. Inside the director's office on the 4th floor, Meng Meng stood firm. Ancient tome in hand, her voice cut through the silence with clarity. 10 years ago, Han Yong discovered the terrifying inheritance deeply rooted in his clan's history. He learned the horror behind the Han family legacy. To shatter the chains of fate and save his daughter from eternal slavery to a demon, he resolved to end her life the moment she was born. But Xiao Changlin intervened. He stopped the father and reported the betrayal to Zepar. For his defiance, Han Yong was stripped of his bloodline. The newborn daughter was claimed by Zepar, raised in the shadows to fulfill her dark destiny. For his loyalty, Xiao Changling was gifted a demonic bloodline. Meng Meng tossed the book aside, disgust written on her face. That is the essence of this lunatic director's diary. It reeks of jealousy toward the Han bloodline and insults calling Han Yong a fool. The rest is just a record of his rewards and oaths of eternal loyalty. Piecing this information together is the absolute limit of the intelligence we can gather here. Han Xiao bowed, gratitude filling his voice. Boss Meng Meng, the moment you finished speaking, my quest notification triggered. Thank you, truly. Reading those words, it tore me apart. I owe this discovery to you. She shook her head gently. Think nothing of it. I live for unraveling mysteries like this. Meng Meng then shifted her gaze toward the ominous statue. Master, you have been analyzing that statue since we walked in. Is something wrong? Chen Hai placed a hand on the cold stone, speaking in riddles. Of course there is. Suddenly, the room convulsed violently. Wu Yao looked at Chen Hai in panic. What is happening? Han Xiao cursed instinctively. Damn it! A secret mechanism ground open. Meng Meng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, there was still something hidden here. The scene shifted to the exterior, where a blood-red light devoured the sky. Meanwhile, Han Xiao took careful steps, his voice trembling. At this depth, we must have dropped from the 4th floor straight to the bowels of the earth, at least 3 levels underground. I have been counting the steps. Chen Hai smirked, his eyes narrowing. We should be arriving any second now. He boldly offered his deduction. If I am right, below lies the site where Xiao Changling summoned Zepar, a sacrificial ground for the demon god. A chilling sight greeted them the moment they stepped inside. Rows of crucifixes loomed over a dark magic circle inscribed on the floor. We outscanned the area, high alert. The stench of blood here, it is suffocating. Meng Meng approached with curiosity. Master, what exactly did you find? Chen Hai shared the data. See for yourselves. Hell Teleportation Array Core. A core engraved with the complete formation of Hell. Activating this triggers the dungeon to start Zepar's summoning circle. Requirement: sacrifice 16 lives, complete with souls and blood. Note: this is a unique item. The summoned demon god is bound by the rules of reality, limiting its power to level 12. Warning: after summoning, dungeon difficulty will skyrocket to Hell mode. Han Xiao gasped. Summoning a demon god? Wu Yao's eyes widened. There are level restrictions? Does that mean... Meng Meng cut in, excitement rising. Master, if we summon the demon god and kill it, imagine the loot, Chen Hai asked coldly. I am only level 8. What about you guys? She lowered her head. Level 5, Wu Yao answered shortly. 4, Han Xiao stammered. 3, almost 4. Chen Hai raised his head, his gaze piercing through their delusions. Exactly. If we summon it, you will be wiped out instantly. You are not even level 10. You have no class and no gear. Where do you find the courage to challenge a level 12 demon god? Facing the harsh truth, Han Xiao laughed sheepishly. But Isn't the White Emperor here with us? Chen Hai looked helpless. He spoke softly. Even with me, it is impossible. There is a massive difference between a diluted bloodline and a true demon god. Surely you realize that. Wait until you reach the dungeon's level cap and obtain a class. Then we return. Seizing the chance, Wu Yao quickly requested. Then next time, you absolutely have to carry us, big shot. Meng Meng winked playfully. Deal. You will be our priority. Once they were back outside, she asked carefully. So, is the dungeon cleared? Is there anything else you require, Great Master? Hong Sha hesitated before speaking up. There is still one mystery that plagues me. His voice dropped to a gravelly whisper, questioning the very nature of this hellscape. Another demon variant exists. Did these abominations spawn the instant the apocalypse began? Chen Bai leaned in, his gaze piercing through the gloom like a blade. Whether they crawled out of the void or were always lurking in the shadows matters little. What matters is that they are here right now. Why bring this up? Chen Bai pressed, his eyes narrowing. Think back. Did you notice anything strange about your father before the system initialized? Hong Sha shook his head, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Not at all. We weren't exactly close. To my eyes, he was just an ordinary, average man. His life was painfully mundane, he continued, his voice sounding hollow. The only exceptional thing happened after the end. He didn't turn into a regular walker. He became a mutant. Wu Ya's eyes widened with thrill. A demonic zombie? Now that is a rare spawn. Hong Sha's expression hardened into stone. No, nothing so grandiose. It wasn't demonic in nature. A gruesome memory resurfaced, making his voice tremble. He mutated into a plague zombie. His skin, it was festering with vile purple sores and toxic green pustules. The sheer terror of it froze my blood. I couldn't bring myself to even graze him. He clenched his fist. But that fear became my catalyst. It forced me to awaken my telekinetic powers, just to keep him at bay. In a twisted way, it was his final gift to me. Chen Bai's brow furrowed in deep thought. A plague zombie? Hong Sha nodded grimly. Yeah, it had to be the chemical plant where he worked. His co-workers in the district manifested the same corruption marks. A dangerous glint flashed in Chen Bai's eyes. That chemical plant. It is the key link to the Triple S rank Plague Sect questline. Chen Bai made his move. I have a keen interest in that facility. When we head to the demon capital, you are acting as my guide. Hong Sha beamed, accepting the command. Done. Consider it handled. Suddenly, Wu Ya cut in, her tone light but sharp. Hey, White Emperor, I've got a query about my ability mechanics. Chen Bai turned to address the squad. Go ahead. If anyone has intel or system queries, speak up now. We level up faster by sharing data. A smirk played on his lips. Not a bad haul for a single conversation. I've just unlocked a critical clue for the Plague Lord's hidden quest. Time passed, and Chen Bai drifted into a deep, restorative slumber. Jiang City, Hotel Room 1503. Seeing his team writhing in agony on the floor, he nearly roared. What the hell happened to you guys? A weak whisper replied. Chen Bai. He rushed forward, catching them before they collapsed. Explain this, he demanded. I explicitly ordered you not to enter my room. I flooded this space with high-grade viral defenses to stop intruders. Xiao hacked violently, coughing up blood. I've stacked over 20 negative status effects. It feels like a plague. Shui Yi gasped, interrupting him. My stats. All 30 attributes have plummeted to 0. Damn it, Chen Bai. Do you have a cleanse potion? Chen Bai's expression turned stern. I've already purged the virus from your systems. Your stats will regen shortly. He stood up. Rest here. I have business to finish outside. She stumbled toward him, panic in her eyes. Chen Bai! Zhang Lu Ping! He is planning to murder you. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, though it left him more baffled than afraid. Kill me? He raised an eyebrow. On what grounds? She lowered her head, her face a mask of misery. He and Li Fang refused to believe your stronghold existed. To prove it, I asked Sister Song to send video proof. but I didn't anticipate her reaction. Her voice trembled. After she rejected him, he snapped. He screamed your name like a lunatic. He thinks you are the source of all his misery. He believes if he eliminates you, his world will reset to normal. Chen Bai let out a cold, incredulous laugh. Is the man brain dead? What kind of twisted logic is that? Shui Yi's sadness turned to fury. He is a complete narcissist. He has always threatened any guy who dares to get close to me. He went so far as to force my childhood friend to drop out of school just to isolate me. If Sister Song hadn't shielded me, she said bitterly, he would have used his dirty tricks on me just like he did to those other girls. From the inner room, a chorus of hacking coughs echoed. Shui Yi clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Being trapped in this hotel with him, every day felt like an eternity in hell. Luckily, his awakened talent is trash, so he couldn't force himself on me. She looked up, determination burning in her eyes. You know what, Chen Bai? Seeing your power now, and knowing Sister Song is alive, it gives me hope. Suddenly, the coughing ceased. A deathly silence filled the corridor. Shui Yi glanced at the door. Zhang Luping has been soaking in your viral trap for a while now. Will it kill him? Chen Bai shook his head. Not immediately. The viral load debuffs his stats heavily, but it takes time to drain his HP to 0. A dark look crossed her face. Then, I have a suggestion. Interest sparked in his eyes as he leaned closer. Oh? Enlighten me. Shi Wei's voice dropped to absolute 0. I loathe him. I don't just want him dead, I want him broken. He needs to perish in total despair. Inside the room, Zhang lay paralyzed, helpless against the cold floor. His vision blurred, framing a living nightmare. Shi Wei and Chen Bai locked in a passionate embrace right before his eyes. Chen Bai pulled away, wiping his lips with a cruel smirk. To crush a man's spirit, a simple kiss is a lethal weapon. She smiled, a chaotic mix of vengeance and shyness. It worked! But don't get any ideas. That was my first kiss. 2 days later, on the outskirts of Wuchong Forest. /Song Zuchong initiated a private voice link. /Chen Bai answered instantly. Status report. /Song Zuchong's warm voice echoed through the channel. Just calling with an update. Our extraction team secured Shi Wei and the squad along the river route. They are en route to base now. Excellent work, Chen Bai commended. Back in the villa study, Song Zichong shifted her tone. There is one more thing. The evolution forum is absolutely blowing up. Everyone is buzzing about a mysterious elite chat group. The experts are claiming you are the admin. They say it's a sanctuary for pioneers, those who awakened early, like the protagonists of a leveling manhwa. Song Zichong stared intently at her screen. Is the intel accurate? Chen Bai paused for a heartbeat before replying. You mean chat group number 1? Naturally. Did you forget the recruitment post I had you boost last week? Her lips parted in sudden realization. So all those high-ranking experts, they will eventually be working under our banner? Exactly. Now, about the threads inside the Evolution Forum's Chat Group 1 section. How should we manage the information flow? Chen Bai reassured her immediately. Don't worry about that. I will decide after reviewing the data. Just send me the title of the forum post with the highest engagement. Understood. Organizing it now. Top post. A pre-apocalypse thread confirms the user, White Emperor, predicted the universal trial. It feels like we are living in a system manhwa. Analysis of White's video guide. Evidence suggests many top-tier experts are actually members of the same chat group. Since monsters appeared before the trial, human evolution is undeniably possible. The owner of Chat Group 002 states that Chat Group 001 was likely created before the trial began. A moment later, Chen Bai frowned in deep thought. It seems the time has come to officially activate Chat Group 001. Chen Bai stared intensely at the screen, monologuing to the silence. This won't just grant me immense influence and power. it will instill a sense of collective honor among the members. It will make recruiting those elite experts much smoother in the future. Withered leaves crunched beneath Chen Bai's feet. / System alert. / You have entered the hidden realm, village of the evil faith. Hearing this, a confident smile spread across his face. Finally, I've arrived. In my past life, this was the hidden realm for the S-Class Demon Hunter job change quest. Quest 1. Prevent the villagers from summoning the evil spirit. All participants will receive 500 experience points upon completion and may exit the hidden realm. Quest 2. Eradicate all C-rank corrupted villagers. Upon completion, all survivors will be rewarded with 1,500 experience points and granted permission to leave this dungeon. Quest 3. Annihilate the evil spirits summoned by the villagers and slaughter every S-rank corrupted villager. 5,000 experience points and a C-rank low-level demon bloodline potion. / In a twist of fate, Brother Zhang shouted with manic excitement. Listen up, everyone! We just need to charge into the hidden realm, clear Quest 2, and then we can all escape safely. The loot distribution is set to party random mode to ensure a fair system experience for everyone. Even if you do not roll an item, you will be compensated with gold coins. Brother Jiang promised, I absolutely will not let anyone suffer a loss. / In my past life, desperate for a few coins, I believed Brother Jiang's lies. He had joined my team to enter this very dungeon. / Who could have guessed that the marksman, Brother Jiang, would intentionally miss every crucial shot? His calculated mistakes allowed the villagers to summon a horde of evil spirits. Yet he took his own crew and retreated from the combat zone. / His vile goal was to use our lives as cannon fodder to weaken the monster wave. He waved his hand coldly, sentencing us to death. You lot have only one path to survival. Weaken that demon until I am satisfied with its health bar. By the time everyone realized it was a death trap, Brother Zhang had already locked down the battlefield. He mercilessly slaughtered any evolving humans who tried to flee the perimeter. / That bastard Ye Zhang had recruited nearly 100 people. / All solo players and struggling small groups from the area. No one could organize an effective resistance in time. Countless souls died in vain, crushed between the pincer attack of the evil spirits and Brother Zhang's bloody treachery. With their backs against the wall, the survivors realized there was no escape. Their only option was to turn back and face the demon horde head on. Yet their desperate struggle for a sliver of life was completely futile. Yi Chang gripped his weapon, signaling his team with a twisted, sadistic glee. Charge, brothers! Only when the last outsider had been slaughtered did Brother Chang lead his elites toward the exhausted boss. However, there was one variable he had not accounted for. I was still breathing. I knew that if they discovered me, I would be silenced permanently. So I became as silent as a shadow. While they were distracted by the boss raid, I managed to crawl, inch by painful inch, to the edge of the instance. I desperately tried to trigger the escape mechanism available after completing quests 1 and 2. Then, a miracle of fate occurred. The moment I was about to exit the dungeon, they killed the boss, and the system initiated the loot roll. The system notification chimed in my ear. Rolling for the S-rank Demon Hunter class change scroll. Alert, your roll is 100. Notification. You have obtained the S-rank Demon Hunter class change scroll. They had set up the random distribution mode to lure cannon fodder into their trap. But in a classic twist of karma, they lost the ultimate prize to their own greed. This truly proves that the heavens are watching. Wuyang City outskirts, the hidden realm. That group searched frantically for me later, forcing me to flee Wuyang and find a new place to restart my life. Thinking back on those days, Chen Bai let out a cold smirk. It is a pity I could not see the look on Brother Chang's face back then. But as his voice trailed off, he froze. Chen Bai looked down in shock. The corrupted villagers are already dead. His eyes narrowed. That means someone is already inside the instance, he muttered unconsciously. In my past life, Yi Cheng did not kill the demon and clear this dungeon for another 2 months. Chen Bai took a breath to calm himself. There is no need to worry. No matter who is ahead of me, it changes nothing. But who could possibly have discovered this hidden realm so early? Wu Yang Outskirts Village, Hidden Realm, Central Zone Announcement. Quest 2 complete. Experience rewards distributed. You may now exit via the village edge. A flash of joy crossed his face as Yi Chang sneered. Excellent work, brother. Zhang Long's judgment was spot on as always. Since Quest 2 is done, we can leave. Let's go, brothers. We will return to kill this boss later. As the group turned to leave silently, a voice rang out. Brother Chang, someone else has entered. Chen Bai suddenly appeared, walking casually past the group. Are you all leaving so soon? He turned with a provocative grin. Then I will be taking over this boss. You guys do not mind, right? Yi Chang replied unexpectedly. Not at all. Feel free. Chen Bai lowered his head, hiding a cold smile. So, it is Brother Chang. I never expected them to find this awakening mana dungeon so early. Yi Chang called out a mocking warning. Be careful, kid. That is a level 11 demon boss. Chen Bai waved dismissively. Thanks for the tip. Watch your step on the way out. Just then, the monster roared. What an interesting little bug we have here. It seems you do not fear me. Or perhaps you know you're about to die, so you have accepted your fate calmly. Facing the boss's crushing pressure, Chen Bai chuckled softly. I just forgot that it has been a long time since I faced the lone hunter demon. I usually want to exterminate every low-level spirit like you. Hearing this, the monster's rage exploded. It screamed frantically, You are just a puny human! Die for me! Chen Bai moved his sword with practiced ease, whispering into the air. As a demon hunter with decades of experience from my past life, I have slaughtered countless trash like you. Every weakness, every twitch of muscle, even the flow of mana within its veins. I see it all, clearly. With a single decisive strike, the monster's blood-soaked body crashed to the ground. System notification. You have slain the Orlando Hunter, a level 11 boss. Gained 13,500 experience points. Mission 3 complete. Reward. 5,000 experience and 1 bottle of C-rank low-tier demon bloodline potion. Chen Bai stared coldly at the loot, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It seems his skills have not rusted one bit in this intense, system-ruled world. Meanwhile, the spectators could not contain their excitement. Brother Chang, look, I got the participation reward. 5,000 experience and a bloodline item. Another chimed in. I got one too. But then a frown marred his face. Wait, did he just one-shot that thing? Zhang Long asked nervously. Brother Chang, is he planning to devour the boss's corpse? Yi Chang nodded, his expression grim. Yeah, let's go check it out. System notification. You have successfully devoured the special gene. Gained 350 exclusive evolution points for the Blacklight virus. System notification. Useless genes discarded. Obtained 1 bottle of A-rank common demon bloodline potion. Chen Bai spoke slowly, his voice laced with ice. Why did you come back? Planning to fight me for the spoils of war? Yi Chang forced a calm, thin smile, though his lips curled into a mocking grin. You must be joking. You soloed the final boss. Where would I get the guts to demand a share? Chen Bai's eyes narrowed like daggers. You preach about righteousness, but I can already smell the rot decaying beneath your mask. Moments later, he inspects the spoils, eyes gleaming with greed. Not bad. This boss actually dropped legendary loot, worthy of a solo leveler. Look at this, a B-rank hunter bloodline potion, an A-rank demon bloodline potion, and the Holy Grail, an S-rank demon hunter class transfer scroll. Chen Bai turns abruptly. Don't tell me this doesn't tempt you. Just then, Jiang catches the potion bottle and tosses it back. He speaks with calculated caution. Brother Chen, these are your kills, Zhang Long adds hurriedly. To say we don't want them would be a lie, but we know the law of the wasteland. You cleared the dungeon. The loot belongs to the victor. We aren't foolish enough to break the code. Zhang's eyes flash, his gaze dissecting Chen Bai as if trying to peel back his very soul. Chen Bai smirks, amused. Sounds reasonable. Then his aura drops to absolute 0. But you came back for a reason, and I doubt it was just to give me a round of applause. Speak your mind. Jiang waves his hands defensively. Honestly, nothing sinister. I just want to build a connection. Little brother, where's your base of operations? He laughs awkwardly. You see, my younger brother is currently cleaning up the western Wuchang suburbs. I'd hate for him to accidentally invade your territory. Chen Bai's pupils constrict. The western suburbs? Meng Meng! She's hiding in a small district near the gym in that exact zone. This guy plays the polite diplomat, but he's fishing for intel. He wants to know if I'm an obstacle. Chen Bai lowers his voice, playing it cool. Relax. My base is over in Jiang City. I only know of a gym in the western Wuchang suburbs. Nothing more. As he speaks, Chen Bai calculates rapidly. I need to find out exactly how close their forces are to Meng Meng. Zhang immediately switches to a friendly tone. Ah! We just conquered that gym a few days ago. We're currently tidying up the surroundings. With your strength, you must command a significant force in Jiang City, right? Let's be allies. But Chen Bai feels a pit form in his stomach. They've already cleared the gym. When people like him say cleaning up in this apocalypse, they mean conquest and slaughter. That explains everything. That's why nobody knew about Meng Meng in my past life. She must have been purged by this scum. System alert! New message from Meng Meng. Chen Bai signals them. Hold on. Suddenly, a trembling voice echoes from the screen. Master Ming! A swarm of evolved humans just appeared in my district. They're going door to door searching for something. At this rate, they'll find me any second. Chen Bai's expression turns thunderous. They are purging zombies and survivors alike. Do not let them in. I'm coming right now. Seeing Zhang's hand reaching out, Chen Bai snaps, glancing sharply. You! What do you think you're doing? In a flash, Chen Bai binds the man with cold fury, roaring, Die! Skill activation! Devour! As he absorbs the essence, memories flood into Chen Bai's mind, but the visions are fragmented shards. He can't pinpoint the exact location of the Jinhui International District where Meng Meng lives, nor the stadium. The scene shifts instantly. Chen Bai stares down the fleeing survivor. I need a guide. You warned me about the boss earlier. You seem to know a lot more than you let on. Scene transition. A high-rise in the western Wuchang suburbs. Jinhui International Community. Building 16. Room 1. Meng Meng's apartment. Screams echo from outside. Is anyone there? Open the damn door! A man bangs violently on the metal. I'm counting to 3. If nobody answers, we're breaking it down. Inside, Meng Meng trembles in terror. She whispers, trying to sound tough. You are not welcome here. Leave now. If you break in, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing the sweet, feminine voice, the thug grins lecherously. Brothers, hear that? There's a woman inside. His lackey jeers. Hey, little lady, how exactly are you going to be ruthless? Another thug laughs darkly. Don't worry, darling. Get yourself ready. Big brothers are coming in to comfort you right now. Meng Meng screams hysterically. A psychic shockwave distorts the very air. Outside, the thugs clutch their heads and vomit blood instantly. Her weapon clatters to the floor. Meng Meng collapses, coughing violently. A look of helplessness washes over her face. Damn it! Psychic skills require immense physical stamina. Just 1 second of usage and my voice is broken. My energy drained. She freezes. It's quiet outside. With my current mental power, that blast should have at least knocked them unconscious. Moments later, a weak, rasping voice drifts through the door. The dying thug speaks into a walkie-talkie. Brothers, meet at Building 16, 12th floor. There's a chick here. Mental attack ability. My squad is wiped out. Come capture her. She used a massive blast. She's tapped out. She's a sitting duck. 10 minutes later, the banging returns, louder and more aggressive than before. Meng Meng stared at the door, despair clawing at her throat. They were back. There was no escape, only a fight to the bitter end. The door splintered open. Heavy boots shook the floor as a man's predatory gaze locked onto her. Well, well, look at this little beauty. Why the cold sweat, darling? Little sister, you look exhausted. Why so quiet this time? A body like yours. It would be a tragedy to ruin it. Let Big Brother take care of you. Fighting doesn't suit a pretty face like yours. As the pack of wolves closed in, icy terror flooded her veins. She checked her reserves, stamina critical, mental power fading. She had enough for exactly one shot. Meng Meng's eyes blazed with fury. Go to hell! Hell black flame! Dark fire erupted, but her lungs burned for air. Her master's warning echoed in her mind. The 4 attributes must be balanced. High stats in one area are useless if the others are weak. As the smoke cleared, hope died. Another group stepped through the wreckage. The leader sneered, eyes gleaming with malice. Boys, looks like the little kitten is out of claws. Another thug cackled. So, beauty, will you be a good girl, kneel, and serve us? Or do you choose death? Pick one. Meng Meng groaned, clutching her splitting skull. The mana backlash hit like a hammer. Consciousness flickered. She reached out blindly into the void. No, I won't let them touch me. A thug laughed. Why ask? Look at her eyes. She's choosing death. Grab her, boys! The mob surged forward like a swarm of hungry locusts. She's ours! This wretched girl still dares to resist. Even now she fought back, but darkness swallowed her whole as she screamed. Save me! Someone! Please! Crash! The window exploded inward. A silhouette descended like a lightning bolt, planting a devastating kick squarely into a thug's face. Chen Bai caught her collapsing body, his touch a gentle contrast to the violence around them. A bitter, relieved smile touched her lips. Master, is that really you? I'm sorry, I was too weak. His voice softened, wrapping around her like a protective barrier. Hush, you did well to survive. Rest now, I'll handle the trash. Chen Bai turned to the mob, his gaze shifting from gentle to murderous. You dared to touch my disciple. None of you are leaving this room alive. The thugs froze, exchanging terrified whispers. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Standing before them wasn't a man. It was a reaper, draped in shadows and death. Kill him! They screeched, rushing forward in a blind panic. But before they could blink, a thunderous kick sent the vanguard flying. Against an awakener, they were nothing but insects. Blood misted the air in a gruesome display. One crumbled instantly. Another's head met the concrete wall with a sickening crunch. Silence fell. The Reaper's cold eyes swept the carnage. Is that the last of them? A weak whimper broke the stillness. Master. Meng Meng curled on the sofa, drenched in cold sweat. It hurts. Please stop, she moaned, trapped in a nightmare. Chen Bai immediately checked her pulse. Physical exhaustion compounded by mental overload. Severe mana backlash. The hallucinations were tearing her apart. Her mind was drifting into the abyss. Master, where are you? Frowning, he grasped her hand, pouring spiritual energy to anchor her soul. I am right here, Meng Meng. Heavy footsteps thundered from the blind spot. A surviving thug lunged, a massive axe swinging with killing intent. Chen Bai spun like a whirlwind, slamming the attacker into the concrete with the force of a pile driver. He didn't even look back as he returned to her side, his voice steady as a mountain. Fear not. Your master is here. Fury ignited in his eyes. He channeled his aura and stomped the ground. Crack! The floor tile shattered, the shockwave sending the groaning thug rolling in agony. He swore a silent oath. No one will ever hurt her again. An hour passed. The violence faded into a heavy silence, broken only by the rhythm of steady breathing. Meng Meng slept peacefully on Chen Bai's lap, color finally returning to her pale cheeks. Suddenly, a hand crept through the cracked door frame. Chen Bai's eyes snapped up, sharp as daggers. Zhang Long peeked in, sweat beading on his forehead. It's me, Mr. Chen, just me. Chen Bai continued stroking Meng Meng's hair, his voice dropping to absolute zero. If you are standing here, it means Chen Yichong's squad has been wiped out. Correct. Zhang Long dropped to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Yes, Mr. Chen. Just as you planned. I lured them into the trap. The monsters finished the job. Chen Yichong's elite forces are gone. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes. And the survivors? Are they your friends? Family? Zhang Long shook his head frantically. No, I have no one else. Only my wife and child matter. I possess the A-rank talent, true fission. That tyrant, Chen Yichong, discovered it. He held my family hostage to force my loyalty. Shame choked his voice. If my talent were trash, my family would have been slaughtered like the neighbors. I had no choice. Chen Bai nodded, his gaze softening slightly. I see. Your talent is useful, and you were the only one who warned me about the boss monster. I owe you for that. Will you follow me to Jiangcheng City? Zhang Long froze, stuttering in disbelief. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Bai smiled faintly. You are not forced to come. I am not a tyrant like Chen Yichong. I do not rule through fear. I respect your will, Zhang Long. Panic reveals a man's true nature. Chen Bai's gaze hardened. But are you willing to follow me? I hesitated only because... Zhang Long clenched his fists. Many innocents remain enslaved at the settlement. My family is still suffering among them. Chen Bai nodded solemnly. We can save them. However, moving a massive group to Jiang City right now is a suicide mission. Open your inventory. Remain in Wucheng for now and stabilize the chaos. Chen Bai flicked his wrist, retrieving a glowing vial from his spatial storage. Drink this. It will surge your power to new heights. I have also sent a friend request through the system interface. Contact me once order is restored. Then, you decide. Build a fortress here, or migrate to Jiang City. Zhang Long bowed, his forehead nearly touching the floor. Thank you so much, Master. After he departed, silence reclaimed the room. Mang Mang remained deep in slumber. Chen Bai opened his interface, his brow furrowing in confusion. What the hell? I just removed a potion, yet my inventory looks corrupted. A grotesque demon mask occupied a grid slot, its mouth gaping wide. It stared hungrily at the demon bloodline potion next to it. Strange. This was dormant when I looted the dungeon. I placed the class change scroll and the bloodline potion side by side. He studied the slots intently. Let's try moving it. In this leveling apocalypse, even the inventory system concealed deadly secrets. The demon mask seemed to salivate, craving that potion with an unholy thirst. Its unblinking eyes locked onto the vials, jaw unhinged in a silent scream of starvation. Chen Bai weighed the mask in his hand, a dangerous idea sparking. These low-quality bloodline potions are trash to me anyway. Why not feed the beast? After all, this was the treasure Lai Duo was desperate to possess. Perhaps a little snack will unlock a hidden attribute. One by one, he tossed the vials into the mask's gaping maw. Eat up. Take them all. 5 minutes later, the mask's twisted expression shifted into a satisfied grin. Chen Bai frowned. That is it? You devoured my entire stock just to feel full? Fine. I suppose special-grade artifacts have expensive tastes. Suddenly, the mask retched, spitting out a purple, pulsating lump. Chen Bai stared at the wet object on the floor. Does this thing eat and excrete from the same hole? What is this filth? Do I have to clean up after it now? He picked it up, and his pupils dilated in shock. Appraisal complete. A+ rank common demon bloodline essence. A consumable item formed by condensing raw demonic power through a secret forbidden technique. The higher the requirements, the more potent the effect. It demands 75 points in both strength and agility just to consume. Chen Bai's eyes blazed with excitement. The mask wasn't just eating. It was a legendary purification machine. Combined with the demon blood I can farm from the secret realm, I now possess an infinite generator of high-grade resources. It was the ultimate cheat code in this awakened reality. a glitch in the matrix meant only for him. Then his gaze shifted to the scroll, the S-rank Demon Hunter class change scroll, a unique item dropped only from the first kill of a pure blood demon. Completing the quest within would transform this parchment into the legendary Demon Hunter job class. The mission requirements were brutal. Enter the first layer of the abyss, slaughter 100 demons and 100 fallen ones to prove your worth. Leaving the deep to conquer the abyss, Chen Bai crushed the scroll in his grip. He wouldn't just scrape by this time. I am going to turn the demon stronghold into my personal hunting ground. Suddenly, a soft rustle broke his concentration. Her eyes fluttered open, hazy with sleep. She sat up, rubbing her face like a confused child lost in a dream. The moment she saw Chen Bai, the dam broke. "Master!" She threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Master, you are alive!" Chen Bai gently patted her back, his voice softening. "It is okay. I am here. The nightmare is over. I killed every last one of them." Meng Meng took a deep, shaky breath. "Master, I am too weak in the real world. I need to train my body. I must double my efforts." He smiled and ruffled her hair. "Physical training is too slow. Your focus is the core of this leveling world. Gaining experience and mastering your skills is the only path." Meng Meng looked down, tears welling up again. "But the experience points needed are astronomical, and I already cleared out all the monsters in the dream world." She sniffled, looking utterly defeated. "I cannot travel far, and I cannot find any dungeons." Chen Bai tilted her chin up. "How are you feeling physically? Rest for a bit, and then we will head to Jiang City. There are plenty of dungeons there." Hearing the name Jiang City, her sadness vanished instantly. "I feel great. No rest needed. Let's go right now to Jiang City." Chen Bai laughed, catching her hand as she tried to bolt. "Hold on." He scooped her up into his arms effortlessly. "Walking is too slow. We would never make it by next month at your pace." Meng Meng's face turned crimson, freezing in his embrace as they launched out the window. "Keep your eyes closed. If the wind pressure gets too high, tap my shoulder." She nodded, burying her face in his chest. He leaped, vanishing into the skyline like a phantom in the night. Moments later, they touched down in a desolate forest, the outskirts of Wucheng, the entrance to a hidden secret realm. Their boots crunched against the cracked, desolate earth. Suddenly, the system chimed in their ears. "Alert! You have entered the Demon Faith Village." Meng Meng gasped, her eyes darting around the eerie landscape. "Whoa! The atmosphere changed instantly." Chen Bai kept walking, his voice calm. "So, this is a secret realm. The main difference between this and a normal dungeon is the entrance mechanism. Only a realm that has been cleared once will provide an entry prompt. For an ordinary evolver, stumbling into a new secret realm is usually a death sentence." Meng Meng looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Master knows everything. So, should I go pull the monsters for you?" Her voice suddenly turned serious, ready for battle. "No," Chen Bai commanded coldly. "This isn't the dream world. One mistake here means real death. Stay near the exit, where it is safe." Before she could even blink, he vanished. Moving through the shadows like a phantom, Chen Bai analyzed the situation. The quest objective had updated. It was not just about killing demons anymore. The mission was total annihilation. He had to slaughter every single guard and the Dark Priest. There was no bloodline potion listed as a reward. Strange, but it didn't matter. The boss was going to die first regardless. Wucheng An Secret Realm, Central Square. The air here shimmered with a psychedelic evil energy. Perched high above, Chen Bai surveyed the killing floor. "Intruder!" The cultists below spotted him, instantly drawing their bows. They screamed in fanaticism, "A sacrifice for the demon lord!" But before their arrows could fly, Chen Bai's silhouette dissolved into mist. The guard froze, confusion washing over his face. A split second later, a thunderous impact shattered the guard's spine. Instant annihilation. Chaos erupted across the square. The boss roared, trying to rally a defense, but Chen Bai was a blur of violence. System notifications flooded his vision. Level 15, Dark Priest Gen High, slain. 45,000 experience gained. Special blood factor detected. Absorb or discard. Absorption would trigger an evolution in the blacklight virus. A savage grin spread across his face. Perfect. This system manual logic was finally paying off. He could devour them all? In that case, I'm digging in. His blade became a whirlwind of death. He harvested heads with surgical precision. Ding! Notification. Low-grade C-rank demon bloodline potion extracted. Chen Bai nodded in satisfaction. Even the mini-bosses dropped loot. He checked the elite corpses. They dropped potions, too. Only the trash mobs were empty. Makes sense, he muttered. Scarcity creates value. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Mang Mang sat on a large rock, swinging her legs patiently. She waited for her master to return from his slaughter. He had cleared the boss and the elites. Mang Mang rested her chin on her hand, thinking hard. He won't leave me behind, but I have 0 experience points. I need to catch up. A familiar voice snapped her back to reality. Mang Mang, charge your ultimate skill, Chen Bai commanded. Unleash your maximum destruction range. Do not worry, these mobs are weakened with your spirit stats. You can wipe them out. She didn't hesitate. A massive ring of energy erupted from her body. The system notifications began to scroll like a waterfall. System, level 10, corrupted villager slain, plus 250 experience. System, level 12, corrupted woman slain, plus 400 experience. System, level 1 traveler slain, plus 300 experience. System, level 14, corrupted butcher slain, plus 500 experience. System, corrupted farmer slain, plus 300 experience. Level up, plus 2 free attribute points. Mang Mang gasped as golden light bathed her form. Whoa! System quest complete. All targets eliminated. You may leave the instance. She sat on the rock, grinning from ear to ear. Master, I jumped straight to level 6.5. Look at all this experience. Chen Bai smiled, hands resting on his hips. Not bad. I just hit level 9 myself. Overcome with raw emotion, Mang Mang leaped from the boulder, wrapping her arms around him in a joyous embrace. Thank you, Master. You lured all those monsters just for me? I love you, Master. But right then, a holographic screen popped up. It was a staple of any good system. Zicheng was requesting a video call. He accepted the connection instantly. Seeing her face on the screen, his brow furrowed. What's wrong? You look pale. Did something happen? The screen flickered, displaying the Heroes Guild tag. Her expression was grave. Master, we need your help immediately. A goblin claiming to be the god of trade has appeared in the residential area. Chen Bai froze. A vision of an arrogant, smiling face flashed through his mind. The god of trade? He immediately fired back. Lloyd, why is that guy at the residential zone? Zicheng's eyes widened in surprise. You actually know him? She shook her head, glancing towards the Iwang Mountains. It's a long story, but I'll keep this brief. After observing our settlement for a day, that Lloyd character approached me. He is offering a silver-grade city building token as an investment, but there are strings attached. We have to build a goblin chamber of commerce in the prime district once the city is established, and grant them lifetime tax exemption. Chen Bai rubbed his chin, deep in thought. High-tier city building tokens were legendary artifacts. A city recognized by the will of the universe unlocked incredible system functions. This investment brings us nothing but benefits. It's a win-win. Zicheng exhaled sharply, the tension finally leaving her shoulders. Excellent, my thoughts exactly. However, there is a deadly catch. We cannot hoard this token for a rainy day. The system demands immediate activation. Chen Bai nodded, his strategic mind already calculating a dozen moves ahead. A grade A construction quest will unleash a massive monster siege. Our current defenses might crumble under a wave of that magnitude. But fear not, I will return within 24 hours. Zicheng bit her lip. hesitation clouding her eyes. Should I try to stall him for a day until you return to seal the deal? Chen Bai smiled, his voice radiating calm authority. No need. This is Lloyd's investment in you, not me. Besides, I have dealt with him before. Oh, and make sure to stroke his massive ego. Praise Lloyd to the high heavens, then casually drop my name. Zhiqiang nodded firmly. Understood. Consider it done. By the time dawn broke, Chen Bai had finalized his preparations. Meng Meng, front and center. She dashed over instantly. Coming, master! He opened his inventory, projecting a holographic armory of high-tier equipment. These are all the spare artifacts I possess. They are yours now to boost your stats. Equip whatever maximizes your physical attributes. We need speed. Meng Meng looked a bit dazed by the sudden windfall, but nodded quickly. Okay, master. What should I pick? Chen Bai explained the gravity of the situation. There is a crisis at the base. If I run at full velocity, you will be left in the dust without these buffs. Meng Meng's jaw dropped as reality set in. Oh, I see. Moments later, Meng Meng emerged transformed. Decked out in a long coat, tactical mask, and combat boots, she beamed. Master, I am locked and loaded. My physical stats just smashed past 30, and my defense has skyrocketed. Chen Bai flashed a thumbs up. Perfect. Meanwhile, back at the base, Zhiqiang faced the goblin merchant. Apologies for the wait, Mr. Lloyd. We have decided to accept your investment. In the lavish living room of the Songjing Villa at the Dongshan settlement, Lloyd nodded approvingly. You truly are a capable and decisive woman. Constructing a shelter of this magnitude during the apocalypse is impressive, but maintaining order among thousands of evolved? That is a rare talent indeed. She smiled gracefully, playing the game exactly as instructed. You flatter me, sir. My management skills are not even a fraction of yours, O great god of trade. It is truly our honor that you chose us. The goblin looked visibly pleased. What a humble girl, he thought, his ego swelling. I am increasingly convinced that you will raise the finest city for the evolved humanity has ever seen. Lloyd clasped his hands, his demeanor polite yet calculating. When that day comes, I hope you will look favorably upon our Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Zhiqiang bowed elegantly. That goes without saying. She continued to butter him up, preparing the final strike. To be honest, the true leader of our settlement has admired your legend for a long time. When he heard the Goblin Chamber would be established here, he abandoned his expedition and is currently rushing back at full speed. Lloyd blinked, genuinely surprised. Oh? Who might that be? At this stage, very few humans are even aware of my existence. She smiled with pride. I am certain you know him. His name is Chen Bai, and he mentioned he has accepted your investments before. The moment that name hit the air, Lloyd's face went deathly pale. His polite facade shattered instantly. He waved his hands frantically. That guy? No, absolutely not. Cancel the investment. What? Why can you not invest? Lloyd turned the token over in his hand, a complex expression warring on his face. No. I just did not expect that brat to be the one running this place. If that little monster is here, then this token is far more appropriate. Zhiqiang gasped. A gold token? Lloyd slammed a glowing tablet onto the table. Correct. An S-Class Golden City building token. A mere grade A construction quest would not even be a warm-up for that kid. The goblin's dark eyes glinted with greed and anticipation. If he returns in time, you might even trigger an S-Class monster siege. The rewards would be astronomical. A holographic notification flashed before her eyes. Lloyd had transferred the ultimate quest, invest in the S-rank Golden City construction. Zhiqiang froze, realizing she was staring at a legend. The mission parameters were absolutely brutal. After a mere 24 hours of preparation, the token would activate. Every monster in the vicinity would undergo a berserk power-up. It would not be a wave. It would be an endless tsunami of beasts targeting the city core. They had to survive a 5-day siege to complete the awakening. But the rewards were god tier. Upon success, a radius of 10,000 meters would be recognized by the universe's will itself, granting the supreme benefits of a golden city. Zichong leaned over the tactical map, her heart hammering against her ribs. This territory was massive, far larger than a standard A-rank zone. Lloyd's eyes gleamed with the thrill of high risk and high reward. "Do you have the guts for this?" he seemed to ask. Ziqiang took a deep breath, a confident smirk forming on her lips. "With the White Emperor here, there is nothing in this apocalypse that I fear." 24 hours later. Atop the grand terrace of the Dongshan stronghold, the figure Ziqiang had been praying for finally descended from the heavens. Chen Bai touched down as light as a feather, cradling Meng Meng in his arms like a slumbering princess. "It took longer than expected," he muttered coldly. "The monsters were already swarming. I had to carve a bloody path through their ranks." Ziqiang rushed forward, relief washing over her like a tidal wave. "You aren't back. That is all that matters." In his grasp, Meng Meng remained in a deep coma, oblivious to the world. Chen Bai nodded sharply. "I need to get her to bed. Brief me on the situation while we walk." Ziqiang fell into step beside him, her voice crisp. "The siege begins in less than 20 minutes. We have established 3 defensive lines utilizing the natural terrain. The front facing Jiang City is our primary kill zone. Contingency plans are in place." Inside the master bedroom, Ziqiang produced a heavy suitcase. "This is everything we managed to scrape together on such short notice." Chen Bai gently laid Meng Meng on the bed before turning his gaze to the case. "You did well. Excellent work." She pushed the case toward him, her eyes gleaming. "And there is this. We cleared the sewer instance dungeon and finally completed the full plague equipment set for you." He nodded, genuine appreciation burning in his eyes. "Thank you. Choosing you as my second in command was truly one of my best strategic moves." Her eyes softened with gratitude. "Being chosen by you, that was my greatest fortune." She stepped closer, a hint of adoration in her gaze. "I was terrified, honestly. But seeing you calm enough to carry a girl home, it somehow puts my heart at ease." Chen Bai offered a faint, mysterious smile. "She is not just some girl I saved. She is my direct disciple, and her potential rivals even my own." He pointed to the sleeping figure. "Get Brother Song to watch over her. If her eyelids even flutter, I want to know immediately." Gazing at her peaceful face, his voice turned deadly serious. "She is the trump card for this settlement's survival. Negligence is not an option." Ziqiang snapped to attention. "Understood." Ziqiang followed him out, the atmosphere shifting from tender to martial instantly. Chen Bai's aura flared. "Let us go. It is time to greet our guests." The scene shifted to the desolate lands below Dongshan Mountain. Thousands of wide-eyed zombies snarled, their hunger palpable as they massed against the walls. Chen Bai surveyed the horde from the ramparts. "So, this is the might of an S-rank siege." It felt like a scene straight out of a nightmare where the difficulty spikes to impossible levels. In his past life, the White Emperor's city was merely B-rank. This was a different beast entirely. The sea of undead below was dense enough to blot out the very earth. Chen Bai's expression darkened. The difference in difficulty was heaven and earth. 3 minutes remained until the slaughter began. Standing high above the Dongshan stronghold, Chen Bai looked down like a general inspecting a battlefield. A black tide of death surged at the gates. On the wall, Ziqiang sat beside a young girl with a sound transmission talent. The speakers crackled to life, echoing across the entire settlement. "Citizens of Dongshan, we stand on the precipice of a 5-day hell march against the monster horde." Old and young alike froze, listening to the broadcast. "But do not let fear take you," the voice boomed. "We possess the most impregnable walls, the richest resources, and the most unshakable reinforcements in this apocalypse. We have over 100 B-rank awakeners, 10 elites with A or S rank talents, and leading us, 2 legends with triple S rank power. Defeat is impossible. Survive these 5 days, and we will claim the title of the world's supreme territory. Fight for the city, and you will live like kings, enjoying privileges and infrastructure no other survivors possess. 1 minute remains. Are you ready to harvest experience and gold from the corpses of our enemies? The roar of the crowd shook the heavens. We are ready! The morale was explosive. Chen Bai smirked, impressed by the energy. Excellent speech, he noted. Ziqiang smiled. It is easy to be confident when I have you and your disciple backing me up. Chen Bai glanced at the young broadcaster. Her amplification talent is useful. Get her to the safe zone immediately. On it, he turned to Lu. How is the broadcast set up? Perfect, she replied. I bought the highest tier drone camera from the system store, controlled directly by will. Staring down at the abyss of monsters, Chen Bai gave the order. Good. Let the world watch us ascend. Liu nodded. Streaming now. With 60 seconds on the clock, the evolutionary forum went nuclear. It was the ultimate leveling event. A live broadcast of the S-rank Golden City defense? Jiang City? Is this clickbait? They are charging a whole gold coin just to watch. That is robbery, user Invincible Hero typed. Are they insane? My entire guild barely killed a boss that dropped a D-rank token. User Ghost Butterfly added, Is this real footage? Look at that swarm. User Erickson posted coordinates. If they survive this, I am moving there immediately. User Rod, New World Emperor, raged in the chat. Damn these Easterners, always one step ahead. The countdown timer burned in the air like a death sentence. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The protective barrier shattered. Buffed monstrosities shrieked, a tsunami of claws and fangs crashing against the city walls. The true war had finally begun. Lin Chang gasped in horror. Wait! The monsters are evolving rapidly. Damn it! We should have wiped out the unbuffed zombies while we had the chance. Ziqiang shook her head calmly. Chen Bai anticipated this mutation. He said the experience points and copper coin drops from elite monsters are significantly higher. Suddenly, Chen Bai launched himself into the sky. In a flash, he tore through the heavens, crashing down to slaughter the undead horde like the protagonist of a legendary manhwa. Attributes are tripled, but so are the rewards. Plague Transmission. The skill activated instantly. A 5-stat combo boosted all his stats by 15 points while inflicting a massive resistance debuff on everything he touched. The undead never stood a chance. With every swing of Chen Bai's arm, rotten limbs flew in a chaotic dance of death. Plague Transmission cooldown, 5 hours. Effect. Spreads infection at breakneck speed to a single target, causing long-term corrosion damage and severe stat reduction. It is a god-tier crowd control skill. The raw damage isn't the highlight. The terrifying contagion is what makes it lethal. This will make defending the city a walk in the park. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. What is this strange spiritual fluctuation? The infected zombies were piling up, yet the healthy ones were actively retreating from the plague zones. A realization struck Chen Bai like lightning. A zombie lord. There is a commander controlling this herd from the shadows. No wonder these undead aren't trampling each other in a chaotic frenzy. They are marching forward with military precision. If I can locate the commander, this legion crumbles into nothing but a leaderless mob. But without the Overlord's coordinates, hunting blindly would waste precious time. Cold calculation flashed in his eyes, yet he hesitated for a fraction of a second. If I abandon the front lines to hunt the boss now, the zombie lord will seize the opening and unleash the full force of the monster tide against the base. The defenders would suffer catastrophic casualties. Yet, if I don't strike the head of the snake now, the horde will encircle us completely, and I will be pinned down, unable to retreat. To resolve this tactical deadlock perfectly, there is only one option. I need Meng Meng's power. Chen Bai tightened his grip on his shield, charging into the fray while projecting his thoughts. Wake up! I need you, Meng Meng! Her eyes fluttered open, a single tear glistening like a diamond on her lashes. Lin Chang rushed over, beaming with relief. You're finally awake! Meng Meng blinked, disoriented. Who? Who are you? It's me, your master. The news was instantly relayed to the front lines. Meng Meng is conscious. I'm briefing her on the situation now. Chen Bai smiled, a heavy weight lifting from his shoulders. Excellent. Mental messages from Meng Meng immediately flooded his mind. Master, forgive me. I pushed my flight speed to the limit and couldn't handle the wind pressure. My stamina bottomed out and I blacked out. Brother Song updated me on the crisis. I'll enter the dream realm immediately to hunt the monsters for you. But before she could dive into the astral plane, Chen Bai stopped her. No rush. I need to give you a target profile. Use your dream-walking ability to scan for a specific type of zombie. Listen closely. Chen Bai projected the mental image. Humanoid body, shoulder pads like biological armor, a massive cranium protected by a bone mesh cage, and psychic tentacles extending from its back. Its mental energy is immense. She immediately turned to Lin Chang. I need to dive in. Little brother, guard my physical body. Don't let anyone get close. Thanks. Lin Chang gaped. You're sleeping again that fast? But Meng Meng had already slipped into the dream dimension, standing high above the city, her eyes widening at the horror below. Whoa, that is a massive horde. The Dongshan gathering point looked like a tiny island in a sea of rot. Meng Meng took a deep breath, extended her hands, and began to weave reality. Dream creation. Instantly, massive boulders materialized from the sky, raining down with devastating force and crushing the monster waves. She pumped her fist, hyped up. Yeah, the dream realm is totally overpowered. She stretched her virtual body, dancing a little jig. Okay, focus. Time to find that ugly zombie Master described. Her form dissolved into the atmosphere, wrapped in a soft pink aura. I can't fail the mission Master gave me, she whispered to the wind. The scene shifts back to reality. At Dongshan Mountain, late afternoon. After hours of visceral slaughter, Chen Bai exhaled, finally stepping back inside the safety of the walls. He grabbed a water bottle from Zichong, chugging it down. Zichong, give me the damage report. Casualties and wall integrity. Don't sugarcoat it. Her face was glowing with relief. Thanks to your one-man massacre on the front lines, we have 0 fatalities. Since you thinned out the herd, the monsters reaching the wall were manageable. We cleared several waves with only minor injuries. Chen Bai downed his water, his sharp eyes scanning the analysis. The defensive walls were holding. For now. You need rest, a voice urged. Let the others cover the night shift. But the tension etched into Chen Bai's face refused to fade. He shook his head grimly. No, we are far from safe. Su Qiang gasped, the realization hitting her like a truck. The zombie lord. A cold shiver raced down her spine. So, that level of monster actually exists? Chen Bai's gaze remained hard. Yes. Today, we only slaughtered the disposable foot soldiers. The special variants were suspiciously absent. His expression darkened, shadowing his eyes. My gut says this overlord is hoarding its elites. It's charging up for one devastating, final strike. Just then, footsteps echoed. Liu arrived, with little Meng Meng skipping happily down the stairs. The little girl waved enthusiastically, beaming like a ray of sunshine. Instantly, Chen Bai's icy demeanor melted away. Liu sprinted to keep up, anxiety written all over his face. Su Qiang watched in silence, but noticing the live stream drone, Chen Bai snapped a command. Tell Liu to cut the feed, now. Su Qiang nodded. Moments later, she reported back. Emperor, all drones have been diverted away. Chen Bai nodded coldly. Good. Meng Meng's ability is our absolute trump card. It must remain a secret from the world. Understood? Meng Meng ran up to him, panting for breath. He gently patted her back. Why the rush? Did you manage to locate the warlord? She looked up, her big eyes swimming with sincerity and guilt. I sensed powerful mental fluctuations, but they were just short bursts. I could only pinpoint a general direction. I couldn't lock on to the specific coordinates. I'm so sorry, Master. Chen Bai looked at her seriously, his voice steady as a rock. Stop apologizing. I know you gave it everything you had. Meng Meng wiped the sweat from her brow, her gaze sharpening with renewed resolve. But I didn't come back empty-handed. She turned to the map. Map, please. She focused, pointing a small finger at specific red zones. I missed the boss, but I found suspicious clusters, nests of special infected. Each spot is packing hundreds of elites. Like here, near the Jiang City Farmers Market, nearly 300 red-eyed butchers. They stand over 2 meters tall. And the Dongjiang Plaza? A nightmare, crawling with armless abominations and jawless horrors. The Riverside Tower is infested with speed types, swarming like locusts. The commercial district is a breeding ground for hulking, muscle-bound brutes. Chen Bai analyzed the threat with a cold, calculating gaze. Tanks, hunters, screamers, all second-stage evolved monstrosities. Su Qiang nodded grimly beside him. You're right. They aren't just gathering. They're planning a massacre. She tilted her head, eyes searching his face. White Emperor, just how overwhelming is the power of a Stage 2 evolution? Weighing Meng Meng's intel, Chen Bai's expression darkened. The gravity of the situation settled in. Minimum level 10. If an army of 1,000 gathers, he paused. Even with my strength, victory isn't guaranteed against those numbers. The air grew heavy. Suffocating tension filled the room as every eye turned to him for salvation. Chen Bai continued, his voice steady. Under the Zombie Lord's command, they won't duel me. They'll breach the walls and slaughter the citizens first. It will become a twisted race against death. Survival rates would drop below 10%. Su Chang's eyes narrowed. We must assassinate the commander. I'll search for a sensory-type awakener immediately. Chen Bai smirked, shaking his head. No need. I know exactly the man for the job. He activated his comms instantly. Han, can you track psychic fluctuations? Han scoffed over the line. You kidding, White Emperor? I'm the master of mental arts. I can feel every ripple. Good. I need you. It involves that zombie lord I mentioned on the stream. Copy that. Brief me on the plan, boss. Day 2 of the siege. The Dongshan Villa district. Inside the ethereal dreamspace dimension. Han gaped at the scenery. This is your base? The stream only showed the walls. I didn't know you lived like a king in a villa complex. He grinned eagerly. Hey, White Emperor, if I join the squad, do I get a room here? Chen Bai chuckled. Consider it done. Take your pick of the empty villas. Han pumped his fist. Yes, you're the best, boss. I'm going all out today, prepped and ready. Meng Meng tilted her head, eyes bright. Master, which abominations are we purging first? Chen Bai's gaze locked onto the Riverside Tower, a monolith infested with crawling horrors, defying gravity on the glass walls. His voice turned icy. Those hunters, they are the only ones capable of scaling our defenses. They are the true predators of this siege. He glanced at his ally with absolute trust. The Zombie Lord won't give them up without a fight. It knows we're coming. When the critical moment arrives, Han, you're up. Han adjusted his stance, oozing confidence. Leave it to me. Chen Bai and Meng Meng soared into the sky. Let's go, Meng Meng. Right behind you. Han stood alone on the wall, stunned. He watched them vanish into the clouds. Man, maybe I should figure out how to levitate with my telekinesis. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, Meng Meng unleashed her full power. Pink wings unfurled, carrying her through the air. I really am overpowered in here. Suddenly, the swarm surged upwards. Her heart pounded like a war drum against her ribs. Too fast. Evasion was impossible. Death itself lunged from the shattered glass walls. Terror paralyzed her as the beast descended. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore the sky asunder. An aura of absolute annihilation exploded outward. Flames that scorched the very soul engulfed the battlefield, inflicting double the torment on both flesh and spirit. The undead shrieked in agony as the inferno devoured them. Their bodies and souls turned to ash before they could even touch the ground. Amidst the chaos, a radiant barrier materialized around Meng Meng, a perfect sanctuary, shielding her from the devastation. Chen Bai crushed a zombie's skull with his bare hand. The Devour skill activated, flooding him with essence. The system chimed instantly. Elite variant consumed. 200 virus points gained. UV evolution points acquired. This was the addictive grind of a leveling Manhwa coming to life. Meng Meng floated to his side, her body trembling slightly. It is only day 2. How are there so many elites gathering already? Speed types rally quickly. Chen Bai surveyed the ruin, his gaze sharp as a blade. We are looking at the entire undead population of Jiang City and beyond. Standing atop the world, his voice remained terrifyingly calm. More will come, but by then, the Lord will be a corpse. Without a commander, they are just mindless beasts. Trash. Not even worth mentioning. The immediate danger faded. Meng Meng's eyes sparkled, burning with battle lust. So, do we go hunt down another nest? Chen Bai caught a transmission signal between his fingers and smirked. Change of plans. His eyes gleamed with predatory intent. Han Xiao found it. We have the zombie lord's coordinates. The scene shifted to the northeast mountains. Inside the dream space, Han Xiao pointed toward a jagged ravine. The psychic signal is originating from there. Chen Bai frowned. Hiding in our rear guard? This monster possesses terrifying intelligence. Han Xiao cracked his knuckles, adrenaline pumping through his veins. White Emperor, let's raid the boss right now. I am ready. But Chen Bai shook his head decisively. No, we return to the real world first. Han Xiao blinked. Huh? Why? For the live stream. This boss is the perfect stepping stone for my legend. He looked at Han Xiao. You did well. If it drops loot suitable for you, it is yours. Han Xiao scratched his head, grinning like a fool. Thanks, boss. Chen Bai turned to the girl. Time to wake up. Meng Meng, take Han Xiao and farm some Stage 2 elites. Her eyes widened. Witch-type screamers. Psychic variants are perfect for you two to counter. Physically weak, but their sonic attacks are deadly. For enhanced zombies, that is a high threat concentration. Meng Meng and Han Xiao nodded in unison. Got it, master. We promised to complete the mission. The scene cut to the mountains northeast of the base, the crumbling ruins of Jiang City. Chen Bai approached stealthily. Close. I cannot scan them, but the stench of high-tier evolutionary virus is thick here. Suddenly, a black shadow blitzed him from behind. Fingers sharpened. Chen Bai froze. A hunter? This evolution type focuses purely on speed, far surpassing any standard stalker. The beast lunged, ready to shred him to ribbons. Chen Bai analyzed the threat instantly. These must be the royal guards the Lord keeps close. They specialize in close-quarters combat. Their speed rivals my own. Instead of dodging, he raised his arm to block, plotting his counter. I need to feign weakness. He had to show a gap in his defense, baiting them into a fatal error. He struggled against the creature, mind racing. If this turns into a drawn-out brawl, the noise will alert the others. If the Lord moves its nest, I lose my chance. Suddenly, Chen Bai sensed it. Another hunter flanking him from the rear. Now, he smirked. The prey became the predator in a split second. The hunter, expecting an easy kill, couldn't react in time. Chen Bai slammed the beast into the pavement. His devour skill activated, consuming its essence like a true awakened protagonist. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Elite mutant devoured. Speed type hunter. Stage 4. This is the thrill of a leveling world. 750 evolution points. The notifications didn't stop there. Elite mutant assimilation complete. 9,000 virus points acquired. However, due to repeated consumption, returns were diminished by 10%. Chen Bai gripped the hunter's crescent-shaped claws. A wicked grin spread across his face. Time to test out the new form. The system chimed again. Razor blade form unlocked. He laughed, adrenaline surging through his veins like wildfire. His mental power was overflowing. His gaze snapped to the treetops, locking onto a lurking shadow. I thought you'd use that chance to run. Did you seriously think you could kill me? The remaining hunter revealed itself, tentacles vibrating with killing intent. Chen Bai grit his teeth, stomping the ground to launch himself skyward. Big mistake. With a single devastating strike, he flattened the beast against the earth. That boss was disappointing, he scoffed. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out. White Emperor! A girl rushed over, throwing herself into his arms with a sigh of relief. Thanks to the White Emperor slaying the Lord, the monster wave lost its commander. Cleaning up the rest? Child's play. Chen Bai paused, surprised by the sudden warmth surrounding him. Girls flocking close, their eyes shimmering with unadulterated worship. We must celebrate our villain's triumph. You truly are the most reliable man on earth. She clung to his arm instantly, her hands working the tension from his sore muscles. Chen Bai's lips curled into a teasing smirk. You know my weak points, and exactly how to please me. But in a heartbeat, the playfulness vanished. His gaze turned abyssal as he muttered. A phantom image materialized before him, but he only let out a cold scoff. A parlor trick of this level? Don't embarrass yourself. He glanced back, his voice dripping with supreme arrogance. You may cast illusions, but you can never cloud my absolute judgment. That simply means your mental stats are pathetic compared to mine. The hidden lurker finally stepped from the gloom, a guttural growl vibrating through razor-sharp teeth. Chen Bai's grin widened, his eyes blazing with predatory anticipation. So, it's finally you, the Zombie Lord. In the suffocating darkness, Chen Bai stood like an immovable mountain, staring down the monstrosity before him without an ounce of fear. Behind the beast, ethereal tentacles unfurled, poised to ensnare their prey. Instantly, the live stream chat detonated with comments. Wait, was that a hallucination? No wonder he swung at nothing earlier. Damn, the stream didn't render the illusion. I thought it was a stealth type. Honestly, this high-tier zombie seems weak for an awakened boss. Haha, weak? You go fight it then. Even the Yi Chang squad struggled against a mantis zombie, and they're full of A-rank talents. Confirmed. I'm from Yi Chang District 2, and that's our elite squad. But did the streamer just say the mental type evolved zombie has lower stats than him? Did I hear that right? / you heard it. Sounds totally fake. Bet this whole siege is staged. Scammers. / LMAO. There are always clowns who can't accept reality. Suddenly, a crimson system announcement flashed across the screen, seizing everyone's attention. Everyone switch to Stream Room 3. The main assault has begun. At the Jiangchang Fortress walls, a living nightmare unfolded. Monsters surged from the void, slaughtering defenders in a crimson tide. Roars shook the city foundations as the horde threatened to swallow the world whole. Stage 2 initiated. Strength type evolved zombie, the berserk giant. A single stomp shattered the earth. Humans were tossed like ragdolls, utterly helpless against its catastrophic raw power. Facing this apocalypse, Ji Chong didn't flinch. Her cold eyes scanned the battlefield as violet mana condensed in her palm. Her voice rang out like a bell. Stay alert! Prioritize the zombies breaching the walls. Civilians watched in terror as talents flared to life. Gladiator Specialist activated. Throwing accuracy increased. Impact damage boosted. Throwing force amplified. C-rank talent. Soul arrow control. Online. Trajectory manipulation active. Deployed. Air resistance maximized in the designated zone. The wind screamed as bodies scattered like fallen leaves. The monster stood with its maw gaping wide, waiting to catch fresh meat. Moments later it landed, shaking the heavens and the earth. In that instant, the very atmosphere exploded. The beast erupted with waves of purple light, unleashing a massive shockwave that left the defenders reeling. Panic swept the lines, screams tearing through the air. Section 4 has been breached. I repeat, Section 4 is down. They're hurling zombies at the gap. Just then, she descended, wrapped in a violet aura. Her voice was calm, yet commanding. Do not panic. Hold your positions. Zheqiang summoned a colossal weapon and hurled it straight into the heart of the grotesque light, freezing time itself. Her voice was cold steel. Amethyst Corpse Blade. She unleashed a barrage chain thrust. Blinding light tore through the gloomy night as the monster howled in agony, thrashing in despair. Zichong's gaze was razor sharp, She raised her hand, purple energy swirling violently around her fingers. She shouted, "Amethyst spike hammer!" Instantly, a massive pillar of light crashed down upon the beast like divine judgment. Before it could even react, a gut-wrenching scream tore from its throat. The very air seemed to freeze in terror. Amidst the chaos, she stepped forward, a Valkyrie with an overwhelming aura. Her eyes burned with conviction. "Hold the line! The White Emperor will slaughter their commander soon. Survive this wave and victory is ours." The battlefield quaked under the force of the collision, screams echoing like a funeral dirge from the distance. "Kill them all!" Suddenly, the system interface lit up. The comment section was going wild. "She's insanely powerful. Forget the stream. I'm heading out." / "Mommy, I want to be her loyal hound." / "I prefer the duo, a queen and assassin combo." God, I'm in love. Wake up and stop dreaming. She belongs to the White Emperor. Hey, shift the camera. Look at the White Emperor's side. Hurry! Damn it, how are there still so many high-tier undead? Suddenly, the sky erupted in a blinding flash. Azure and violet lights twisted together, spreading a corrupting plague through the air. Under the blinding radiance engulfing Jung City, the monster horde went completely berserk. It was a clash of absolute titans, the tyrant versus the tracker, locked in a death grip, while the live stream comments scrolled faster than the eye could see. Holy crap, what kind of abomination is that? That is a mutated tyrant, evolved purely for destruction. It is called a tracker. Damn it, bro, you know your stuff. Have you fought one? Nah, I am new here. The White Emperor was the one who named them. Beams of light coalesced into a raging sea of fire, roaring toward Chen Bai with apocalyptic force. But amidst this intensity, typical of a leveling maniac, his eyes simply glowed cold and terrifyingly calm. The chat exploded with analysis for the rookies. Listen up! The White Emperor waited for the Lord to summon its minions before attacking. He is too arrogant. That cockiness is going to cost him his life. Just haters jealous of true power. At that exact moment, a suffocating white mist swirled up, completely swallowing Chen Bai in a heartbeat. A second later, violet energy exploded outward. His aura crushed down like a heavy mountain, backing the enemy into a desperate corner. The heretic energy condensed, leaving the live stream audience gasping in sheer awe as a self-proclaimed expert typed rapidly. Let me educate you noobs. That is the heretic phosphorus fire. It is on the same tier as the Lord itself. It looks like a mental mutation, but is it an attack type? That thing kept attacking him. Why did Chen Bai ignore it? Idiot. Obviously, he is prioritizing the Lord first. Exactly. In a chaotic melee like this, getting trapped in an illusion means instant death. Chen Bai flashed out of the mist like a phantom. The giant beast screamed in madness, trembling violently before collapsing to the earth. A comment flashed across the screen. That was the Lord's final guardian. It is a strength-type mutated meat mountain. I have seen a physique type even bigger than that. Stop bluffing! No, it is real. The entire city of Quan was practically swallowed by a massive, slimy meat mountain. I was miles away and I could still see the horror. Violet aura erupted like a volcano. Chen Bai's eyes flashed, his voice cutting through the stifling air like a blade. Is that all it takes to block my path? Hellfire immolation. From the heavens, a pillar of dark energy crashed down on the monster, like the Reaper's scythe. The beast hissed, writhing in pure agony. The creature's face twisted, teeth grinding against the crushing pressure of his absolute dominance. Suddenly, a demonic arm dripping with corruption slowly extended from the shadows. Below, Chen Bai stood immovable, his face burning with righteous fury. He spoke coldly. Trying to run? It is far too late for that. The audience could not type fast enough. Is the Lord dead already? Forget the stream. I am heading to the battlefield right now. Go check it out and report back to us as soon as possible. The frontline zombies descended into chaos, trampling one another in a frenzy. With the Lord dead, the horde lost all control. They did not even notice the massive fatty zombie being tossed aside like trash. That Lord was truly a disaster for them all. Realizing it could not match his power, the behemoth desperately launched its massive bulk from above, aiming to crush Chen Bai into paste. But the predator became the prey. Chen Bai's counterattack slammed into it with the weight of the heavens, crushing the beast instantly. Boom! Rubble and debris blasted in every direction. Dust choked the air, obscuring the destruction. The monster, beaten into submission, trembled uncontrollably, its eyes filled with absolute despair. Chen Bai did not hesitate. Like a relentless god of death, he charged through the smoke, delivering a devastating kick. He was not going to give it a second to breathe. His expression darkened, shadows veiling his eyes. Who gave you permission to eat my loot? Faster than the beast could blink, Chen Bai's sword slashed down a purple arc, slicing through black blood. The comment section buzzed with confusion. Wait, can the White Emperor not absorb monsters? Why isn't he devouring these guys? Maybe it is too risky mid-combat, but during the corpse tide, he absorbed them left and right. Those were small fry. You cannot compare trash mobs to these elite enemies. Despite the punishment, the monster refused to die. It swung a razor-sharp blade, cleaving the air. The attack was sudden, forcing Chen Bai to barely dodge by a hair's breadth. Chen Bai leaned back, his sharp gaze analyzing every detail. The corner of his mouth curled up into a chilling smirk. Your strength is faded, he noted coolly. It seems the weakening effect of the plague infection is doing its job perfectly. Without a pause, Chen Bai launched another assault, leaving the dazed monster no time to react. A thunderous blow crashed down. His voice dripped with mockery. Your resistance to the heretic's soul-refining fire is impressive. I think I will borrow that durability for myself. Boom! The atmosphere shattered. Magical energy surged from Chen Bai, causing the monster's jaw to drop, its eyes bulging in sheer terror. With the precision of a master surgeon, Chen Bai delivered a strike that banished the creature into a swirling abyss of violet light. It was finished. Chen Bai stood amidst the desolate ruins, his gaze cold and unyielding. The fallen giants lay broken at his feet, monuments to his victory. Yet, even in death, their corpses radiated a suffocating pressure. Chen Bai raised a hand, and two mysterious cards materialized from the void. Fortune favors the bold today, he mused. This was the ultimate reward mechanism of the system. He never expected the legendary materials he hunted for so long to be gathered in a single harvest. Fate was truly bowing to his will. A translucent system window dominated his vision. The blueprint for the biochemical disaster rank. The requirements were insane. Zombie claw, root of the meat mountain, bone of the tyrant, heart of the heretic, and brain of the Lord. Chen Bai scanned the data, a satisfied nod barely visible. These weren't just materials. They were supreme-grade artifacts, a full tier above the blueprint's demands. I have a feeling I'm about to forge a myth. Before his eyes, the second card flipped, unveiling its secrets. Zombie Claw. Attributes: Agility +10, Strength +8. Passive: Hits inflict bleed. Attached skill: Ghost Shadow Claw. Active effect: Explodes agility by 10% and attack speed by 20%. Requirement: Agility 25 or higher. Evolutionary level 2 or higher. Demonic energy warped the very space around him. Bones, hearts, and artifacts floated, pulsing with terrifying power. The livestream comment section erupted into chaos. Holy shit! Are our eyes deceiving us right now? Those are raw materials dropping directly from a zombie boss. The crafting potential is infinite. I can't even calculate the value. Oh my god! Will the White Emperor show us the stats after he combines them? Keep dreaming, guys. Why would he reveal the stats of a god-tier artifact to us? Chen Bai narrowed his eyes at the loot, a smirk playing on his lips. A pair of black gloves glowing with ominous purple light manifested in his hands. They pulsed with pure killing intent. The status window flashed. Biohazard, Disaster Special Weapon, Gloves Grade X, all attributes +8. The viewers absolutely lost their minds. He's looking at the stats. I need to see them. Wait, he looks annoyed. Is it trash? It must be C grade. He doesn't look satisfied at all. I knew it. C grade isn't worth the effort of slaying that zombie. But the surrounding space grew heavy with dread. Demonic shadows bared their fangs, lunging from the darkness of the void. A new system notification burned before his eyes. Active skill, Host Controller, grants absolute domination over 3 targets with lower mental stats. Active skill, Tracker's Bone. Agility and strength skyrocket by 30%, while attack speed surges by 50%, decaying slightly with every second. The duration is locked at 15 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 hours. A burst of raw power. The monster's eyes burned crimson, mouths gaping wide, as if to swallow the heavens whole. The interface flashed the stats of the mutated flesh mountain root. Active effect, Slaughter Recovery. Killing enemies now triggers a vampiric state, instantly restoring special energy, mental power, health, and stamina. A perpetual motion machine of death. With every kill, all basic attributes, except mental power, increase by 1 point. This was the essence of a leveling system. Infinite growth without stacking limits. Duration, 20 minutes. Chen Bai stood tall, his eyes blazing like twin stars. His body was wreathed in a terrifying, ghostly purple aura. Next item. Heart of the Phosphorus Heretic. The active skill unleashes a psychokinetic force field for both offense and defense, crushing mental attacks and exerting massive spiritual pressure. His face remained a mask of cold arrogance. He realized this gear triggered a rare crafting effect, unlocking the special ability, Disaster Evolution. After equipping the biochemical disaster, the condition was simple but brutal. If he slaughters 100,000 mutant hosts and 100 high-tier variants, this item evolves into a mature phylactery. Chen Bai paused, his voice cutting the air. A mature phylactery! His tone deepened, contemplating the godlike power now within his grasp. Even though these wretched creatures were stripped of their cores, the leftovers still held immense absorption value. Could this fodder push his blacklight virus to the next stage of evolution? With a mere thought, Chen Bai unleashed purple tendrils, draining a last dregs of life force from the fallen monsters, like a true demon lord. Suddenly, the system interface dominated his vision, a densely packed wall of skill descriptions and evolution paths. This was the peak of the awakening experience. System alert. Devoured Special Variant. Speed Tyrant Stage 4. Gained 1,200 virus points. Devouring Elite Variant. Mental Host Stage 4. Gained 1,500 virus points. System alert. Devoured Giant Flesh Mountain. Strength Type Stage 4. Gained 1,200 virus points. System alert. Devoured Phosphorus Heretic. Mental Type Stage 4. Gained 1,300 virus points. System alert. Unlocked new Blacklight virus ability. Whip Fist unlocked. Ability Thermal Tracking. System alert. Unlocked virus tracking. And the new Hammer Fist form, Earthshaker Smash. Blacklight virus basic awakening progress has reached 30%. The advanced skill tree had finally thrown open its gates. The real game begins now. He gazed at the violent violet energy surging in his palm. His mind raced, overwhelmed by the infinite potential of this new form. He summoned the Blacklight Virus Awakening panel. Instantly, a glowing blue interface materialized, displaying a dazzling cascade of new skills. Chen Bai's fingers blurred across the holographic screen, assessing his arsenal. Standing tall like a descended god of war, his voice dropped to a chilling whisper. First, I pour every single evolution point into the Blacklight virus. He clenched his fist, terrifying energy spiraling around him like a storm waiting to break. He murmured, "It is done. If this treasure evolves into a mature phylactery, the god-tier abilities it grants will be nothing short of legendary. I cannot wait another second to test this power." Unable to suppress his bloodlust, Chen Bai activated his new skill. His physical form dissolved into a brilliant streak of light, tearing through the air and shooting straight into the heavens. A system notification flashed. Aerial dash. Consume stamina to fly or alter trajectory in mid-air. Warning. The cost multiplies with every consecutive use. Meanwhile, inside a villa within Zhong City, Liu monitored the surveillance screens with a hawk-like gaze. He reported to Ziqiang, "Sister Ziqiang, the battle on the White Emperor's front has concluded. He is rushing back to the city walls at full speed. I am calibrating all cameras to broadcast the universal will directly to the battlefield command." Back at the base, inside the command tent, Ziqiang received medical treatment. Hearing the report, she commanded decisively, "Understood. Liu, keep monitoring." Ziqiang turned to the woman beside her, her voice softened by deep trust. "Su Xin, you have worked too hard. You haven't rested for a single second since this war began. Once this wave ends, you are going to sleep." Su Xin smiled gently, raising her glowing hand. "I can still fight. That last attack left too many casualties. I cannot abandon our people now." Ziqiang stood up, her tone gentle, yet carrying the weight of a commander. "You must rest. You are not the only healer with talent in this army. Besides, the White Emperor will be furious if you collapse." Ziqiang paused, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "If our private celebration later lacks your healing touch, we sisters will be in big trouble with him." Su Xin gasped, her face flushing. "Huh? Celebrate me?" But before she could finish, a voice slashed through the tent flaps, shattering the mood. "Ziqiang, listen to me closely." Ling Yu's voice was deadly serious, cutting through the tension like a jagged knife. "Our situation has gone from bad to catastrophic. The enemy boss might be dead, shattering their command structure, but the nightmare is far from over. The Horde is not retreating. The undead within a 1-kilometer radius can smell our fresh blood. They are driven by pure hatred and are charging the settlement in a blind frenzy." Her eyes hardened with cold, tactical resolve. "The high-tier mutants have lost their king, but that only makes them more volatile. They have formed a massive, leaderless swarm." Her analysis was grim. 3 defense lines have already crumbled into dust. Sectors 6 through 8 in the west are critical. Our tank division has been completely overrun. From the observation deck in Zhang City, Shiwei watched the defensive line collapse. A voice crackled over the comms, tense and urgent. "Shiwei, report. What is your status on the ground?" Surrounded by a sea of gore and chaos, Shiwei clenched her trembling fists. Panic began to bleed into her voice. "The west wall is failing. My calculations give us 3 minutes maximum before a total breach. We need reinforcements immediately. The blood wall is being devoured faster than it can regenerate. It will not hold." Her eyes glowed with desperate azure light. Blood trickled from her lips, but she refused to yield to the darkness. She focused, pushing her mind past its limit, activating her A-rank talent, the mind's eye. Nothing escaped her omniscient vision. She locked onto every target, burning through her mental energy to process the chaotic battlefield instantly for the system mana interface. Back in the command center, Ling Yu watched her vitals plummet on the screen, her expression darkening. She has been coordinating this entire war with her ability since the first wave. Her mental state is on the verge of shattering. Ziqiang stood silently, her gaze deep. She knew exactly how much her sisters and that man were sacrificing for this hollow victory. She turned, eyes blazing with a warrior's resolve. "I am taking the front lines. Restrain Shiwei if you have to, but make her rest." Ling Yu nodded sharply. "Understood." Under a darkened, ominous sky, a silhouette flashed atop the city walls. Song had arrived. Standing behind the brave soldiers facing death, she hefted a massive greatsword and shouted, "Sister Leng Chang, I brought the cavalry!" Leng Chang did not even look back, simply raising a hand to halt them. Her aura was freezing cold, sharp as a blade. "Stay back. These monsters move faster than sight. You weaklings will only get slaughtered." Suddenly, shadows lunged from the darkness. Screams erupted instantly. "Sister Leng Chang!" She ignored the warning, swinging her massive blade as the horde descended. "Everyone, charge!" From the shadows, Chen Bai watched silently. "Leng Chang told you to stay put. Why do you always choose the hard way?" As if sensing his presence, Guy cried out, "Chen Bai!" He launched himself into the fray like a missile. One kick sent the beasts flying, exploding them into a shower of gore and light. He never stops moving. He charges through the noise of war with a primal roar. "Evacuate the wounded! Spread the word! The Lord has fallen! I will finish this!" The soldiers freeze, their minds reeling in shock. The Lord is dead. The White Emperor has returned to claim his throne. Gravity buckles under his sheer power, making the earth groan in protest. Chen Bai's voice crashes across the battlefield like a thunderclap. "Seismic smash!" Sanny grins amidst the bloodlust. "Victory is ours!" Chen Bai's weapon dances, erasing the horde with whip-like devastation. On the ridge, the reinforcements raise their steel high, screaming as one. "The Lord is dead! The White Emperor has returned!" Chen Bai smiles, his aura flaring with boundless confidence. Heat tracking activated. Victory is inevitable. He gives one cold command. Kill. A purple comet strikes the earth. High-level skill? Amethyst Breaker! Flames roar toward the heavens, consuming the monsters in an inferno of absolute destruction. Slaughter them all! 4 days later, the smoke still chokes the air. Chen Bai stands amidst the wreckage. The price of this awakening mana battle was far higher than I calculated. Indeed, the city walls are pulverized dust. 5 days of hell have left nothing behind but rubble and ash. Song Si-chong stands beside him, her heart heavy with regret. "We were arrogant. We underestimated the enemy and overestimated our own limits. If not for you and Mang Mang, we would be corpses rotting in the dirt right now." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the gloom. "You should be celebrating." Liu steps from the gray mist, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm and arrogance. "It looks pathetic, but honestly, I expected more of you to die. Congratulations on a perfect clearance." He spreads his arms, mocking them. "Now comes the real reward. It is time to build your kingdom. Welcome to the Post-Descent Challenge. System alert. First City Investment Quest complete. Reward: S-Rank Golden City Creation Token. Location: the Wall Ruins." Song Zicheng frowns. "So, we just build the city and we're safe?" Liu laughs. "Of course not." Chen Bai wastes no time. "Let's go. We need to activate that token at the gathering point immediately." The scene shifts to the foot of East Mountain. Survivors gather around a strange, pulsing light. What? What is that? It just materialized out of thin air." A veteran shouts, "Stay back! That energy implies danger." Item: City Heart. Exclusive to Evolvers. Usage establishes a fortified stronghold. A boy's eyes go wide. "It's the City Heart! This belongs to Lady Song Ziqiang." The crowd parts in awe. "Look! The White Emperor and the Iron Queen have arrived." Chen Bai strides in, surveying the area. "Oh, so we are using this place?" Song Zicheng nods. "Yes, before deciding, I had a specialist survey the land. This location is perfect." Her expression turns serious. "It includes mountains and plains for natural defense, with resources and key structures nearby. There is also a massive plain in Zheng City and a waterway for transport." He leans in close, his hand resting on her shoulder. "As expected of you, your planning is flawless. Let's go. Time to establish our city-state." Just then, Song Zicheng glances back, a cunning smirk curving her lips. "Wait, I have a question for Mr. Liu. She turned sharply, addressing the projection. Apologies, esteemed Liu. This is your investment, but I want Chen Bai to be the city lord. Liu sneers. Don't ask me. The city heart belongs to you. Just fulfill your promise to build the Earth Star Chamber of Commerce in the Central District. With his approval, Song Zichong patched Chen Bai on the back. Go ahead. I have transferred the authority to you. The universal will chimes in. You have received authority. Use the city heart. Yes. System alert. Please name city-state number S0001. Chen Bai's gaze sharpens like a blade as a cold thought flashes through his mind. It is high time to revisit the path of vengeance. Without hesitation, he whispers the name that will shake the world. White Emperor City. The universe's will resonates instantly. Name confirmed. Opening City Management Panel. S-Class item detected. Heart of the City. Owner receives increased experience and a massive 20% drop rate boost. This is the dream start for any leveling mana protagonist. Within White Emperor City territory, all stats increase by 100%. Defensive protocol available. Enemy stats reduced by 50%. It is an impregnable fortress. The system continues its bombardment of rewards. Granted supreme management rights. All attributes within the city are boosted by 80%. A global announcement thunders through the skies, notifying every evolver on the planet. Evolver Chen Bai has established the S0001 city, White Emperor. 10,000 reputation points awarded. Below, the crowd erupts into a frenzy. 3 free attribute points, someone shouts, frantically checking their status screen. Beside him, another survivor grits his teeth in envy. I only got 2 points. Damn it! If I knew this, I would have risked my life to kill more monsters. But the jealousy quickly turns to awe as they chant in unison. Long live the White Emperor! Long live the Queen! The system chimes again for Chen Bai. City defense quest complete. 100% experience reward granted. 3 extra free attribute points awarded for top contribution. / This was the terrifying efficiency of a true system mana user. Watching the scene unfold, Merchant Liu clapped his hands, a satisfied chuckle escaping his lips. Good. Very good. Zicheng turned around, puzzled by the merchant's sudden delight. Lord Liu, did something good happen? / Liu's eyes gleamed with the thrill of a perfect deal concluded. Chen Fei secured the city lord position, Liu declared. You now hold the highest management rights. This aligns perfectly with my interests. A flawless transaction where everyone wins. / He grinned, wearing the look of a man who had just hit the jackpot. This investment is officially concluded. I am extremely pleased with the results. Liu stepped closer to Chen Fei, his tone shifting strictly to business. It is time for me to continue my journey. Do not forget to complete my investment mission quickly, young man. Chen Fei forced a smile, cold sweat forming on his brow. About that, just how difficult is this mission of yours? Do you have any idea? / Liu didn't answer directly, simply offering a cryptic smile that sent shivers down the spine. I trust you, young man. As the merchant walked away into the distance, Chen Fei turned to Zicheng and handed her a glowing object. This is the Golden City construction reward I just drew from the gacha system. Didn't you have a preliminary layout plan? Find a good spot for this. It was an S-Class Galaxy Supercomputing Core / the absolute pinnacle of cosmic technology. It could generate blueprints for mechanical units used in trials and possessed infinite growth potential. However, there was a catch. The idiot-proof operating system only offers basic functions. But if you master the manual controls, its power will exceed your wildest imagination. Integrated automated production lines. / Just feed it raw materials and it handles the rest. Zicheng looked at the device, completely bewildered. Seeing her confusion, Chen Fei quickly explained. The vehicles and machinery it builds can be used for grinding levels. With this, our gathering place will evolve at light speed. Zicheng frowned, her worries not yet eased. But the world has changed. Even with guns, Chen Fei cut her off, knowing exactly what she was thinking. The weapons from this production line aren't the scrap metal we used before the apocalypse. These weapons have stats. You need to abandon your pre-apocalypse logic. This is an awakening mana world now. Look, the city management panel might seem empty right now. Slash. He turned to her, his eyes burning with intensity. But later, when we unlock exclusive city blueprints, you will be overwhelmed by the options. Slash Chen Fei started listing examples to prove his point, like the S-Class Bio Backup Center. It can clone your body, essentially granting you a second life. Or the S-Class Anti-Gravity Foundation. It allows us to build a literal castle in the sky. These are designs only an S-Class city can utilize. Zichang gripped the scroll tightly, determination flooding her veins. I understand now. Our city will become the strongest legend in the future. Slash. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed from the distance. Master! Master! Meng Meng sprinted towards him, eager to show off. I killed a super monster in the dream world and unlocked 3 new skills. Master, look at this! Slash. The system window popped up instantly. Slash. Meng Meng shared her skill description. Enhanced Dream Totem. White Noise. Slash. The totem emits a frequency that forces targets into a deep slumber. Slash. Enhancement active. Raging Drowsiness. Slash. The hypnotic power is massively amplified. Slash. Includes mental suggestion, causing targets to relax and lose focus completely. Chen Fei nodded in approval. Excellent choice. Now you don't need eye contact to put them to sleep. Combined with raging drowsiness, this will be devastating in real-world combat. Receiving the praise, Meng Meng beamed, unable to hide her happiness. She smiled radiantly. You flatter me, Master. This is the exact combo you told me to build. After analyzing her skill tree, Meng Meng pointed excitedly to the next line. Slash. Master, check the third one. I picked this new unlock myself. Dream Entry Enhancement. Waking Dream. Dream Visitor. You can choose to return to reality from any active dream totem. It can also pull anyone inside the dream back to the real world instantly. Chen Fei froze, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, isn't that essentially teleportation? She nodded sharply, confirming the theory. Exactly. Slash. If I drag Hansha into the dream realm now, I can use the dream totem to warp directly to his location. Better yet, you don't even need to go yourself. You can transport Master straight to him. Hearing this, Chen Fei couldn't help but be impressed. When it comes to picking the right abilities, you have already reached the level of a true master. Meng Meng lowered her gaze, feigning modesty. I am only good at picking skills. Everything else, I am still a novice. Her eyes lit up with mischief. Master, are you free? I really want to test the effects of this new awakening ability. Chen Fei didn't hesitate. Why not? Head to the training grounds on the mountainside first. I will join you shortly. She beamed with joy. Understood. Moments later, he turned to give his next order. Zichang, gather a squad with varying levels of mental strength. We need to test the combat efficiency of Meng Meng's new skill in a real leveling mana scenario. She nodded instantly, her efficiency on full display. No problem. Once I've rounded up the guinea pigs, I'll have them assemble at the mountainside training grounds. Suddenly, Zichang slithered closer, draping her arms around Chen Bai's neck. Her voice dropped to a sultry whisper. But don't train until late at night, okay? Someone is already prepared and waiting. Tonight is all about rewarding our Lord City Master. A knowing smile played on his lips. I know. Ji-Chung leaned in even closer, her warm breath tickling his ear. I heard Xiao has prepared a special surprise just for you. The scene shifted to the opulent villa of Song Zhu Chang, where the Jiang City elite gathered. From a shadowy corner, a beauty stepped out, wearing an outfit designed to destroy a man's reasoning. Seeing this, the other woman nodded in approval. Perfect. Lock that one in. Immediately she spun around and shouted to the group. Sisters, do you have the confidence to make Chen Bai beg for mercy in tonight's raid? The woman turned back, nodding with overflowing pride. Of course we're confident. But Xiao, don't be like last time, fainting before the battle even starts, the woman screamed in protest. That absolutely will not happen again. All my free attribute points from leveling up went straight into Constitution. Meanwhile, back at the base, Chen Bai asked curiously, "Who? Why was Ming Meng looking for you?" Zicheng didn't hide anything. She asked if there were any dungeons nearby. She's hungry to farm experience points. Hearing this, he gave a crucial instruction. Tell her to find me after she clears the instance. I have a task for her. She leaned softly against Chen Bai's shoulder, her voice sweet as honey. Okay, I've already sent the message. Just then, Zicheng looked up with a mischievous smirk curling her lips. By the way, White Emperor, everyone is actually dying for some guidance on combat techniques and skill builds. Suddenly, a woman popped her head out from the foot of the bed, chirping in excitedly. That's right! That's right! Chen Bai caressed her cheek with one hand, while the other wandered dangerously down her leg. He asked gently, Your C-rank talent tree is visible at a glance. It barely has any branches. You still need guidance for that? She nodded furiously, like a chick pecking rice. I want it! I want it! Seeing her enthusiasm, a faint smile crossed Chen Bai's face. He finally relented. Fine. Both of you take screenshots of your skill trees and send them to me. At that moment, the system mana interface illuminated the room. Chen Bai frowned slightly. S-Class Violet Star Pupil. 3 different evolutionary paths. Not bad. Zicheng snuggled into his chest, whispering low. Well, I feel like the Violet Star evolution path is the most useful, Chen Bai countered softly. But you are a queen, not a vanguard warrior. Your priority for leveling up should be evolving the Violet Eye and boosting spirit reinforcement. He carefully analyzed the data. Violet Eye of Insight, Boundless Depth, Noble Pupil. These abilities let you deconstruct your opponent. Adding control abilities suits your style perfectly. Zicheng leaned over, murmuring the descriptions. Violet Eye of Insight sees through attributes. If the gap in mental power is large enough, I can even read minds with boundless depth. She fell into deep thought, her expression tightening as she processed the potential. Her lips moved silently. If they look at me, they enter a dazed state, losing all sense of direction due to noble pupil. Right then, Chen Bai turned his attention to the person behind him. Next up, let's look at your A-rank skill overview. She nodded hesitantly. I only have 2 skill trees. He stared seriously at the holographic screen. Chen Bai began his expert tutorial. Having fewer skills isn't an issue. Put points into this first. Vision thread. In their field of view, you become a high priority thread. Then, unlock See What I See. This allows vision sharing with teammates. Once mastered, you will be an indispensable God-tier support. After a moment, she nodded obediently. Understood. I'll unlock those 2 skills as fast as I can. He injected some confidence into her. Keep it up. Your base ability kit is actually already terrifying. Done with her, Chen Bai shifted his focus. Lu Li, your B-rank illusion image actually has a skill that can create miracles. She pointed at herself, bewildered. Me? I've looked at my skills. I don't have any damage capabilities at all. Chen Bai lay back down, his voice turning gentle yet profound. No, no, no. Look at this. Falsehood becomes truth. This skill has a bizarre effect. If the enemy doesn't understand the illusion, to them, the illusion is reality. Do you understand? If he believes the nuclear bomb and the illusion is real, then he will genuinely be obliterated by a nuclear explosion. Chen Bai's lips curved into a wicked smile. That is exactly why this skill has no damage description. Because with this, anything is possible. Hearing this, Zicheng gasped in shock. That ability is too broken, and that's just a B-rank talent? Chen Bai glanced at her and corrected. Not exactly. Louis, your talent is unique because it lacks energy fluctuations or killing intent. / pure illusions are usually easy to spot through mana sensing. However, success or failure depends entirely on your acting skills. / He shifted towards the head of the bed. Slash. Sujin, it is your turn. Let's review your B- rank advanced skills. Slash Chen Bai gave his professional evaluation. Slash. You should balance your points across stamina, flesh, and spirit recovery. Since your skills consume your own vitality first, you must remain active to help others recover. He concluded with high praise. Slash. Your ability is simple, but incredibly practical. Slash. Frankly, I haven't seen a healing talent better than yours in a long time. Suddenly, Hellrose threw herself onto Chen Bai, clinging to his neck like a koala. She pouted playfully. Is Sister Susin done yet? Slash. Is it finally my turn? Slash. But he blatantly ignored her, his eyes locking onto the final C-rank gamer girl. Next is Ling Yu's B- rank focus specialization. Slash. She giggled softly. Slash. Thank you, Master. Immediately, Chen Bai's expression turned serious. Your ability looks like simple, quick thinking, but make no mistake, it is actually a god-tier talent for dueling. By locking onto a target, you can accelerate your thought process and filter out all useless noise. He emphasized every single word. So, you must choose skills that aid in combat judgment. You need to practice one-on-one battles against enemies with different talents. Slash nearby, Ling Yu bowed deeply, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Master. Please let Ling Yu use her actions to repay your guidance. Hellrose watched with a scowl, clearly annoyed. That girl is totally obsessed with you. Slash, I bet I could stab her right now and she wouldn't even feel it. Chen Bai frowned. That is actually a problem. He suddenly snapped his fingers right in front of Ling Yu's face. Ling Yu blinked, startled by the sound. Master Chen Bai's expression turned serious. You must learn to control the timing and target of your focus state. If you can't turn it off, that talent becomes a fatal weakness. Slash, she whispered softly. Slash, I understand. I will practice controlling it. Slash. Seeing an opening, Hellrose rushed forward. Slash. My turn, my turn. Chen Bai analyzed her screen intensely. Slash. Evaluation. Rank A. Intelligence. Slash. Talent. Rank C. Increased experience gain and proficiency rates. Good. Very good. Slash. Don't skip any usable skills. Slash. Once you dump all your points here, your comprehension will increase tenfold. Chen Bai looked at her with a satisfied smile. Slash. 10 times the learning speed. Slash. 10 times the skill proficiency. Basically, you will grow 10 times faster than a normal human. By then, you'll master every fighting stance and combat technique instantly. Slash. He smirked, teasing her. Slash. You will be a true monster. My raw power might never match yours, but don't underestimate my technique. Slash. I might just bring you to your knees with skill alone. She bit down on his hand in protest. You bully, Chen Bai. I'll bite you to death. Just then, Zichong stepped forward to intervene. All right. Slash, the White Emperor has laid out our path to power. Slash, Louis leaned forward, her voice steely yet gentle. We must cultivate with everything we have. Slash, do not let the White Emperor Palace lose face. The crowd roared in unison. Yes! We will give our lives for the cause! Outside, Lan Cheng let out a heavy sigh. Personal guidance on skill trees from the Emperor himself? Slash, I wish I had that kind of luck. Slash, the next morning in the demon capital, Ma Duo's eyes snapped open. He sat up, buzzing with energy. Slash, Elder Meng's technique is insane. Did she really teleport the Guildmaster here? Just then, a system message from Meng Meng pinged. Master, that teleportation range was brutal. My head is spinning, Chen Bai replied instantly. Your spiritual energy was drained in a split second. Go recover immediately. Slash Ma Duo scrambled up, his curiosity getting the better of him. Slash White Emperor, how goes the construction of your city? Chen Bai didn't even turn around as he answered. Every calculation and arrangement is complete. Everyone is grinding hard to build the ultimate White Emperor city. Then, Chen Bai lowered his voice. By the way, how many attribute points did you get for the city build? / you and Meng Meng slaughtered quite a few special variants in the dream realm, didn't you? Ma Duo froze, looking utterly mortified. Just 1 point. When Elder Meng and I fought the screaming zombies, an accident happened. Their sonic scream shattered my focus while I was flying. I passed out in midair, fell, and died from the impact. / a heavy silence descended upon the room. / Chen Bai turned away, completely done. Do not tell anyone you belong to my party. / the second-hand embarrassment is killing me. / panic seized Ma Duo's heart. / he reached out desperately. Wait, White Emperor. / only you and Meng Meng know. / my reputation is safe. To save face, I'll take you to that chemical plant right now. / Chen Bai flashed a grin. / relax, I was just teasing. / pack up, we move out immediately. Relief washed over Ma Duo. Oh, thank God. Awesome. Moments later, Chen Bai stared at the glowing seal on his hand. The SSS rank plague seal. / it's been pulsing since I teleported here. / it seems Han Sha was right. The zombie outbreak at the chemical plant is connected. Meanwhile, Ma Duo rushed to the window, eager for action. White Emperor, let's fly this way. Chen Bai smirked. Order has just been restored to the city. I need to be quick. I wonder what kind of legendary loot and triple S rank quest will drop. Chen Bai opened his interface. Back in Jiang City, I never dared to inspect this mask. I couldn't risk Lu sensing I had stolen it. The system displayed the item details. High-grade demon blood essence. Rank S. Type, consumable. Refined demon blood crystals. Purified to unleash absolute power. Usage requirements? None. Chen Bai's eyes widened. I never expected bloodline potions could be refined into an S-rank essence. And the best part? No level restriction to use it. Han Xiao, scouting ahead, shouted with excitement. There it is, White Emperor, the place with the green mist. The duo descended slowly toward the ominous zone. Chen Bai stepped forward, his voice steady. Do you know the layout? Han Xiao nodded confidently. I researched it before the apocalypse began. That answer put Chen Bai at ease. Good, let's raid this dungeon. Suddenly, Han Xiao froze, fear creeping onto his face. He clearly didn't want to venture deeper. Do I have to go in too? That green mist and those fungal growths. My instincts are screaming danger. Chen Bai chuckled, reassuring him. Hey, relax. As long as you stay within 10 meters of me, you're invincible. Besides, this is your father's workplace. Bringing you here might trigger a hidden quest for you. Hearing that, Han Xiao's hesitation vanished. He pulled out a mask and strapped it on. Understood, White Emperor. Suddenly, a butterfly-shaped seal ignited on Chen Bai's palm. Nokuto. Next mission for the Plague Sect unlocked. Mission rank A. The Plague Factory. A special mutation has turned this zone into a virus paradise. Objective. Locate the source. Rewards. 10,000 points and A- rank bacteria culture skill. Determination flashed in his eyes. He was ready for war. Here goes. He thrust his hands into the green mist, absorbing the viral toxicity. Since hitting level 10, my talent has evolved. My control over viruses has skyrocketed. This was the true advantage of a leveling protagonist. Thanks to this awakening, Chen Bai strolled through the toxic fog. He looked like he was taking a walk in the park. Incredible. Every microbe and virus within 10 meters is under my absolute command. Han Xiao watched from behind, jaw dropped. How can you enjoy a hellhole like this? You really are a monster. Chen Bai shot him a sharp glance. Are you calling me a pervert? Before he could answer, Han Xiao pointed at the sky in terror. White Emperor! Monster above! Chen Bai's arm twitched. A mutated mosquito. In a split second, he launched himself off the ground like a missile. His arm slashed through the air like a legendary blade. He sliced the beast in two! Instantly landing gracefully, he dusted himself off. I hate mosquitoes. But Han Shao's gaze locked onto something far more interesting. White Emperor, look! A massive mosquito hovered possessively over a strange fungus. It pulsed like a rare crafting material spawned specifically for this dungeon. Han Shao reached out, his fingers inches from the glowing green mushroom. Stop! Chen Bai's warning came with a terrifyingly pleasant smile. Unless you crave a swift death, do not touch that. Having your lungs rot is a mercy compared to your hands melting off. Han Shao scrambled backward in sheer horror. Noted. Chen Bai calmly plucked the biohazard, a lethal hybrid of plague, virus, and bacteria. Then, without hesitation, he took a massive, crunching bite. Han Shao watched in stunned silence, eyes nearly popping from his skull. You ate it! White Emperor, have you lost your mind? Chen Bai chewed with casual indifference. Relax, I am immune to this trash. The system interface chimed instantly within his mind. Consumed deadly fungal virus. Gained 150 virus points. Chen Bai tossed the remainder into his mouth, swallowing with savage satisfaction. Not bad. This single mouthful holds more energy than an entire squad of elite zombies. Just then, the familiar, dopamine-triggering sound of the system rang out again. System alert. Deadly fungal virus absorbed. Gained 350 virus points. Chen Bai dusted off his hands and pushed forward. Let's move. We are heading to the factory floor, specifically the break room where your father worked. Han Shao hesitated for a split second before snapping to attention. Understood, White Emperor. Moments later, they stood before the Devil's capital, the residential quarters for the doomed plague factory staff. Han Shao scanned the desolate area, eyes narrowing sharply. My father's workspace has already been swept. Nothing stands out here. The next clue for the mission is missing. Chen Bai issued a cold, absolute command. Then join me in hunting down the source of this plague. But listen well. If I order you to run, you vanish instantly. Done. I won't hesitate, and I definitely won't die today. The duo stepped into the open, senses probing the surrounding sectors. Chen Bai pointed toward a looming, ominous structure in the distance. That area radiates the highest concentration of viral energy. Do you know what it is? Han Shao stepped closer, squinting through the gloom. That must be the sewage treatment plant. Chemical runoff gets dumped there. Inside, 2 massive abyssal pools await. I went in once. The fumes alone were enough to knock me unconscious. It is the perfect breeding ground for viral fungi. Chen Bai kicked the heavy doors open, and together they stepped into the belly of the beast. Chen Bai wasted no time, instantly shifting into a lethal combat stance. Pitch black energy swirled violently around him, forcing Han Shao to gasp in sheer terror. Holy! Then the White Emperor's voice sliced through the tension like a razor. Wrap yourself in spiritual energy. Do not let the plague's corruption touch you if you drift beyond my reach. Han Shao nodded frantically. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a cloaked figure materialized from the shadows, its voice dripping with ancient gloom. Oh, children of the plague, servants of the viral truth. The entity leaped from above, arms raised high in a twisted salute. Offspring of the sect. But Chen Bai seized the initiative, launching a devastating preemptive strike. He slammed into the creature, Bukasumi, forcing it to stagger back. But the attack didn't even scratch the surface. His defense was absolute and impenetrable. My blade is my strongest form of attack, yet it did nothing? An A-rank boss with this level of defense, in a low-level dungeon like this? That is absurd for a starter zone. Suddenly, Bukasumi fell to his knees, murmuring words that completely baffled Chen Bai. To our destined deity, we offer the highest rites and our most devout prayers. May our destined God ignite the divine flame and spread the blessing of the plague to every corner of the world, Han Shao whispered, voice trembling with confusion. White Emperor, is it bowing to you? Chen Bai hesitated. I am not sure. Maybe. But Bukasumi immediately confirmed it. There was no mistake. He was kneeling to Chen Bai. Great God, ordained by fate! Bukasumi is ready to offer everything to you. My life, my soul. I, Bishop of the Plague, Bukasumi Israel, level 71, am yours. Chen Bai's eyes widened as a memory surfaced. A third-turn saint? Level 71? In my past life, I capped out at level 79. Why would a powerhouse like this appear in the tutorial phase? When Mengming took a master, her spiritual sense was only D rank. Yet despite the massive level gap, he can sense my potential. Unbelievable. He has dropped all defenses against me. Chen Bai decided to test the waters. Am I truly your destined god? Bukasumi answered with absolute conviction. Yes, the high priest paid with his life to guide your arrival to our sect. You received the mark of the plague at the very start of the trial. There is no doubt you are the divinity we have been waiting for. The corner of Chen Bai's mouth curled up. Excitement surged through his mind. In my past life, rumors said high-grade talents came with unique, hidden fates. That was the real treasure. This must be the hidden destiny of the virus monarch class. The plague god. This feeling, it is far more potent than Han Sha's demon bloodline from the original storyline. Chen Bai pressed on. Then what can you do for me? Bukasumi smiled as if he had been waiting an eternity for this question. We paid a terrible price to enter this trial early, solely to assist you. The creature looked positively ecstatic. What fortune to think I would meet you so soon. Every member of our sect here can offer you a treasure from the plague cult, corresponding to their power level. Apologies, but we cannot simply hand over all the treasures at once. We must avoid detection by the universal will. Chen Bai stood tall before him. Fine by me. Bukasumi bowed. Thank you for your benevolence, destined god. Please tell me, what artifact do you desire? Chen Bai smirked, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Do you have a class change scroll? Bukasumi froze, stunned by the request. A class change scroll? He lowered his staff and bowed his head deeply. Naturally we do. Without hesitation, he displayed the treasures for his master. S-rank Plague Knight, S-rank Insect Master, and the sect's most precious jewel, the SS-rank Doom Child. Han Sha gasped from the back line. SS rank? But Chen Bai remained unmoved. He let out a sigh. Do you have anything SSS rank? Bukasumi looked up, speaking with brutal honesty. You may not know, but starting with an SSS rank profession is statistically impossible. Many gods started as A rank or even B rank and ascended to SSS. Chen Bai's expression darkened, his voice dropping to absolute zero. I know that, but I only want an SSS rank class change scroll. Suddenly, tears streamed down the monster's face as he repeated the words. Only SSS rank? He threw his arms up, laughing and crying in a frenzy. This is our future god. The plague sect truly has a chance for revival. Chen Bai blinked, slightly awkward at the dramatic outburst. He softened his tone. Look, if you don't have it, I will look at the other items. But Bukasumi beamed at him, his voice trembling with manic joy. No, there is a way. We have a method to obtain an SSS rank scroll. Chen Bai raised an eyebrow. Is that so? The creature remained kneeling. Yes, it is not guaranteed, and you must seize it yourself. How? Chen Bai demanded. Bukasumi's face practically glowed as he revealed the path. I can tear open a special, hidden instance. It leads to the greatest plague event in the history of the Blue Planet. You must enter and harvest the seeds of plague etched into history. Those seeds can be condensed into a class change scroll. There is a high probability it will manifest as SSS rank. Chen Bai rubbed his chin, weighing the odds. If there is even a sliver of hope, I must seize it. Bukasumi raised his staff, his voice thundering the final decree. I sacrifice my life, my power, my very soul. Let my existence forge the stairway for my god. Open, O divine path of the plague. In a heartbeat, his body erupted into flames. Green flames of purgatory swallowed him whole. He screamed in agony, his physical form turning to ash before their very eyes. A moment later, Bukasumi was gone, completely erased from existence. Only his staff remained, clattering against the cold ground. Suddenly, a holographic screen flashed before Chen Bai, the classic system prompt, daring him to enter a hidden solo dungeon, the air filled with the haunting wails of 80 million lost souls. The countdown ticked away mercilessly. 2 minutes, 56 seconds, and 13 milliseconds remaining. Before stepping into the abyss, Chen Bai glanced back at Han Xiao. "This is a solo instance," he said with icy detachment. "I cannot carry you inside." Han Xiao rubbed his neck, looking relieved rather than offended. White Emperor, if a boss that powerful had to die just to open the gate, I wouldn't dare step foot in there anyway. Chen Bai looked up at the towering portal, his expression unreadable. The window of opportunity is closing fast. I will teleport you out first. If I leave you here, the insects will devour you, or the plague will rot you before you can take a single step. True to his word, with a casual wave of his hand, he warped Han Xiao all the way to Magic City, right near the quarantine zone factories. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished back to the dedicated portal. Han Xiao stood there, completely disoriented. What just happened? Shaking off the shock, he sat on the curb and opened the global chat channel. Under the name King Han, he typed, "I am in Magic City. Just parted ways with the White Emperor. You guys won't believe the insanity I just witnessed." Ye immediately replied, "What's the status on the White Emperor?" User, "I am not a sword immortal," chimed in. "Ask him when he and Ming Ming are free. I'm stuck on a dungeon run and need a carry." Han Xiao shot back, "Sword immortal? Don't hold your breath. The White Emperor doesn't have time for small fry like us." User Overlord entered the chat with a threat. "Stop stalling with the secrets, or I'll come to Magic City and put a few ventilation holes in you myself." Han Xiao panicked, typing furiously. "Whoa, chill. Put the spear away, Overlord. I'm talking. Okay, listen to this." A superpowered NPC literally knelt down and offered a class change scroll to the White Emperor, and he rejected it. Overlord stared at the screen, unable to process the absurdity. He typed back, "Define superpowered." Han Xiao replied, "The guy was wearing basic cloth armor, yet he tanked the White Emperor's full force attacks without a scratch. His defense was absolute." Overlord was stunned. "That's impossible." Crow joined the chat, equally shocked. "And what about the class change scroll?" Han Xiao dropped the stats. 2 S-rank scrolls, and 1 double S-rank. Crow's jaw hit the floor. Even Xuan, usually quiet, couldn't stay silent. "And the White Emperor still wasn't satisfied?" Han Xiao confirmed. "He said it himself. If it isn't triple S rank, he doesn't want it." Ye was practically eating popcorn reading the drama unfold. Han Xiao continued, "And then the NPC sacrificed his own life just to open a dungeon for the White Emperor to hunt for a triple S scroll." Ye gasped. "He sacrificed himself?" The chat room exploded with chatter. User Heir of the 5 Lotuses mused, "The gap between the White Emperor and us, it is larger than the gap between us and regular civilians." Overlord admitted, "Every time I think I'm hot stuff after a killing spree, news about the White Emperor comes along and crushes my ego." Han Xiao advised, "Stop looking for trouble. Don't try to compare yourself to a god. Just use his name to flex on others." Han Xiao added, "Just being in the same group chat room 001 with the White Emperor is the ultimate flex, isn't it?" Ye replied, "True, but I don't want to ride his coattails. I want to be the one he notices." Meanwhile, Chen Bai had stepped into the secret solo instance. Suddenly, a mysterious necklace materialized around his neck. "An hourglass," he muttered. He didn't know where it came from, but his survival instinct told him to hide it. He tucked it beneath his shirt and scanned his surroundings. He stood before a massive white structure, a Roman stone gate. Is this dungeon Florence? He moved cautiously, his senses on high alert. This is definitely medieval Florence, the capital of art, he thought. He walked deeper into the city, but the eerily empty streets unsettled him. Where is everyone? Why is this place a ghost town? Suddenly, a ragged cough echoed from a dark alleyway, freezing him in his tracks. A figure in a heavy cloak and hood was huddled there. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes and approached. Seeing him, the cloaked figure curled into a ball, coughing violently and waving him away.
"No! Stay back, stranger! I am a filthy sinner!"
"I have been punished by God with this pestilence." Chen Bai reached out, placing a hand gently on the figure's head to extract the virus. His voice was a velvet whisper, soft yet absolute in its command. "You poor soul. Do you wish to live?" Suddenly, the system shattered the silence. Ding! Absorbed Black Death virus. Absorbed bubonic plague. / virus points increased by 3. Chen Bai stared at his palm, the terrifying truth settling in. So, it really is the Black Death. Another notification flashed, marking a pivotal turning point in this leveling saga. Contact with Black Death confirmed. Unlocking Plague Faction Hidden Quest. Seeds of Pestilence. The wailing of 80 million souls. / The quest description unrolled before his eyes like a death warrant. / In the history of the Blue Star, this scourge claimed at least 80 million lives. The plague ravaged these lands without mercy. Now, the Plague Sect holds the responsibility and power to harvest these seeds of sickness. Mission objective: collect plague seeds. / reward. Upon completion, harvested seeds will be converted into a plague-type class change scroll. Chen Bai frowned, his mind racing at light speed. Plague seeds? How exactly am I supposed to collect those? The mechanics were vague. I need to solve this puzzle first. / The cloaked figure, now completely cured, pulled back her hood. Her eyes went wide with shock. I feel fine. She turned to him, frantically making a holy sign with her hand. Thank you, O messenger of the divine. Thank you for banishing my sickness. / I pledge my life to serve and follow you. Chen Bai touched the eagle mask resting on his shoulder. A devious plan formed instantly. / Perfect. I need followers to spread my legend. Gathering intel and items will be effortless with a cult behind me. He donned the mask, his voice dripping with false humility. You do not need to call me a saint. I am no messenger of the divine spirits. The girl named Elena looked at him with burning devotion. Then which god do you serve? / Chen Bai stepped forward, a shadow cloaking his face in mystery. I am not a messenger. / He extended a hand, deciding to use Elena as the catalyst for his grand design. I am the god of plague himself. Go, tell everyone. Tell them I can purge their sickness. Tell them to gather at the Lord's Square to meet me. / Elena stood alone in the street and began to scream at the top of her lungs. People of the rot, hear me. The god of plague has descended upon the mortal realm. / He awaits us at the Lord's Square. A beatific smile of relief was plastered on her face. We must go. The god of plague will destroy the virus within us. Following Elena's voice, fearful eyes peered through the cracks of boarded-up windows. They stared at the girl, walking fearlessly down the street, preaching salvation. Those who bear the pain of the plague, come to the square. High above, a shadowy figure watched his pawn move. / Elena shouted to the hidden faces. If you don't believe, look at me. You all know who I am. I am cured. / Even the terrified souls hiding indoors couldn't suppress their curiosity. Who was screaming out there? / It was poor Elena, her voice thick with bitter emotion. That poor girl must have lost her mind to the fever. / But, as if sensing their doubts, Elena desperately poured out her soul. I am Elena, daughter of the wealthy merchant Henry. / My father donated his entire fortune to the church, yet my whole family still perished from the plague. / But look at me now, Henry's daughter has completely recovered." Hearing this, an old woman finally dared to peek out. "Are you truly healed?" she asked, voice trembling. Elena challenged them with newfound confidence. "You have heard me shouting for so long. Have I coughed even once?" Seeing the crowd hesitate, Elena delivered her impassioned plea. "Everyone, look at me! The god of diseases has cleansed me of the sickness." "You don't need to donate money. You don't need to let them bleed you dry. You don't need empty prayers. Just go to the Lord's Square." Slash. Suddenly, a cautious hand reached out to touch her forehead. The woman gasped in pure shock. "It's true. It is actually true. No fever, no coughing." Slash. Tears streamed down her face like rain. "Oh heavens, can my children really be saved?" The scene shifted to a deceptively clear blue sky. Chen Bai strolled through the streets of medieval Europe, arriving at the Lord's Square in Florence to assess the board. This was the 14th century, a dark era where treating the Black Death relied on blind faith and the barbaric practice of bloodletting. In this timeline, the Black Death claimed the lives of 25 million people in Europe alone. Globally, the death toll soared past 80 million. Chen Bai's heart felt heavy, like a boulder sat upon his chest. If the source of the virus isn't here, will I have to scour the entire world? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Great and merciful God of diseases!" Slash. Elena arrived, leading a legion of coughing, desperate souls to Chen Bai. Slash. "Please forgive my lack of etiquette earlier. I did not know how to properly address a deity. Following your command, I have brought everyone I could." Seeing the suffering crowd, Chen Bai didn't hesitate for a second. "Come closer," he urged gently. "Do not be afraid, you poor children." The villagers widened their eyes in skepticism. To prove his power, Chen Bai reached out toward a family of 3. "May you be free from the plague's grasp." Invisible currents of energy flowed from Chen Bai's fingertips, siphoning the virus straight out of the young boy's body, silencing his trembling instantly. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, watching Chen Bai absorb the deadly pathogen into his own being. Moments later, life and clarity returned to the boy's eyes. "Mom? Dad?" The boy looked at his mother, his voice steady for the first time in years. "Don't cry, Mom. It doesn't hurt anymore." Chen Bai looked at her with feigned concern. "Are you still in pain?" The mother choked back a sob, shaking her head. "No, my sweet boy. I am not in pain anymore either." A wave of absolute reverence washed over the crowd as they showered him with worship. "It is a miracle! The pain is gone! My fever has broken! My strength is returning! This is truly a divine intervention. Praise the Lord of the Church of Light." One man shouted, but another immediately corrected him with religious fervor. "You fool! This is not the Church's false god. Do not insult the great god of diseases." Instantly, the entire mass of people fell to their knees in submission. "Great One, thank you for saving us from this hell. We will stand up. You may still feel weak. The plague has ravaged your bodies, and the damage requires time to heal. Leave this place. Go home and rest. You will recover fully in time." Chen Bai's gaze then shifted to the desperate gathering behind them. "Go quickly!" Behind the healed family, countless more sick children waited for their turn at salvation. As they departed, Chen Bai spoke with the practiced dignity of a true hero. "I do not desire your worship. All I desire is a world where you are no longer tormented by disease." Hearing these selfless words, the old woman wept uncontrollably. "Oh heavens, to think you care so much for sinners like us. How can we ever praise your greatness enough?" Elena stepped forward, waving her arms to rally the faithful. "We must not burden our Savior any longer. Those who have recovered, follow me away from the Arno Bridge. Let us spread the news of the God's compassion throughout all of Florence." Suddenly, the heavy, menacing sound of armored boots approached. The crowd panicked, scattering like frightened birds before a storm. "The church knights are here," the lead knight bellowed with arrogant authority. "We received a report." "Someone here dares to impersonate a god and spread heresy? Civilians, clear the area immediately." He looked down at Chen Bai with pure contempt. "So, You are the one spreading these pagan lies. I heard you call yourself the god of diseases. The knight drew his blade, patience evaporating. Disease is a punishment from the divine. How could there be a god representing it? You foolish heretic! But Chen Bai didn't flinch. Instead, a faint, calculating smile played on his lips. In a flash, a heavy blade slashed through the air. Chen Bai stood calm as 3 swords pierced his body. His mind operated with the cold logic of a leveling tyrant. This was not a defeat. It was the perfect opportunity to ascend to true godhood. Another knight, blind to the truth, raised his sword in premature victory. The heretic is fallen. Justice is served. Why do you sinners hesitate? Kneel, beg for mercy. He spat the words with venom. You were seduced by heresy, and that is why the plague consumed you. But his fanatical rant was cut short. A tremor of fear rippled through his subordinates. Captain, look. Horror seized the soldiers' hearts. Chen Bai slowly removed his mask. Not a single scratch marred his face. Seeing this, Elena rushed forward, gripping a stone with killing intent. Damn you! How dare you strike him! Sensing her explosive rage, Chen Bai gently raised a hand. Stop, Elena. I am unharmed. But Elena was seething, her loyalty boiling over into indignation. I know the great god of diseases cannot be hurt by mortal steel. But the audacity! She trembled, her eyes locking onto the knights. The fact that they dared to raise a blade against you, it is unforgivable. Punish them, my lord. Smite these ignorant curs of the Radiant Church. Let them taste your divine wrath. The knights recoiled, genuine terror flooding their eyes. But Chen Bai's voice cut through the tension, calm like a still lake. No, Elena, you are mistaken. They possess no power to hurt me, so I hold no grudge. I will not punish them. He looked at the soldiers with pity. Even if they stab me 1,000 times, I will simply continue to save the world from this plague. The crowd held its breath. And then, relief washed over them. Adoration exploded on every face. This was a true God / a merciful Savior who turned the other cheek / oh heavens, praise the benevolent God of diseases. We will follow you until the end of time / The knights stood frozen, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of faith that crushed down upon them. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the church / bishop, Hagen trembled, veins bulging with fury. That damned heretic! In just 3 days, 90% of the city has turned to his side. Today is Sunday, the Lord's Day! He slammed his fist down. Yet only 7 people came to the cathedral. Reality was a pill too bitter to swallow. He turned his wrath toward his subordinate. Bishop John, that day in the Lord's Square, the holy knights should have executed him on the spot. Yet you stood in my way. And now look at us. He gestured to the empty hall. Our forces are scattered. Only 5 knights remain. We can barely guard the sanctuary. His voice dripped with disdain for the intruder who had stolen their flock. But Bishop John didn't flinch. His gaze locked onto Archbishop Hagen with unwavering conviction. You witnessed the miracle of the last 3 days with your own eyes. John's eyes drifted toward the window, lost in a memory that defied logic. A flashback to the Vatican. He descended from the heavens like a phantom of salvation. In a mere 72 hours, he swept through the city, purging the nightmare of the Black Death from every single soul. In Bishop Jones' mind, the image of Chen Bai performing his divine arts replayed with vivid intensity. He was forced to confront a terrifying truth that shook his faith to its core. This man was legitimate. He was no charlatan. He did not merely heal. He taught the believers the forbidden arts of suppressing the pestilence's growth. He guided the faithful to nurse the survivors back from the brink of death. And at the center of the chaos stood Elena, commanding the relief efforts like a battle-hardened saint. Against all logic and church doctrine, John felt an overwhelming compulsion to protect Chen Bai. His teachings were arcane, filled with strange words like microbes, hygiene, and bacteria. Yet not once did he demand servitude or gold from his flock. The silhouette of this mysterious savior branded itself into John's subconscious, overshadowing even the icons of the Holy See. Lost in these heavy thoughts, John continued his defense. He declared to the masses that a benevolent deity would never force kind souls to slaughter one another over mere dogma. If we had struck him down that day, John argued, the people would have seen us as the demons and him as the true God walking among men. There would be no ambiguity in their eyes. Hearing this blasphemous confession, Hagen's face twisted into a mask of rage. You sound less like a bishop and more like a cultist of the plague sect. Hagen's teeth ground together in fury. Do you fear nothing for the Holy See? For our Lord? John stepped forward, a sudden blinding enlightenment dawning in his eyes. Our Lord is the supreme true God. He requires no protection from mortals like us. The ones we must fear for are ourselves. With a heart heavy as lead, he admitted, I have already dispatched a full report to the Pope. The judgment is out of my hands. Meanwhile, in a secluded space, an ethereal purple aura swirled violently around a singular object. This was the plague seed, condensed from the viral essence extracted from the entire city of Florence. Constructing the plague seed was a triumph of micromanagement and power. Yet, looking at the meager amount condensed from an entire city, a grim realization settled over the player. A holographic system window flashed open, bathing the room in blue light. Item: Plague Seed. Type: Black Death. Condensation progress: 0.001%. Skill acquired: Pillar of Pestilence. This ability allowed him to erect a totem where believers could pray, undergo baptism, and channel their sickness directly into the construct. The accumulated sickness would then be transmuted into pure energy for the plague seed. It seems I must traverse the entire globe to fully awaken this power, Chen Bai mused, his eyes cold and calculating. Suddenly, Elena burst through the doors, breathless. My lord, your most loyal followers await your presence. Chen Bai nodded calmly. Understood. I am coming. He stepped out onto the balcony to face a sea of cheering faces, with Elena prostrating herself at his feet. Chen Bai gazed down from his vantage point, stoic as a statue of a forgotten god. All things decay, but life is eternal. Silence fell instantly as he spoke. The plague of Florence has been purged. Destiny calls me elsewhere. But before I depart, I bestow upon you a final gift. At his mental command, space warped, and the pillar of pestilence materialized from the void, slamming into the earth. Behold, those who offer prayer and accept baptism before this totem shall be cleansed of affliction. Ecstasy swept through the crowd like wildfire. Praise the Great One! Thank you for this divine miracle. Yet the awakening player had more to say. Do not become dependent on this artifact. Once I leave this plane of existence, its power will fade. Commit my teachings to memory, for they are your true salvation. He spoke of the origins of disease prevention, treatment, and the scientific method. Chen Bai patiently instilled the philosophy of true civilization into their medieval minds. Fear not, my children. You can coexist with the microscopic world. Used wisely, even the smallest organisms can aid humanity. Above all, never forget the tenets of the plague sect. Elena rushed to his side, cheeks flushed with religious devotion. We shall etch your wisdom into our souls, my lord. We will honor the plague sect forever. We will erect a cathedral for the plague sect on this very ground and spread your gospel to the four corners of the earth. Chen Bai gently patted her head, showing a rare moment of warmth. Thank you. I leave the future in your hands. Time was short. He could not linger. May you never suffer from the pestilence again. Farewell. As he turned to leave, the roar of the populace shook the heavens. All things decay, but life is eternal. Even after exiting the city gates, the thunderous chant followed him. Every word resonated clearly in Chen Bai's ears. All things decay. He couldn't help but marvel at the acoustic anomaly. He had traveled miles, yet the voices of the city remained audible, carried by sheer spiritual intensity. The fanaticism of this era's people exceeds all calculations. A glint of satisfaction sparked in Chen Bai's eyes. Perfect. This is exactly what I need to speedrun this system scenario. This devotion will drastically accelerate the plague seed harvesting process. He strode forward, his pace matching the rhythm of the spinning world. Divine status acts as a beacon, drawing the harvest to me. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down, one by one. Without the title of a god, condensing the seed would take a decade. Now, I have shaved years off the timeline. Chen Bai's mind began to scheme his next move. I will play this role of deity until I clear this instance. Days passed, and the scene shifted to the heart of the enemy's territory. Inside St. Peter's Basilica, Knight Captain Sun slammed his head to the floor in absolute reverence. Your Holiness, may the Lord's grace be upon you. You summoned me? The figure on the throne wasted no breath on pleasantries. The Eastern Crusade has failed. The Lord is displeased. The Pope's voice was grave. And in the chaos, a demon has unleashed a plague to torment the flock. The Pope's tone dropped, dark and conspiratorial. In this hour of weakness, a heretic has risen. He exploits this sickness. He steals souls from the Church of Light to feed his own dark power. Hearing this, the captain of the Holy Knights sprang to his feet. Do you speak of the charlatan calling himself the plague god? Do these peasants lack brains, falling for such obvious trickery? It's like a bad plot point in a third-rate story. The Pope raised a hand, silencing his arrogance. No. The man walked a path of miracles from Florence to the Holy City. He has genuinely eradicated the Black Death. Sun stood frozen, his worldview cracking. He actually cured it? A dangerous thought formed. Then, could he be... The Pope caught the flicker of doubt and instantly crushed it. Do not be fooled, son. Only the one who created the poison possesses the antidote. He is a demon. He unleashed the plague solely to retrieve it for his own glory. He plans to use this fabricated miracle to blind the faithful, to drain them dry and ensure their souls never witness the gates of paradise. Just as calculated hatred began to boil within the night. That cunning devil has finally fallen for the trap. His entire scheme is laid bare. The Pope smiled, a predator sensing blood. The heretic has finally arrived at the Vatican. I have lured him into the open, the Pope sneered. I ensured the masses gathered to witness the spectacle. He strode purposefully toward a holy artifact, his intent murderous. Son, take up the spear of Longinus. Execute this demon before the eyes of the faithful. Declare the supreme might of our Lord once and for all. Burning with righteous fury, the knight swore his oath. For the glory of our Lord, I will purge this filth from the world. He prayed for divine strength to slay the enemy. The scene shifts back to the present, to the Grand Plaza, where a young guide pointed with innocent excitement. Look, sir, /it, is the greatest square in all the Vatican. After leading Chen Bai to the center, the boy turned to leave. Please, wait here, sir. I will go announce your arrival. Everyone knows of your legendary deeds. They have been waiting for you. Chen Bai smiled, a rare warmth softening his eyes. Thank you, little one. Go on now. I will wait. As the boy vanished into the crowd, Chen Bai's expression darkened. After leaving Florence, every branch of the Radiant Church had barred their gates. They had branded him a monster to the entire world. Yet here, in the heart of the enemy, he was welcomed with open arms, he scoffed internally, a trap so transparent it's almost insulting. How utterly repulsive! High above, the exquisitely carved symbol of the Radiant Church loomed, casting a suffocating shadow over the entire square. Chen Bai deciphered their intent instantly. It was pathetic. The church could no longer hide their desperation to maintain their crumbling control. They intended to crush him right here, in their very seat of power. Perfect. This was the golden opportunity he had been waiting for to dismantle this corrupt system once and for all. Come then, he thought, his eyes gleaming with a predator's anticipation. Show me what pathetic tricks you have prepared. Across the square, a dark-haired man frowned at the developing scene. A voice roared to the gathering crowd. Hurry! The Holy See is about to pass judgment on the heretic who claims to cure the plague. He pointed an accusing finger at Chen Bai's solitary figure. Can he truly cure the Black Death? A blonde woman whispered, pulling her cloak tighter against the chill of uncertainty. Is it possible? It must be a lie, her companion scoffed. If it were true, would the Holy See condemn him to death? Suddenly, the Pope emerged, his face twisted in a mask of holy revulsion. Vile demon! The Pope bellowed. The Lord has decreed your destruction! Beside him, Sauron raised his weapon, his expression a portrait of fanatical courage. Before the spear of Longinus, there is no escape. Prepare to die, spawn of hell. Chen Bai merely smirked, his gaze cold and analytical. The Pope and his elite knights. He noted their positions like a player analyzing a leveling mana boss. How thoughtful of them to prepare such a grand stage for me. Chen Bai raised his head, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. He spread his arms wide, embracing the audience. Servants of the glorious Lord! I descended to this world to eradicate the plague. How dare you use his name to slander me as a demon? The Pope let out a sharp, derisive laugh that echoed through the square. He pointed a trembling finger at Chen Bai. Lies, all of it. The Lord has spoken to me directly. You are a devil from the abyss, using poison to shake the people's faith. As he spun his web of deceit, the Pope's excitement grew, a manic grin stretching across his face. First you unleash the plague to torment humanity, and then you offer a cure? You seek only to seduce the ignorant and lead them away from God's light. A ripple of unease went through the crowd. The blonde woman's face fell in despair. He possesses the power to cure the plague, but the price is our very souls, a man screamed from the throng, eyes wide with hysteria. It is the truth. I witnessed his dark miracles on the road to Florence. Beside him, a woman draped in mourning black collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She clutched her child to her chest, as if shielding him from a demon. Why does the cost matter? Why won't the Holy See allow him to save us first? My son is fading away. The Pope's eyes darted toward the rising commotion. He barely suppressed a surge of volcanic rage. The sheer terror of the Black Death was loosening his iron grip on the people's minds. A flicker of disgust twisted his features before he raised his hands, commanding silence with a theatrical, holy gesture. If he simply cured the sick, the Lord might show mercy. The lies flowed from his tongue like honeyed poison. But this man's sin lies in the dark magic he uses to ensnare your spirits. The Pope's voice dropped to a condemning growl that vibrated through the cathedral. He has doomed you all to eternal torment in the fires of hell. A wave of horror washed over the crowd. Is that the truth? The believers whispered, stepping back in trembling fear. What a vicious monster! The tide of public opinion turned in an instant. Kill him! Divine judgment! Burn the heretic! Chen Bai stood amidst the deafening roar, unshakable as a mountain. Solon seized the moment. With a roar of righteous indignation, the knight charged, his spear aimed straight for Chen Bai's heart. Die, devil! The believers screamed in anticipation. The spear struck true, but stopped dead against a single raised finger. Boom! A brilliant golden aura exploded from the impact, the signature of a high-tier awakening. Mana surged like a tsunami. Solon strained until his muscles screamed, but he could not move the weapon an inch. Chen Bai looked at the legendary spear with bored indifference. Give it up. This spear has already tasted the blood of the Son of God once. It refuses to commit such a grave sin a second time. Do not force it. Solon's face twisted in pure shock. His mind reeled as he stared at the immovable wall before him. Impossible. Chen Bai sidestepped the knight as if he were nothing but air, walking casually toward the altar. I wondered why the church tried so hard to stop me from saving lives. Hands buried in his pockets, Chen Bai tilted his head, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. But seeing you now, a demon wearing the Pope's skin, it all makes sense. And yet, you dare call me the evil one? The Pope ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. What madness are you spouting, heretic? A bystander scoffed. Preposterous! The Pope? A demon? The man is insane! Chen Bai's fist clenched, energy gathering for a devastating blow. Whether you are a demon or not, the world is about to find out. Chen Bai's fist connected with the Pope's neck, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The impact forced the old man's mouth open, spraying blood and spittle across the sacred floor. Protect His Holiness, the knights screamed, drawing their blades in a frenzy. He killed the Pope! Attack! Chaos erupted in the sanctuary. Solon spun around, eyes widening in horror as he saw the Supreme Pontiff crumpled on the stone floor. Rage blazed in his eyes as he glared at Chen Bai like a wild beast. You bastard! I was actually bewitched by your tongue, distracted by your treacherous questions. You truly are a demon in human skin. In stark contrast, Chen Bai stood tall, looking down at the trembling Pope with cold, imperial indifference. His command thundered with absolute authority. Reveal your true form, you filth, that dares to usurp the Holy See. Solon froze mid-step, his face a mask of pure shock. He stammered, completely unable to process the scene unraveling before him. What is happening? Suddenly, a twisted horn ripped through the skin of the Pope's forehead. The old man bared his teeth in a grotesque, spine-chilling grin. Terror seized the crowd at the sight of this monstrosity, and they scrambled back in panic. There was no mistaking it. That was the horn of a devil. What twisted fate had befallen the Holy Father? His body swelled with grotesque muscle as he hunched over, stalking toward Chen Bai like a rabid beast. I will slaughter you, he roared. Seeing this, the corner of Chen Bai's lip curled into a satisfied smirk. It was all playing out exactly according to his script. This is exactly what I needed. His mind flashed back to his own terrifying true form. The dark tentacles erupting from his back, claws that could shred steel. My true abilities are far too horrifying for the primitive minds of this era. If I unleashed my power now, these sheep would instantly believe the Pope's accusations against me. Within the unseen inventory of the system, Chen Bai calmly materialized an object into his hand, a sinister, stone-like artifact. Debating him is pointless, and simply killing him with a virus wouldn't be dramatic enough to sway the masses. Luckily, he had his trump card, the Class A Demon Bloodline Essence, harvested during his desperate quest to save Mingming. He recalled that split second earlier. His attack on the Pope was merely a delivery system. He had crushed the essence directly into the old man's body, mixing it with the zombie virus for a foolproof double-layer trap. System item used. Class A Demon Bloodline Essence. Grade C+ compatibility. Instantaneously, the Pope's form twisted, his eyes burning with hellfire crimson. Perfect. No matter which effect took hold, the congregation would now see their leader for what he truly was, a monster. Suddenly, the corrupted Pope unhinged his jaw, gathering a volatile sphere of dark flames deep within his throat. Suddenly, an inferno blasted into the crowd. Panic erupted as people fled for their lives. A demon! It's a real demon! Run! Amidst the chaos, Chen Bai simply bowed slightly, watching the beautiful destruction with a calm smile. The demonic horns and hellfire erupting from the Pope were the signature traits of the bloodline essence. The checkmate was already set. The requirements to handle a Class A demon bloodline were far too harsh for a mere mortal body to withstand. Meanwhile, Sauron stood paralyzed, his world crumbling to dust. His face was a portrait of utter despair. He could not deny the truth before his eyes. The Pope, his holy leader, was an agent of hell. Chen Bai watched dispassionately as the creature writhed on the stone floor. He was pleased. The old man's frail human vessel would soon collapse under the overwhelming pressure of such potent demonic power. Stepping forward, Chen Bai positioned himself behind Sauron. He raised his arms high, radiating the aura of a divine judge. The forces of hell have usurped the papacy, twisting the holy scriptures and poisoning the faithful. And yet, you dared to stop me from purging this plague and healing these innocent souls? Unforgivable. His brow furrowed with intense focus as he pointed a finger of judgment at the writhing beast. Today, I bring down divine punishment upon your wretched existence. Die. Instantly, the Pope's body detonated. Black gore sprayed across the sanctuary as his form was torn asunder. Sauron's eyes rolled back in horror, and the crowd gasped in collective shock. Then, cheers erupted like a tidal wave. "He killed the demon! The Savior destroyed the beast!"